I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun. Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on. My nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but...
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last very hard.
There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the time. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all! Koreans just know how to blow G2 apart! He runs in there with that one, he kills it! Oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
So today, actually rooting for Busio. Not usually a KC fan, not usually an MKOI fan. Usually just want to see 5 games. It was nice that they finished it off this quick. I guess you could say Busio was the polish that KC needed. Let's see how it pans out tomorrow.
Let's go G2. Easy win. 3-0. Worlds, we win.
Look at me, I'm Waldo, and even though I'm good at like disappearing into crowds, I would say that I always have more to learn, and if it's tomorrow 3-0, then I can learn from either team how to be perfectly invisible.
As you can see, we beat KOI 3-0. I do hope that G2 will get the same punishment. I do think they deserve it, but yeah, quite happy to the win, to be honest. But of course, it was deserved.
O Doamne is my goat. Te pup rege.
Let's go! Wow.
He is my goat. He was my goat after all, but
Isn't that just the best way to kick off our grand finals day, Odo? You have such a smile on your face.
yeah, I didn't expect it because it was all about KC versus G2, but then the super fan comes in to the rescue. He's my MVP.
We found him. We found the Odo Omne fan, and now we're going to have a sick day. My name is Shaks, and I'm joined by Dracos, by Odo Omne, and Finn on this desk to cover KC versus G2, our spring final. We got to talk a little bit about what happened yesterday, because what was supposed to end in a bang very much ended in a whimper.
Oh my God. We were waiting for the epic showdown. I had this whole speech about we're guaranteed to have 5 games. They always go to 5 games. We couldn't even get to 4. My God, what an absolute shellacking. KC completely dismantled them.
Okay, it was an absolute clubbing. One of us enjoyed it more than the other one. Finn, tell me the perspective of the MKOI fan. How was it to watch that series and see KC be so damn clutch?
Jesus Christ. I mean, I did believe in MKOI. No one believes in MKOI more than I do, and I was so disappointed. I feel like MKOI did not even show up to play yesterday. It was pure KC dominance in almost every single aspect of the game.
It wasn't pretty to see. For someone who's just an objective enjoyer of anything, right? It kind of sucked. The workday was very, very short. MKOI did not show up.
It didn't suck. It was great because KC just showed up so much because it was an absolute blow out of the water, and that's just because we set up the expectation for it to be a 5-game series, but they just showed up so dominantly.
And actually, you could take it as this means they are going to have a good shot at G2 today.
Which is, this is what I'm hopeful for today, is that today is the day we get the 5-game.
Right?
Because more often than not, the World script, oftentimes the LEC script is like, oh, we're going to get the 5-game semi-final banger into the 3-0 absolute disappointment. So I'm really feeling the 5 games today.
Give us
Especially
5.
the dominance was, because we have to remember the last time KC and G2 played, it was pretty G2 favored,
But you
right?
know, for any team that loses to KC, they have the wrath of the social media managers at KC to contend with because, yeah, it was harsh again on the timeline. They made this.
Oh my god, I saw this. This is the most demonic video I've ever seen. I'm just gonna
So
let it show.
yeah,
Oh
the
my
Spanish
God.
guys are saying I'm gonna leave in a car if we don't play the final. There's no way I'm watching KC versus G2.
Yeah, that's a long ride.
Don't look at the route, okay? They're going around a little bit.
Oh my god. I
At
have
least they
to
got the
say,
sightsee a little bit.
they did, and I do have to say that I think out of all the social media teams and strategies and whatnot, I used to like favor G2's side, but I think KC's killing it. They are doing amazing work.
They're doing good work. This rivalry is much more entertaining because there was a point where it was G2 Fnatic, and I got to be honest, Fnatic social media was getting clapped like every single second. So it's nice that there's a little bit more parity and a little bit more stakes in that particular rivalry.
And also, if you're the average fan, you're sitting on the sidelines, you just get to see these two teams that you don't really care about because it's all about the regional pride, just dunking it out on each other and just absolute cinema.
I mean, it's just exactly that. The fact that you don't have to be invested into the teams to enjoy the showdown.
It's true.
And especially if you're a G2 fan, you're just sitting back like, I don't really care.
I got this.
Like, we're feeling good no matter what happens. You kind of hope it's like a 5-game slot fest. You feel even better. MKOI got 3-0'd. You're like, yeah, whatever, fine. We're going on to the next one. We've already beat these guys once. It's a nice position to be in.
It is a nice position to be in. 2 more things that I read, I don't know, on Twitter or on Reddit, and I thought it was funny, so I wanted to share it with you. Someone said, did Giorgio get fined 2K euro or ELO? And then someone else said, the Lebrov silence lasted a week.
Oh my Jesus. I mean, I think that's a reference to the fact that Giorgio does not play solo queue. I saw like an image of all MKOI's like solo queue rankings, and Giorgio was like 75 LP in Emerald, so...
Yeah, but we don't want to kick them when they're down, so we're going to stop talking about them. It's KC and it's G2 that will play the grand final today. What, do you want to kick them?
No, I'm good. Like, I think that's normally when people like kicking the most, is when they're... It's kind of hard to kick them when they're standing up sometimes. No, and I respect that.
I'm built different. But yesterday we also closed out LEC Rivals, where fans did have a chance to represent their favorite teams and to get them points. Here is the leaderboard. Number 1, G2 Esports.
Look, number 2, KC, number 3, MKOI. If we had just followed the Rivals leaderboard,
they knew all
we
along.
would have seen our finals matchup right away.
Who's not doing that well? Oh, Shifters.
Well,
yeah.
NSK, but
unfortunate.
They did just rebrand. People need time. If BDS was up there, maybe they would have had. They got to build a new fan base.
It's true.
I mean, SK's been around for quite some time.
Let's take a look at the player leaderboard. Congratulations to Inu Yartu.
that guy plays a lot of League of Legends.
That guy plays a lot of League of
Oh,
Legends.
Belge. Do you think they're Belgian? Put him on number 1. They win. No, I'm
They
kidding.
win. It's fair.
It's not how it works. But thank you to everybody who plays and everybody who has been playing. This was really, really awesome, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. As you can see here, we are well and truly underway in the LEC studio. We're getting a few waves. Let's go. Gonna get some noise from the G2 fans.
Damn.
There we go.
Nice. They were ready.
Yeah, there was one of them here yesterday already scouting out, to see what they would be dealing with. But I'm sure the KC fans have plenty as well.
special chance.
Where to
preparing.
sit, best chance, we'll see. But before we get into today's grand final, we also wanted to check in with some former G2 players who are currently in Korea.
Hello guys, I'm Wadid and here is Yankers. We are having fun in LCK together and now we're about to talk about LEC, right?
Absolutely, and tonight we have LEC Finals.
Woo!
And that is amazing!
Finals!
Finally!
Finally!
Finally we get finals and we get G2 in the final already.
What's your thoughts on G2 right now? Because they're in finals, they look like they're unbeatable, and yeah, I mean, I just want to know how you feel about it.
Yes, I feel like Titans can bleed, right? G2 has showed again that we, as the LEC, can beat teams internationally. We have been part of that run in 2018, 19, and so on. So it was long ago. We don't want to bring it up. The point is, Titans can bleed again, and that our European teams can defeat them again, and it's possible. And that brings me to my next question. What do you think What do you think about our teams, LEC teams? Well, I'm saying our teams, but you know, LEC teams at MSI.
Well, I think this is one of the great chances we can actually win all the thing. Because I think...
Damn!
Okay, so we didn't start the LCK playoffs. This is the day that the Bro and DK play against each other. But I think like most of the playoffs were like unpredictable. Even LPL, did you see how they struggle? BLG, even though they stormed in the regular split, they couldn't really like do anything against WE. So I feel like, you know, G2 is the only one team that they didn't shake up in playoffs. So I think we're gonna win it.
Okay, well,
how do you feel? Like, I'm actually confident. I'm not even like doing like a sarcastic thing.
Well, the thing is that we are recording this before the finals, right?
Yeah.
So I don't even know if we even win the finals. But I believe in the boys. I believe in the boys.
Yeah.
I think that I would actually like to see G2 in play-ins as the second seed. And the reason why is because they would face off against the second seed from Korea already, and they would get like more games. So I don't mind even if we don't win the finals, because we get more games during the MSI. Can Europe win the whole thing? I'm still a little bit skeptical. That being said, I feel like it's very probable. I think that G2 is going to win yet another final. I think it's going to be probably a 3-0 and a 3-1, and we are going to be lifting the trophy in
What do you mean 3-0, 3-1? It's going to be clean 3-0 by our G2 army. Don't you trust them? Like, we got to trust them. Like, I trust in Hansama and Lavrov.
I trust in Caps and in Skewon, because that guy Skewon has been popping up lately.
But we're a BB, man.
And a BB has won in the top lane with the counter picks. Let's go to the final!
Okay, those guys are still on the payroll.
I really did miss Junko screaming on the LEC channel. It feels like a blast to the past.
Me too.
I heard them from all the way over there. That's how loud it was.
Yeah, but it does come to MSI. We got our two teams, KC and G2. Why am I talking to this mic? Oh, it's because I can ask the audience.
You can ask the audience questions.
Yeah, never mind. But first we'll talk a bit.
Yeah, I think they're excellent representatives. I'm really excited to see how they both do. I am not in the Jankos camp where I'm like, it's fine to go second seed. I understand first stand went well. Only one slot makes it out of play-ins. LCK Seed 2 is in play-ins. So as much as I appreciate the idea, like, if you're going to win an event, you got to go through every team, can we calm down?
I agree.
We had one good tournament.
Wow, you guys are non-believers or what?
Listen, we just had one 6-0 sweep of the LCK, and now we're back to full copy. We need to remember, we still lost to NA plenty of times. It's NAC number 2 and LCKC number 2 in play-ins, so it's still scary.
You guys have no faith at all. You guys are scared of NA number 2.
I have faith under one circumstance, which is
pragmatic.
The format gets changed. LPL Seed 2 is there, and somehow it's top esports. Then I believe we can do anything. We can fly. We can walk on water. But until then, I'm being cautious about this one.
More seriously, though, like I feel like G2 rather is a known quantity, right? I think they're going to do pretty well, seeing how at first stand they were already doing pretty well. And I honestly have a lot of faith in KC. I think the improvement that they've shown through the lower bracket into yesterday, of course, you could say MKOI didn't really show up, whatever. Today, the proof will be in the pudding. But I feel like they've really evolved from that team that started the year.
They did, and if they do end up going even through the first seed or the second seed, I'm still hopeful that they will do well, but come on guys, you need to remember. They said there's one Titan, the LCK, we fell at one time, but there's another Titan in the building, LPL. LPL, we kind of left it in the bag, we still be like, oh yeah, they're gonna choke and all of that stuff, but it's not looking pretty over there. I feel like it's gonna be rough.
I'm gonna ask some people, Hello?
Please find someone who copes
Yes,
a lot.
our T2 fan. MSI, you and KC, how's it gonna be?
I hope we both make it into playoffs somehow. I think that would be very fun. I do think we might choke again. This time it's gonna be different. We're gonna win versus the LPL, and then we're gonna choke versus the LCK in classical fashion.
All right. I mean, I kind of subscribe, actually, yeah. And how's it gonna be from a fandom? You both gonna support each other?
For sportsmanship purposes, yes.
Okay.
Hey, one less LCK and LPL team is better chances for EU to win.
Yes, for sportsmanship reasons.
That's the most PR-trained G2 fan I've seen.
I respect that level of answer.
That guy's on the payroll as well.
I'll be clear. We like KC. We want nothing to do with them. But for this one period of time, okay, fine, we're on the same page. As long as they don't play each other, and I like that. Frankly, it does. I will say my #1 pet peeve is when people start trash talking when they don't even qualify to internationals. If you are an LEC
That's the
social media
worst.
account and you post anything about the LEC doing bad,
Yeah.
you're a loser.
You know
Sorry.
who you are, by the way. You know exactly who you are. But we'd always support you. And that's the sad thing about it. Now, before we head over to talking a little bit more about the grand final, we're going to kick it over to an awesome compilation of the best mic check moments of playoffs.
Jingle bells.
And Yahoo, you know that song?
There's also Korgel.
What song? Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Yeah, you know
Jingle
Korgel?
bell.
You know what
Jingle
champion is?
all
the way, all the way. Jingle all the way.
Jingle bell, jingle all the way. Okay, do you know what comes next?
I don't.
Yeah,
exactly that.
What the f am I doing with my life, bro?
Playing Wukong Worma, bro. EQ ult.
With thread? No, but it's fine.
And I can try straight now.
I don't, okay? Perfect.
Matthias Brazda, bro, what are they shouting? Marek Brazda. No, they said Matthias Brazda.
No, no one said no one even knows your name.
Yeah, nice. Nice rise into academy, I guess she's solo
Thank you,
kills,
bro.
huh?
Yeah, actually, MF is insane here.
Oh yeah? What do I pick?
I don't know.
Yeah? Tell me. Oh my god. Did I just kill myself? Yeah, I'm dead. Classic RZ.
I'm up in 12. Guys, I'm up in 12. Okay?
Yeah, you have
it's only Silas Rocka.
Yes.
Completely used to this.
Holy we're back in it.
I don't see it. I'm backing off. Sounds good.
Yeah, leave.
They were looking maybe, guys.
Help Yo-Yo.
I think let's just go on this middle, guys.
Yeah, go hard on the mid, okay? Let's be cooking.
Yeah.
Can we do it, Tom?
Yeah, I think Nerd will do the combo.
Okay.
Wait until Nerd. Go, no! It's done! Nice!
Kites.
Ingen har flash.
No, just kill now. Have
I still have flash. Rock him out.
Try clear the wave now.
Nice! Oh my god! Let's go! Oh my god! Soraka is engaged. Nice!
Lucian on me? Middle dead.
I'm dead. Lucian dead. Watch me. Yeah. Kanskje nå var. Look, Jason on the video. What's low?
Nice. Go mid as well after.
Ha.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. When you say you're dead, I was like...
But you know, when I say dead, I'm never dead.
Do you lie to us? Why?
Yeah.
Why you lie?
He's going for good luck, is what he's saying.
Yeah. The fear. This is guys.
Know which anime has the best openings?
Yeah, Naruto.
No. It's Inazuma 11, period.
Bro, I haven't seen that one. It's like from 2002, bro.
It's not true.
I mean, you're just 50 years old, so you know this, you know? But me as the OG 15-year-old...
I don't want to be that guy, but Naruto came out before Inazuma 11.
Okay, I'm leaving this stage, bro.
He always says I'm leaving the teams.
I'm leaving. What am I watching? Oh my god, he people.
No flash!
Okay, never mind.
Alright.
Marek, what was this?
Nice. What do you mean, Marek?
This is good.
Are you okay still?
Yeah.
Okay, no, yes.
Nice. Holy Lintas. Aura moment. He's not dying, bro. He's not dying. It's Lintas Aura.
Aura. T1 Aura.
We can. Zaya's dead!
Zaya's dead! Why are you so happy? Wait. Zaya's dead!
Oh, no wait. Is that true? I'm dead.
Is that true?
Good job.
Fine.
Me.
No.
Yeah!
Thank you, Kana. You're my goat, Kana. You know that, right? Come here, Super. But come here, 2 seconds.
No flash. No.
You're stand and then. Okay, I ult him. Kill him.
Kill.
Kill him all. One more.
Yeah!
Me.
I got you.
We're killing Corky, okay? Corky dead. Bomba!
No flash.
Bomba, bro! Let's Kali!
Bomba.
Kali! Let's go! My home! Holy shit! I can't wait!
Amazing reactions there yesterday. The voice comms from KC are always aflame, specifically if Yehu's having a good game. It's super, super fun. We're here with Niski right now, of course, decorated mid laner in his own right. But
And
now,
support, and support.
And support, I would dare not forget. But of course, part of the KC co-stream.
Yeah.
So how are you guys feeling in the camp about the grand final, about the possibility to get your revenge for the Versus finals?
I mean, we're feeling pretty confident because, I mean, as you guys know, 2 weeks ago against G2 didn't go very well. But I feel like the team since then has changed, like something changed, their team fights, their early laning phase, even drafts. So yeah, very confident for today, and I think KC will take it.
Something. So he's saying something changed, their team fights, their drafts, their
so
laning phase.
secretive.
How did you have such a big overhaul?
I'm wondering if it's the tactics that we've heard so much about. If we can get anyone from KC anywhere within the organization to explain what they mean when they say tactics.
Even Yike could.
This buzzword is haunting me because you have objectively gotten so much better. But instead of us getting that like, oh yeah, we changed this one thing, you guys are like, tactics. And then you look away from the camera very dramatically. So I gotta know, what do you think it is?
I don't know. I think probably something changed in the coaching staff, I assume, because usually when teams struggle, the coaching staff comes in and they change something, right? And I mean, I think Yao said it, tactics, or maybe Kana. I'm not sure.
I don't know where it started,
I
but
think
we know
for
it's
sure
spread.
something changed, and I'm happy they did because they look good. And
Exactly, it was a great revamp because before that, when they played G2, it felt like no amount of tactics or no amount of strategy was going to help him. But now, actually, today, I'm so excited. I really feel like we're going to have a banger
I feel
match.
it kind of feels to me like winter last year almost. Like that there's something in the air, especially because we also got an interview from Zeph saying every time we lose to G2, we get something out of it and we build a lot out of it. And it seems like now perhaps that's how it is, right? When you played as well. Sometimes you get beaten by a team so many times and then it just clicks.
yeah, I mean, also like losing sucks, right? But at the same time, when you lose, you can also like learn from it. And I hope that the coaching staff did a good job because I feel like now everything changed and it feels like they did learn from their losses against G2. Whereas G2, they kind of won against Koi, but they were supposed to lose at some point, you know? And KC kind of stomped Koi yesterday, so yeah, I'm very confident for today.
Now G2 broke MKOI, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Could be.
Maybe.
Could be. What would be your predictions then? How much are they going to win by?
I think since it's finals and we all know how BB and Caps perform during finals, I would say 3-2 for KC.
Okay, I like it. Here we also see the board of the fan predictions. Everybody who came in, they put their sticker on. And yeah, that could just mean that there are more G2 fans in attendance, of course, right?
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
Or
because
these
there's even a traitor. There's a G2 stamp on the KC side. So this guy already jumped ship. He got converted. And I'm sure many more fans are going to get converted after we see a couple of games from KC.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Niski. Anything else you want to say?
No, thank you very much and have fun today.
Yeah, you too. Have fun on the
Thank
co-stream. I hope
you.
it's a banger. And we're going to take a quick break and take a look as we go take a look at how we can get to know Broken Blade a bit better.
So my first time in a pro team was actually in Mysterious Monkeys, which also played in the LEC at some point. It was in the amateur scene. I played with teammates like Abadage, and we were playing in the German league. It was very fun. I remember I had school still, so I had only a little time to scrim, so I had to scrim in the evening. So that was very, like, having to play, having like a schedule where you need to play was, for me, it was really fun. And also, back in the day, you could only really play with like another guy if you wanted to play ranked. So playing with 5 people at the same time and like communicating how you want to win the game, it was really, really fun for me when I started, especially coming from being a one-trick. I was a one-trick, Riven one-trick. So I had to really learn how to play as a team. So that was really fun for me. My first main, I had 3 actually. I was playing mid lane back then. There was Fizz, Lux and Anivia I was playing. My first main in high elo was Katarina and Riven, so I was maining both in Season 4. I think it was when I started playing a qualifier match in Turkey. It was in Victorious Ace. The team was called, and then we qualified the team to TCL. And that's when I noticed like this stuff is really, really nice. You know, it's really fun. So that's when I really wanted to become a pro player. My first LAN event was in Gamescom, which we lost, unfortunately. It was with Mysterious Monkeys as well. It was sad that we lost, for sure. It was also with Abu Dhabi. That was a sad memory. But it was the first step to nicer LAN events, let's say. My first LEC game was in Schalke. I don't remember what I played, to be honest. I remember the first LEC game I played in G2. This is Corki top lane. And the first official one, obviously Darius against G2.
And now Wonder trying to get over the wall, Broken Blade! Pulls him right back in! A pentakill for Broken Blade!
It's my only one I have, so.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a coat, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow, get it together.
Welcome back, everybody, as we found ourselves in the arena as we edge ever closer to G2 versus Carmine Core, which should be an unbelievable best of 5 if you look at the way that they've played against each other recently. But if you talk about G2 in a grand final, you must always begin by listing off their accolades, because there is simply no team in EU that does it better.
Finn, present the paper.
I shall present the royal documents. Yes, let me just say I brought the receipts. Get rid of this. This is the history of G2 esports in LEC, and it starts in 2016. Now I want to give some context to this.
Do you need to give any context to this?
I want to give a little bit of context, Odamne, because I want to really highlight what has happened while G2 was dominating. In 2016, there was the Brexit vote. G2 was dominating for that. In 2019, there was a global pandemic. G2 was dominating for that. And when Messi won the World Cup in Argentina, 2022, G2 was dominating. They have been through so many historical events, but they've always been dominating, and it's absolutely bizarre.
So good. Can I count them? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
I feel like you could have stopped at any
TVs.
point.
That's insane. I was thinking about this last night, but I don't think there's any other squad anywhere else in any other region domestically that has the pedigree that G2 has.
No, I think regionally G2 is the most dominating team in the world right now. Even T1, who is the most dominating, they haven't really been that as strong domestically.
No, it's very true. Of course, we've given them a bit of leeway because of their world's dominance, but when it comes to domestic, you're right, the G2 have been a step above. And while I normally look at it in terms of rosters, I do like that you said historic events to kind of showcase their dominance. But since they picked up Caps in 2019, I think an excellent move. Everyone here can agree, probably the greatest single pickup in like European esports history. They've kept that dominance going. But the thing that makes it so impressive for me is, while sometimes it has just been the Cap show, they've consistently elevated the people around him to make sure that they always have a 5-man lineup that is just a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely.
They just destroyed the hopes and dreams of so many players, because when you look at through all of this, we had so many pro players trying to win that title over the span of 10 years, but it just never happened for so many of them. They've just been the demon in everyone's wardrobe for such a long time.
It's so true. There's only a very, very few that are able to beat G2 in a grand final. KC was one of them in winter last year.
Right here.
Shout out to my boy Odawamne.
I was the first one to stop Caps' finals run,
Yes.
you know, but...
You want to, yes? More?
No, that's all I had. It was only one time.
No, I mean, so that everyone knows, it was in Malmö, it was great, like it's 3-0, it was lovely, it was the best moment of his life.
This is Odawamne's favorite day of show ever. We've randomly brought up his finals win. That one guy said, I'm here just for Odawamne.
I mean, there might be a day in the future that's a better day, but whatever. But these two, KC and G2, they did play a grand final a while ago in Barcelona for the final of LEC Versus, and it was just epic, so we wanted to take a look at it again.
Skumon comes in for the gank. Aqua Prism, magical journey forward. Khalid still no flash, tries to dash away. But the Darking Blade finds his first victim. And a giant spell. BB needs to get out of here, but no flash on him. Kana has the public execution for the chase, doesn't need it. Kana just autos him to death.
I bolt. Looks winning. That's the trick. I bolt for you. You will never die. I need heal though. I'll move to you now, next. Better. Nice, guys.
We're building up 1,000 cuts with the Realm Warp in. Broken Blade needs to get out. Has Skumon. Last breath perhaps for Yahoo. No flash on the wind wall.
Nice and strong behind us. W. Get the wave. Top, no? Kill a gunman, go top. Guys, just come in. Wave. We can tank. Keep tanking.
Well, he just hit 6. Skumon with those 2 early kills and the assist has his ultimate quicker than usual. And with Hans waiting in the alcove, KC are pounced on. G2 find their prey, and Bucio will not live.
Rel no flash. No flash. Rel no flash. Kill Rel.
He's stuck. Yeah. Go Nash after, no?
Yeah, we can. Look Silas. I'm holding Silas. Where me the wave. Don't back it. Where me the wave. Nice.
Oh, Quadra.
They won the first 2, and why not? It's our time to. We are winning these 2, okay?
Yeah, and whoever wins game 4 wins game 5. So
so it's that simple.
It's just this game, guys.
Nano flash.
Look at us.
Yeah. I was Nano.
Let me this.
Let's go!
I like it!
Hey, poke up.
Hey, Blessy.
Okay, play this comfort zone. We know it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's go, boys. We love everyone.
Oh, she's done. Just survive.
Please.
Nice. Just base now. Base pass. Doesn't look bad. Look in with BB, okay? We go in. Hit Nexus. Hit the Nexus. Hit it. Lalek. Nice.
Oh, what a treat. It was unbelievable watching it there live in Barcelona, and I have no doubts that it's going to be crazy here again, because you can ask the player sometimes. I even did. I believe I asked Caps or Broken Blade at some point, you play so many games here, isn't it always the same? And it's like, no, because when these games happen, the spring finals, the championships, it's a whole different ball game.
And you know for who it's a different ball game? For KC, because we brought up all of these accolades for G2, but we need to remember, KC is a young org and already making finals to play against the Kings. You you lose that one. But in 2025 winter, they won that one. That was only their second year in the LEC. They put all their hopes on Kalis. They put all their faith into him. He delivered. And now, 2026, they lost the previous finals. And it sucked, to be honest. But now, already being in back-to-back finals, this is already, regardless of the result, shaping up to be a very promising future for this organization.
Oh yes, the journey that KC has gone through already is impressing us. But for a little bit more insight into the KC camp, here's Laure standing by with our founder.
Thank you so much, Shox, Kameto. Merci beaucoup. Big
Merci.
day for you. How do you feel?
Yeah, big day again. Another final. I hope this day we're gonna make it, not game 5.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
yeah.
you know,
No,
can make it interesting.
I wish for a quick 3-0, but
okay.
if it's game 5, this time we make it.
Tell me about yesterday, the making MSI. I know that is something that you guys have been dreaming for, but the road doesn't stop here. You still have to be focused for today.
Yeah,
but
that's
first,
what I said to the players. Like MSI is good for sure. It's
Yeah.
our first appearance up there, but it's not the end. We still have a game to play, and I want to have a second trophy to lift.
Oh, and of course, I feel like it always makes it extra special when you guys play against G2, because when I think of KC, this structure, the whole atmosphere around this was you guys want to win, you guys want to take down G2. So how special is it to have a chance to take them down again, especially given the way things went last week?
I mean, recently they've been kicking our ass. Not gonna lie, but the team feels really confident. I feel something different with the whole squad. The staff worked a lot, the player worked a lot. So yeah, it's special because when we arrived in the LEC, the goal was to be first, not to be just close to G2 or even with them. I want to beat them and I want to like be a powerhouse for the future in the LEC.
What do you think is going to be the most interesting lane or matchup to follow against them today?
In the jungle for sure,
Uh-huh.
because Skirmond has been a demon against us. We call him the devil in my chat.
The devil? Oh my God. Yeah.
Le diable en français. But yeah, I think the jungle is going to be interesting. The bot lane for sure with
Yeah.
the 2 French AD carries. And the mid lane, of course, because Yahoo has been stepping up this whole playoffs, and he plays against the GOAT of Europe Cup, so it's gonna be tough.
And it came super close in versus 5 games, small details, so obviously you want to take that revenge today. I want you to have the last thoughts on camera. You always have inspirational thoughts for your fans, so the floor is yours, Kameto, if you want to say anything to the blue wall watching us.
Okay. It's
There you go. Oh, actually, do you want to
they
stand
are the
up?
other side. Okay.
Hey, okay, let's look at them.
Okay.
Your CEO, ladies
Salut
and
les
gentlemen.
gars, salut les gars. I will keep it in English for sure. I hope we win today. Thank you for joining us in this journey since the beginning. You're still with us and we will go far, either today or at MSI. Thanks, guys. Let's go.
Always fun to hear from Kameto saying, yeah, there's really feels like there's been a change in the group. And I feel like we all kind of feel it in the way that KC has played, the way they have had to, of course, change members coming into this year, how they looked for upgrades, and how, for my accounts, they have really paid off.
They certainly have. I think the addition of Busio has just been so fantastic when you look at the consistency and the overall level of this team. You highlighted it earlier, right? Casey's first year, really rough. They brought in Kalis, the player they wanted, and it's just continued to evolve, adjusting the roster around him, and especially now what that bottom lane is doing, how dominant they are in those clutch scenarios. I have a lot of faith when it comes to them going toe-to-toe against G2.
Exactly, because something really has changed. Because if you would have asked me this question, can KC win 2 weeks ago after I just saw them get clobbered down by G2, I would say no shot. But really, it feels like they took those lessons to heart, because the KC that we have seen after that loss against G2 has been nothing but amazing.
It has been, but of course, when we talk about G2 and we talk about a grand final, there is one person we always have to talk about, a name that is always on everyone's lips when you think about G2 esports.
The greatest to ever do it. A European legend. LeBron James!
Let's focus on don't throw the game. I'm gonna lose it again. Oh, no!
Shout out to LeBron. That was beautifully played.
I'm so tilted.
It's the LeBron solo kill, by the way.
Lamar Alistar when he had to deliver his roll. Like, don't give me to speak, man. He was going crazy this game.
LeBron James, you gotta talk about him. You can't stop talking about him because it's just so impressive.
I mean, he's so good right now. I don't know what he's been eating these last few months, but the ascendance of LeBron to be the best sport in Europe has been crazy. And it really speaks to the kind of atmosphere we're in when you're in G2. Like, you're expected to play in a certain level, and I feel like LeBron has went far above and beyond of that.
It is true, because at the beginning, I really didn't think that he could reach this level, but I feel like time and time again in recent history, he's just showing that he's so damn clutch. The way he communicates, the way he sets up plays and coordinates with absolutely everyone on the team is just a sight to behold, because I have not seen this level of support that could coordinate with someone else on his team since Mitty back a decade ago.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, the thing is, he was given time by G2. Do you remember what happened when Skewmond was in the roster first addressed, when it was Lebrov? Everybody was whinging. Nobody was giving them time, but G2 said, give them time. We're going to make it work. We see the quality, and look at this. Look at first stand. Look at the championship.
Look,
okay. Look at all the haters. Look at all the haters.
And I think Odo and I are aligned in this. We apologize to LeBron.
I'm sorry.
We never posted anything toxic, but we were among the doubters, right?
We
were among the non-believers, and the evidence was there to support that. But the fact that G2 saw more behind the scenes, continued, committing to this guy, investing in him, believing in him, and he's hit a level that we never knew was possible for him as a player, because we saw the potential on Rel back in the day, on Thresh when he first joined the league, but it never felt like it was enough. But obviously, G2 knew better.
Both of you acted like you wanted to say something.
No, I really wanted to bring their attention to your friend, because you're really excited to talk about. Think about Labrov in his first finals when he played Thresh and he choked, and the player he is right now. He's just insane.
I mean, the thing that's really cool about Labrov is the fact that he was always so high in solo.
I feel bad.
What's going on? Like, LeBron was always like rank 1 in solo queue. His name was School Phobia because he didn't want to go to school. And he wanted to just sit there and play League of Legends. And I think the fact that G2 recognizes that he put so much emphasis on solo queue and individual performance is why they gave him such much trust.
It's so impressive. It's the journey that makes it impressive what he's able to do now. Same goes for the whole bot lane of G2. And Lore was able to catch up with Hansama earlier.
Hans, thank you for joining me. Standing at the top, once again, waiting for your opponent. Same story as in Winter, actually, which is something that we've discussed. But watching Casey yesterday, that was a really one-sided series. Now, I know that MKOI didn't play that well, but Casey did so good. What marked you the most from their games?
Oh, actually, I didn't really watch the games that much.
So you're just chilling, actually.
I think we were screaming. I think.
Yeah.
I just watched a little bit, not all the games. So mostly the ends. Not as much the early games, but yeah, as I saw from the previous series, like I'm taking a few glances, you know, like from the series that they have against GX and stuff. And yeah, I think they are doing pretty well as a team. Looks like they are very well coordinated.
Okay.
So it's gonna be an interesting match today, I think.
I mean, you have 9 titles under your belt already, and I feel like sometimes people say that the more you win, the harder it gets because it comes with expectations. Is that something that you feel as well?
I mean, yeah, for sure. We've been to a lot of finals. I think this finals is like, I mean, it's gonna be really important. Like I always feel the same when I go to every finals. It's like I have to do my best. Basically, I don't really. I mean, it's like a feeling that never changes. Like very, very, very hype from all the ceremony before and stuff. And I just like go into a mindset where I just have to do my best and never give up. You know, even if the game is like bad. Embrace the chaos if the game is chaotic because it always happens, and it might become a banger series, but I think I always look for that mentality going to finals and just in the end win it.
All right, final thoughts on the bot lane, because that is one matchup that we're going to highlight, you and Lebrov versus Calist and Vuzio. I know that Calist looks up to you so much as one of the best AD carry we have in Europe and one of the best we had for years now. What is special when playing against Calist? What sets him apart, do you think, from the other AD carries?
I think Calist for sure plays the game in a smart way. He has also really good mechanics, and playing against him, it's always nice. Every time I play against him, I end up getting stronger, you know, after that, for sure. And Kalis is one of the opponents that for sure brings me a lot of, you know, would say challenge, excitement. You know, I'm really looking forward to play against him every time. So it's very nice. Hope to bring a good League of Legends against him, and for sure he thinks the same. So you know, it's gonna be a great match. Looking forward who wins.
All right. What makes you better than him, though?
What makes me better than him? What a question. Well, I think there's a chance I can I'll do better. I'll look to do better in lane phase than him.
Okay.
You know, we'll see. You know, but it starts from there all the time, like from 0 minute to have a good plan to play well in the bot lane and translate that lead into the mid game. Have good mechanics. Looking to play better than him today. So so yeah.
Get him in the laning phase. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Best of luck on the Rift today.
Super insightful from Hans, but you know that he's just so modest when it comes to this interview. But behind the scenes, when I was playing with him, he has this thing where he respects everyone. But behind, I would ask him, "Hey Hans, how do you prepare for a game?" And he's like, "I visualize." And I'm like, "Okay, what do you visualize?" And he says, "I visualize how I'm murdering them under the tower." Oh. And it's such a funny thing because he said he didn't watch the game. He doesn't need to watch the game because all he does is he plays it in his head. He sees himself with so much confidence, pushing and absolutely brutalizing everyone on the Rift.
He said, oh, what do they say? You know, quiet, deep. Do you know what I mean? When someone's quiet, like, but underneath
it's like they're like the biggest threat.
Fear
It's like fear the wrath of a quiet man.
Beware the fear of a patient man.
Yeah.
But I love that because it was the same when I played with him. And I talked to him about this just like a year ago, and he said now he's teaching Labrov how to do it as well.
Yeah.
Like it tells
That's the glow up.
So together, I used to imagine them sitting there in their PCs, you know, like visualizing them destroying bot lane 2v2. And maybe that's why
we're
they're so
glazing
good.
them non-stop, but I do want to open the question to, of course, the Buzio Kalist question, right? Which is really or who is, I should say, is the better bot lane today? We're also going to have the people in chat vote, so you can chat and type and whatever here as well. If you get your phone out, what do we think?
I think the glow up for G2, while Labrov has certainly been the bigger half of kind of the glow up, I think Hans is playing incredibly. And for me, G2 are leading the way right now, because if we go back 1 or 2 years ago, international competitions, I called Hans a passenger princess on more than one occasion. I felt like if the team was winning, he was doing his job. But now it really feels like he's taken that carry role onto his shoulders. He's brought it onto Labrov as well, where 2v2 dominance, kind of like we saw when he played with you guys, is again at the forefront, combined with that skill level.
And listen, what I'm scared for yesterday when I saw KC's bot lane was the fact that they were getting behind in the bot lane in the early game. Sure, they were versatile in mid game, they were picking up and they were doing their role incredibly well, but at the same time, you're not playing against Supa and Alvaro. You're playing against someone who is even better than that. You have Hans Sama and Labrov. Labrov on a glow up on his redemption arc to become the GOAT supporter on his way to pay for that, and it's gonna be quite rough for KC.
I mean, honestly, I'm quite worried for KC. Last time KC played G2, they were behind 4K gold on average every single game. Hans and Labrov being in this shape, and also that what we saw yesterday, G2 is a team that knows how to snowball when their bot lane is winning. I don't feel like MKOI was able to translate the super gold lead into a game win, but if Hansama is 2K gold ahead at 15 minutes, I'm damn scared if I'm KC.
For the crowd vote, apparently KC's bot lane won, like right at the end.
Oh, that's a comeback.
That's good strategy from the KC fans. Bam, instantly. Don't
hit
give
them with
a
a false hope. 70%.
Simultaneous blast. Everyone type KC. Sync it up. And look, I will say that I think that this will probably be a different series than the last time we saw these two teams go toe-to-toe. And yesterday, you can look at that as a bad indicator towards KC's bottom lane. I think it's a good one because
I think so too.
They got kind of screwed over a little bit in draft. They were always on the back foot. They were never the center of attention when it came to picks. And despite that, they were never the problem. KC always managed to come out on top. So that versatility is going to be big coming into today.
Well, let's look ahead at the jungle as well, because someone who was on his best behavior was your boy Yike yesterday.
Yeah.
Incredible series.
I will say that yesterday was the National Day of Sweden, so maybe that is why Yike performed so well. Yeah, 6th of June. So there's not the same case today. Of course, I'm still very hopeful because yesterday it was really free faker topside by KC. I think Yike, together with his solid laners, just absolutely snowballed the game. And you know how clutch Yike can be. You know he has his little pocket picks. You know how he wants to play the game. He wants to play aggressive, be in the enemy jungle, and if the laners allow that, he will do it.
But do you trust in Yike now when it comes to the most important games, the grand finals, the elimination games?
I'm going to be honest, I'm nervous because I feel like it was a really uncharacteristic underperformance the last time we saw these two teams go toe-to-toe this playoffs. It really wasn't that long ago. So while the overall team looks good, Yike, for me, I'm waiting to see the intangibles. I need to see that consistency of performance. If he shows up and smashes game 1, I believe. I'm willing to get on the ship. I'm willing to be KC all the way. But until I see that, the little improvements, what we saw yesterday, it's just not enough to sell me.
I mean, let's talk about that, because we talked a lot about Skewmon and Labrov, the man they call Devil in KC. So I want to actually break down and show why Skewmon and Labrov is just so good. Because it feels like every single time G2 plays KC, Skewmon just has Yike's number every single time. And I want to kind of break down one thing that Skewmon and Labrov does so well, and it's the vision. It's the deep pink wards. So I have this clip here. Last time G2 played KC, we see Skewmon going for a gank here, looking to attack Kalist and Busio in the bot lane. And G2's bot lane does a really good job. They flash aggressively, know that Busio has no flash. Okay, quick and easy kill. Amazing. This is just a kill. A kill does not win you the game. But let's see what they do with this. Look at this pink ward. This pink ward is single-handedly gonna win G2 the entire game, almost. At least the early game. So what's gonna happen? Skewmon is gonna base. He's gonna open and do his topside camps, and meanwhile Yike, he's down here clearing his little camps. And you see Skewmon, he's on these camps here, and then usually what would happen is he would path down here, maybe clear a little bit of vision here, and maybe look for a dragon. That is what usually happens. But look how he adapts the moment Yike is spotted on this pink ward once again, that Busio, and he plays down. He now goes into enemy jungle and realize that, okay, Wukong is there, I can just go in and take his camp here, and just completely explode a goal lead. But that's not the cherry on top. Look at this pink ward. Once again, when he invades, he goes in and puts a deep ward. Now, the last deep ward just gave him 2 extra camps and some tempo, but what will now happen when Yike shows on this pink ward that he put down for himself, not Labrov this time? Well, I want to show you guys what happens bot lane when you realize that your jungler is topside and their jungler could be bot any single moment. Kalist and Busio is trying to play super safe on their tower here because they don't know where Skewmon is. You see, this is what they see. They have one little ward here. Meanwhile, Skewmon, he's the fog of war. He's just doing the dragon. Meanwhile, while he's doing dragon, Labrov and Hansama plays like absolute psychos and just dashes in, plays super volatile because they know an even health trade is good for them. Why? Why is an even health trade good? Because if Skewmon is behind ready to dive this, and both bot laners are super low like they are now, that just means that it's an easy kill for Skewmon. So usually Skewmon would just walk through here, use his little E over the wall and just pressure them off the tower. But he knows that they're gonna back off, so he just does his camps. He is just chilling in fog of war. Meanwhile, the fact that they had this pink ward here, has now netted G2 a dragon, 2 plates or 1 to 2 plates on bot, making KC drop 2 waves, and giving Skewmon a 4 camp goal lead, all on the back of 2 little pink wards. And it really highlights the fact that in the beginning, Skewmon and Labrov was like the anchor for G2. They were kind of the ones dragging them down, but they really become the sails that kind of the winds of victory flow through, and now are the ones like carrying them to the victory.
Wow, you said that so poetically. That's
so
absolutely
poetically.
Beautiful, yeah. And it will be left to be seen, rather, who will come out on top today. These are the gold graphs, just to show how it went last time when G2 played KC, right? Nothing to write home about.
Finn broke it down perfectly, because this was the story of all 4 games. It felt like Skewmon had Yike's number. Everywhere Yike was going, they had information for them. It was so damn easy for them to play around it. And if KC doesn't make these sort of adaptation to deny that sort of vision and show something else today, we might have the same story.
And this is where the big question comes in for me for KC. They will have had to change something. Yesterday, they were up versus Movistar Koi. Now, Movistar Koi wasn't playing their best games. Still, they should be a formidable opponent. And KC said so much about their strategies, about their tactics. And I have to say, Their team fighting looked absolutely impeccable.
I mean, KC's team fighting is one of the most beautiful things. I think that series against MCOY really highlighted their creativity and understanding of what needs to be done to win the fights. We have this clip from yesterday in the bot lane where MCOY kind of has an Anivia against a Casio. And usually when you play Casio against Anivia, it's super hard to go from the front. Why? Because there's a wall, there's a glacial storm, and you can't really go anywhere to kind of attack the enemy front line.
Well,
but as we see, the tactics from KC actually means that they're gonna put the Casio on a flank usually, and they just want to kind of create a diversion in the fight. Look, the Casio is coming from behind. This is a squishy mage going from a different angle. It's a very risky play, but it's a great adaptation that needed to be made.
Everything screamed front to back in those games, but that just showcases KC's creativity. That was the one big thing that I saw, and I was extremely impressed from KC. The fact that they were thinking outside of the box, the fact that they were finding these creative angles, these creative solutions, all the problems that MCOY was trying to put on them, and all that was a huge step up from.
It was, but the early games.
I mean,
I don't know.
The early games was really scary, but then they played against Na'Vi. They beat them in an early game. We were like, okay, it's just Na'Vi. Now it's Koi, and we say, okay, Koi didn't look good. But going up against G2, they've won almost all the early games.
My point is that KC's early games were bad even versus Koi yesterday.
I mean, the bot lane was struggling,
The bot lane.
but I think the solo laners of G2 are the ones that really stepped up. We saw Yehu on the flanks. We saw Kana getting inhumane goal leads against Mirwin yesterday. And that is really why KC looks so scared today. They had 3 fakers topside yesterday. And I feel like going in today, I think G2 solo laners kind of have to be a bit cautious.
I would say so as well, because Kana, oof. My man, I felt like that was the most dominant performance from a top laner that I have seen in my entire life. I have not seen a man demolish a best of 5 this hard ever. I felt like that 5.6k goal lead, that's on average. That's not one game, that's not 2 games. It's over the whole series. He was on average 5.6k gold out. That's 2 items, that's 3 items. That's just inhumane levels of domination. And if they really want to show up today against G2, that's him, because I have not seen him. I had doubted him for the last 2 or 3 weeks. I felt like he lost his glow. I felt like he lost his flair, but he brought it back when he needed.
He's up versus Broken Blade today, and Finn, we've been so enthralled by his champion picks, right? 12 different ones in 12 games?
Yes, BB has played 12 different champions in a row. But not just that, in playoffs.
Whoa.
This is unheard of. He is cooking in the top lane. He's playing all different kind of champions, and that really speaks to the core identity of Broken Blade. His creativity and willing to pick champions that make sense for the game is one of his many, many strengths.
And that was what I would say his main strength. Every time you think about G2 with success is off the back of him reinventing the meta, going away from what is meta, from what is good, throwing a curveball at everyone he faces and being like, okay, now you're in my comfort zone. You're in this sort of chaos situation where you don't really know what I will bring out, because you cannot be prepared for that.
Definitely. So we are a few minutes away from the opening ceremony and from seeing the players themselves. So maybe let's take a look a little bit also at a lane that we haven't talked about.
Okay.
And I was trying to remember, because I was wondering, why do we never talk about it? It's Caps versus Yehu.
Of course.
How can you forget him?
I mean, how can we forget about Caps? I mean, it is Caps. He is the final boss. You go onto stage, you see Caps sit down at his PC, and you see a giant red health bar start forming over his head. And boss music starts playing, because just look at that.
Ooh.
This man runs our region.
You can't... I'm just speechless. I feel like there's just no amount of words anyone can say to do justice to the amount of accolades and success that Caps brings to a team. Because I felt like the story of the LEC, ever since he joined the league, ever since he joined Fnatic, has always been about him. But if there's one man who can do it, is Yehu, because he is just so damn weird. He's so funny. He's just such a wild card for KC, and I feel like he's finally getting to this glow-up level that you expect from him, because the way he was playing yesterday, the way he was finding these flanks and creative and taking so much space and pressure was just incredible.
I mean, it really was, because the fact of the matter was, yesterday we said we're really scared about for Yehu, because he was going up against Georgipion, who had a fantastic spring split. He did not make Georgipion look scary at all. He looked like Georgipion was domesticated in the way he played against him in the mid lane. And I feel like that's a great sign for KC coming into today's series, because you need to shut down Caps. If you let Caps play his game in an LEC final, you're going to have a bad time.
Absolutely. So I just heard that we do have a bit of a delay getting to the opening ceremony.
Moriap.
Wouldn't be LEC without it. I'm also going to try and get a microphone so we can talk to some of the fans. What else do you guys want to talk about that we haven't talked about or that we didn't have enough time to talk about? I'm thinking, for instance, about the top lane. I feel like you could talk about that forever, knowing that you both are top laners.
Yes. So what I'm really curious about today is just the blind pick situation. Because yesterday, Miriam blind picked Sion and Ornn and kind of gave Kana free reign in the top lane. Now, I don't think Broken Mid is going to do that, as highlighted by his champion pick. So I really want to see what happens, because sometimes I feel like Casey has a tendency to just put Kana on tanks. And I really don't want to see that happening today.
It's like an Alvaro Enchanter situation.
Almost. Like, it's almost the same thing, where I really just want to see scrappy top lane and intensive mechanical battles.
I really don't think it's going to be about the tanks and all of that stuff. I feel like both of them right now are finally getting to the point where I think they're peaking in the sense where Broken Blade finally found himself again. He's bringing out all of these champions, Kana back to lane dominance. So now it's going to be this incredible clash of styles between who can neutralize who.
I mean, it definitely is a clash of styles. It's like the brain versus the brawn. Kana's pure lane dominance versus BB's creativity.
But when you look at the best of 5 that they did play versus Movistar Korea, is there not a little birdie in the back of your head? Because now it's all like, well, of course they won, and they had that amazing last engage with Lebrov calling, but they were so close to losing that series in the first place. Did that not give you a bit of stress?
I mean,
I'm not stressed at all. I'm not stressed at all, because I think KC will take it.
Oh?
Because I value very much so when you get stomped in playoffs by someone and you face them again in the finals, because that's how I won. G2 beat the living life out of me. I felt like I was the most depressed human on the planet, because that's how hard they beat us, and that's how hard they beat KC as well. But KC, the way they have been coming back and the things they have shown us ever since they lost to G2 is making me extremely hopeful, and I have no doubt that KC will win.
So you would say that you're a KC fan?
I would say I'm the biggest KC fan, because my prediction today was 3-0 for KC.
Whoa!
Okay, all those delusions going a little bit too far.
I lived it, Finn. I lived
all
it.
All those delusions is going a little bit too far.
I 3-0 G2 when they beat the life out of me. I have seen that happen, and I lived it, and there is no doubt in my mind that it will happen today.
I think for sure G2 is winning today. I think last time G2 played KC, 4K goal lead on average. KC's bot lane looked like a little bit shaky yesterday in the laning phase, and you're going up against Hassam and Lebrov, you can't have any kind of shakiness.
Someone's calling me out. I'm sorry, I had to predict KC 3-2. I think they're gonna do it.
But you're delusional.
What am I then?
You're turbo delusional.
You're completely, I don't know. No words for that.
Yeah, but as long as there's delusion. Got
She
him.
said the thing.
Got
the
him. That's so funny. We also have the people here in chat voting. And it just went away. Every time I want to read
It was a
graphic,
KC win, of course. The fans are with me.
So what's going on today? The bot lane vote went in favor of KC. This vote is going in favor of
bias.
KC.
They haven't
Two
seen
people
G2
on the
play.
desk are going in favor of KC.
People love a Cinderella story, you know? Who doesn't love a good comeback story? That's just a rookie.
I don't know. I will believe it when I see it. I think putting G2 at 25% is just disrespectful, to be honest.
Listen,
after everything they've shown this split.
People are bored. They have seen G2 win way too many times, and there's nothing more fun than seeing G2 lose and cry. Especially Roman after he plays up like that every day.
Yeah, I mean, every time. I love that Roman still does it, and he does it every time. But when
I
they
do wonder when he
lose
gets
a
bored.
final, there's all these threads about like, you think he's showering now and like washing off.
No,
all
he
the
owns up to
shame.
it. He owns up to it. I see him next day still wearing it most
He's
of the
still
time.
wearing it?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you see him the next day? I don't know. What's...
I mean, we're just friends like that.
Okay, like that.
That's
Good
me and him are
Yeah.
tight like
All
that.
right,
I'm the one that's painting him.
Oh,
No, I'm
Lord.
Let's bring it a little bit more in focus again, because for KC, obviously they've only have won that one title here in Europe, but what they did with that title immediately is head over to First Stand and give an amazing performance, right? And I think single-handedly lifting up the hopes of a region for 2025. And I think that was a great starting point. And they got so hungry, rightfully so. And I think that's why they will have been so immensely disappointed that they couldn't even go to Worlds, that they couldn't even show what they were made of.
I mean, that's kind of what we're excited about, right? The fact that KC is so unproven on in an international setting with this roster. We saw what they could do with Yike and Kalist at that First Stand, but it's really exciting to see because the development you have as a team when you go to international. You get stomped by BLG, T1 in scrims.
Fun!
It's fun for 1 week and then you're kind of sad, but you learn so much. You learn so much playing against the best teams in the world, and I feel like it would be so healthy for KC to gain that experience.
Exactly, because it was the one time, it was the first time where we saw KC at internationals, and we saw that it was already something different. We didn't really have the expectations that they were going to make finals, but now the question that I want to ask is, MSI is here. It's the same. They get more experience, and we already know how internationals can shape up a team to be so much more different. So regardless, whatever happens today, both of these teams at internationals is going to be super hyped.
Sorry, producers talking to me about stuff. You guys talk.
Okay, Miss is important over here.
Okay.
Let's talk about top lane. I honestly think the fact that Kana is the top laner we're sending to MSI is very exciting.
Really?
Because I feel like usually when we go to MSI, we're a little bit worried about laning phase. And I don't feel like we're going to have that with Kana in the same way. I feel like Kana is kind of the guy that if the meta becomes this TF, Jace, Gnar kind of style that it usually develops to in internationals, I feel like it's honestly something that favors KC.
I would say so as well, but at the same time, I'm also concerned because last times I feel like when he went to internationals, he wasn't really doing that well.
It was only that first then, right? That was a long time ago, though. You're forgetful. I'm optimistic for Kana at least, and all of KC.
An update. We are experiencing client issues on stage, and referees are currently working to repair the issue. That's not good.
Sorry, I just saw Roman dressed up in purple, and I just couldn't take it. He's over there on stage.
I think I also heard them do like the high fives, so maybe.
It's aura farming right
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we can sit down, production, maybe a little more chill. I don't know. At some point, who knows? Romain, come over here.
Romain,
come over here. Come over here.
Oh, there we go.
Soulja Boy's coming over.
I mean, I guess we did ruin his grand reveal because usually he keeps this for last.
Hello.
Wow. Okay, come in the middle. Get some more space. Wow.
Perfect. So really sorry, we had a little account issue, so now I'm just here to
Who
waffle.
forgot his password?
It's not a password issue, it was some random click pinging at the same time. Unplayable, so we...
I thought Hans forgot
Thanks
his
to all the
password
referee
again.
backstage, they
Yeah,
did
but we
an
don't care.
amazing job.
We don't care. What's the inspo?
What's the inspo? It's a K-pop demon hunter.
Oh, I thought you were just a
See?
witch.
Because we're going to
Nice.
Korea, and the theme is Pandemonium.
Oh, of course.
So Korean demons like this.
Looks amazing. How long did it take this time?
6 hours.
That's not that long.
Well,
that's okay.
What
That's
do you
okay.
do in those 6 hours? How do you spend that time? Because you can't do much, I imagine.
We started by rewatching K-pop Demon Hunter, then we had an entire Chinese best of 5, and then we were transitioning into the Korean one, or the other way around, I don't know. I just watched a lot of
So
League
did
of
you watch
Legends.
all of the KT down one reverse sweep?
Yeah, no, so I only saw the beginning, and I was like, oh, this game is so dumb. And then we started with our day, I was like, the game is still going, the game is still going. Then I saw Lord going crazy on Twitter, and
Okay.
yeah.
Hansama also said they didn't really watch yesterday. That's weird, no?
That's quite cocky.
Yeah, he said, oh, we didn't watch KCM.
Yeah, because we were screaming.
But like,
The first part.
but wouldn't
Second
you...
part, I think he was lying. He
Okay, he was
may
lying.
have been watching.
Okay,
I watched
okay.
it. I think I don't know if one of them played really well and the other one bad or both.
I'm just telling you, KC's gonna clap you today.
Yeah,
That's
I've heard you on broadcast, by the way. So you're a KC boy now.
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. You're gonna be so
Blue
sad
suit
today.
and everything.
Nah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I need to dress the occasion, you know?
If we lose, I hug you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I take that. You know, for a KC 3-0, you can hug me any day.
Can I mic drop that? No, I can.
Yeah.
I can.
Do you have any more updates? Otherwise, we'll let you go.
So BB needs to make sure all his settings are good. I can try to. Let me walk there. That's the
you didn't
beauty of
just
this
interview BB
studio.
at
It's
this point.
right next door, right? He looks really focused right now. He cannot hear me, so I can talk a lot of bad stuff actually. So he's in the pit playing Yasuo, bouncing from ward to ward. Habibi, how ready are we looking right now?
Almost ready.
How much longer do you need me to talk shit?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. That's pretty easy. So, for 3 minutes, we can remind everyone the security stuff, so you're not allowed to go on stage. Actually, if I raise my hands like that, you have to start clapping, and then if I do, no, we can try. Oh no, we can do a really old one, which was on the left, you're gonna say league.
Of.
Here, you're gonna say off. And then all together, we're gonna scream real loud, Draven. That's pretty easy, right? So we go.
Draven!
Yes, that was cool. Which does not mean G2 is gonna play Draven, by the way. I see you coming. That is not a promise that Hans Mama is going to play. How's Bibi doing?
Is that TSM on his back? Or does
he looks so focused right now. I hope it's going to be okay. If we lose, by the way, that's the excuse. I'm blaming the account, I'm blaming Riot, I'm blaming everything there.
Okay, cool. Thank you,
If we
Roma. No, it's, yeah.
No, we just need to cut your mic. That's
You
what.
can put Can you put it on the table?
I'm here to protect my players. This is my main duty. So right now he needs time, and I'm scared if I give you the Mac bike, you're gonna cut the show
We're
and
not.
ask him
Please
to leave
put
the stage.
Sir, please put the mic on the
Put
table.
the mic down. Thank you, Roman.
Thank you
for the
Roman.
update.
That was awesome. Also, if anyone's wondering, I cannot actually sit in what I'm wearing, so I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just like this.
I can't wait for Casey's mascot to do the same thing now.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, have you seen it? Like, what is he dressed as? Like, bye, baby.
He did it.
Oh my god, 3 minutes. He did that fast. That was 3 fast
That was
minutes.
fast. Usually when you have tech issues, it takes a lot longer
It's
for you
3
to get
minutes
comfortable.
from now.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's fine.
Come on, let's get the energy up.
Oh, then
so
what
we
can you
heard
do in 3
from
minutes? Tell me.
I mean, I can tell you how I was warming up on stage.
Okay, you can do that. That's kind of boring, but sure.
I was just playing Maokai.
Oh, you were doing the zero lasted challenge on Maokai? Or no items, no spells, lasted challenge on Maokai?
I mean, yeah.
When I would enter my previous teams, my coach made me go, for every minute I was late to the office, I had to do one perfect wave of CSing with Maokai, no items, no spells. Oof. That was torture.
But did you still not talk about the matchup?
Want to talk about
We're in the last 2 minutes before our grand final. What the hell are you talking about? Come on.
Finn, give me some stakes. Give me some stakes.
Okay, so obviously, Casey looked absolutely fantastic yesterday. I do think it's going to be a tough matchup for them, though, going in against G2, because just look at the experience of G2. You have Caps and Broken Mid in the solo lanes, and I think especially Scuman and Labrov looking as good as they are, it's going to pose a big challenge for Yike, because honestly, Scuman has been Yike's daddy. Every single time they play, every single time, Scuman consistently finds leads and impacts the map way more.
Okay, cool story, Finn, but Yike is not the same player. Yike is going to come today, and together with Kana, they're going to clap the life out of G2, because I'm still not seeing it. 3-0 for KC. I just really want to see what both of these teams are going to give us today.
Yeah, and I was juked. It's more time, but we have someone standing by with someone that we're finding.
It's Romain.
No, not again, not again.
It is not Romain. It is Wally. We've been looking for him for years, and I finally found him. Hi, how are you doing?
You blew my cover.
I'm sorry.
My point is like in the crowd, like getting found by people.
Well, now you have to move like during the series and just hide somewhere else. Who are you cheering for today?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm here for a very special reason.
Okay.
Because there's obviously two scenarios. There's the 3-2 scenario, woo, and there's the
Stomp scenario.
Yeah, the Stomp scenario.
We don't want that.
The 3-3 scenario is cool, but the 3-0 scenario is also cool. You know why?
Yeah.
Because even someone like me, Waldo, who hides in the shadows and the crowds, can learn from a 3-0 team to be truly invisible.
That was so BM, but yeah, I appreciate it. So who do you think is more likely to get 3-0'd?
Ooh, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I'm with the KC guys over here right now, so...
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest, I think it is really KC. I think it's gonna be close though, but I think 3-2 KC.
3-2 KC, love it. Thank you so much. I'll let you hide again. And I'm actually gonna come back to another KC fan, if you don't mind standing up, because we have the cameras here. Okay, how much do you believe in your team right now?
200%. We're gonna win. 3-0.
Who are we looking at? Who do you think is going to be the difference maker here?
Easy answer, but Kana.
Kana? I mean, he put on a great performance yesterday, so let's see. Merci beaucoup. Sharks, what do we think of this? It's been a lot of weirdness, but yeah, back to you.
It's been a lot. We found Wally and Kana. I think we can pick that up right there, as we still are experiencing client issues on stage. Unfortunately, the referees are currently working to repair the issue. Nothing else going on, right? Like a grand final, who knows? Kana, let's jump on that then. Because Kana, for me, has always been sovereign, has always been extremely good, has often instilled fear in his enemy top laners, but it's just there's these few series of oopsies.
Yeah.
And that's why I get a little nervous sometimes.
Even when I played towards the end of my career, when I was playing Kana, he was maybe one of the only players that I was really, well, I wouldn't say scared, but anxious. It felt like my blood was riling up. I felt like, oh, I really need to put on my best performance because if he catches me on a bad day, he's gonna absolutely stomp me. But then we haven't seen that much from him when it comes to the regular season. At least I felt like there was this dip in performance when it came to his dominance, because when his whole schmuck was the fact that he was just so good in lane. It was always about that, getting that lead and transitioning it later in the game.
It always has been, and I still think he's a fantastic laner. But I kind of want to go back a little bit, because the fact that Casey got Kana was kind of random. Because basically Casey found themselves in summer splits looking for a top laner, and usually there are not that many people available to pick up going into summer splits. Usually that's where you see the Odomnes, the Finns get pulled in for top laner. But they actually had Kana on standby in Korea to just fly in, and they've stuck with him. They realized that they struck gold with Kana randomly in the middle of the split, or the middle of the year, and he's kind of their main carry right now, or has been for many of these years.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Do you think he's helped to bring up the level of top laners in Europe, if we look at it?
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely.
Yeah?
Because he's just such a polarizing figure, the way BB is as well. But he just forces you to rethink pretty much the way you approach top lane. Because all of a sudden, we went through this period in the LEC where everyone was thinking, yeah, I can kind of just pick my tank, I can pick my Renekton, and I can just survive and chill, and I'm going to go even, and I'm going to go to team fights, and it's going to be great. And then Kana rocks up, and he's like, oh, big boy, you wanna pick those champions? Well, I'm going to beat the life out of you for a little bit, and then for the next 6 months or a year, usually what happens when someone comes like that and just beats the life out of you, you're like, oh, maybe I need to fight fire with fire and start redefining this meta where all of a sudden I'm not picking the tanks, I need to start winning lane, because there is one guy, there are two guys, there are three guys that they will punish me. They will beat the life out of me if I don't pick those champions. And he was, for me, that one guy towards the end when I was playing.
Yeah, I mean, it really is that period of time, because there's always the Dark Ages, I'm going to blind Sion, Cassante, Gragas top, until someone just beats you up. And that's where we realize...
You tried that, Finn.
What?
You tried that. You were the Irelia guy.
I was the Irelia guy. That was true. It was permaban against me, though, on my rookie split, because I didn't get to play it. You banned it against me, coward. But what happens after the Gragas, Sion, Cassante, Dark Ages is that someone just starts beating the living hell out of them in lane. And that's where you gotta start blinding the Jaces, the Renekton. Not because you just want to have a good pick for the game, but just because you need to have some fire in the laning phase. But then Kana is kind of the guy that ignited that spark and revolution in the top laner.
But then that's why this matchup today is also super exciting, because on the other side, you don't have someone who is this dominant in lane, because Broken Blade was never really this player who is gonna, he's gonna get 20 CS up, 30 CS up. He's the one who circumvents all of that, and he's just gonna go and pick the funny champion. He's gonna pick something completely off meta,
Warwick?
so that it throws you... Yeah, exactly, the Warwick. We saw the graphic earlier, it was a great graphic where he just plays all of these champions left and right, and he throws you off your comfort zone, because I'm pretty sure that this replay we see Kana establishing this sort of lane dominance. But what BB wants to do is he, again, as I said earlier, will throw him the curveball. Hey, Kana, you're really good at these matchups, but I'm going to bring something that you never played against in your life. Now, I will dare you to do the same to me that you do to everyone else, because all of a sudden, you are not in the comfort zone anymore, I am.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, Kana, you blind picked TF top, and I'm sure you played TF top and not all champions. Have you played against Fizz top? Are you ready for the Fizz matchup? Have you ever played this? That's kind of the Broken Blade thing, because he puts them in a matchup where he has more experience than his opponent.
And it seems like that's the way he's trending, right? We brought up the stat earlier about in the playoff games, he has played 12 different champions in 12 games. I asked him in one of the interviews, are you trying to send a message? He said, maybe that is exactly what he's doing, building up to this grand final, but also to MSI that is just around the corner, to show that people really have to fear him, regardless of the group of champions that he's going to play.
Exactly, and the fact that he can play all of these different champions just shows to me the amount of confidence he has, because as a player, you don't get to have the time to practice all of those champions. You don't get to reach this high level of mastery to pick them out every single time. He is in his comfort zone with just enough practice. He thrives in this chaos, and for me, that just speaks wonders to the level of confidence that BB has.
I just got the note. 1 minute till opening ceremonies. 1 minute. So come on, give me. Let's go. Yeah. Give me your final notes. Give me your final declarations
okay.
for Casey and for G2.
We haven't talked that much about caps. But in the end, he is inevitable. And if KC wants to win, they have to go and shut him down like they did Jojo yesterday.
And I just want to see Yike. I really want to see Yike back up what he said in the interview, where he is better than Skewmont. Skewmont is not the one who is going to rise up to the occasion today. And I do think that KC will go 3-0 today.
3-0 for KC, for Odoamne. 5 games, hopefully, for all of us. It is about that time. KC versus G2 Esports for the Spring Finals 2026.
From Cap, Glizzable HP, whittling him down, flash from the AD carry from France. He's got a triple, he's got a quadra in his eyes, and now Yoya might be last to go. It looked like a Game of Thrones, but it's Caliste who wants to sit on it in Madrid. It's a pentakill!
Now LeBron goes into the unbreakable wheel, the curtain call going to run into the cow. It will do a bit of work, but he turns it into an engage. LeBron helps get the time for Caps, and Skewmont gets the reset. It's winning this time as Cap's going to run it down mid, get the charm again, and a public execution is only going to serve and sever KC. Finding, who will eyeball Mainzer? Look for his first kill.
Berlin! Are you ready for the LEC Finals? 2 months of competition has led to this, the challenger, giving the guillotine to each and every opponent they faced in the lower bracket. Give it up for Carmine Core! In the top lane, Connor! Looking for revenge in the jungle, Yike! He's taken down Jojo. We know who's next. Yahoo! The king of a blue bottom lane, Caliste! A champion of the LCS, looking to be a champion of the West, Busio! Their opponents, demons sowing doubt, and all who seek to challenge them, LEC! It's G2! Top lane, Broken Blade! The devil in the jungle, Skewmont! The best in the West, the OG French ADC, Hans Sommer! The man dunking on the doubters, LeBron James! Give it up for your finalists and coaches, KC and G2! comes down to this. One final best of 5 between the two best teams. But this arena, there can be only one. The LEC Finals starts now!
I hear whispers that speak from in your soul.
Spring split started slow because I think we came off very good from first stand, so we took it a little bit too easy, and I think there was a nice reality check to have it this early in the split, so we understood like, hey, we actually need to earn it again.
Last year we missed out on MSI and we went 5 games against Koi and we lost the 5th game. We figured out like the way this team play, right? So that's probably what made it so easy for us.
Bomba, bro! Kali! Bomba, bro! Kali! Let's go! Holy shit!
It's revenge for last spring, but without breaking a sweat in a 3-0 with the first MSI locking in spring finals versus G2.
We realized in LEC versus finals the way we want to play against G2, and all the series we play against them after that has led up to going towards these finals, right? And I think we understood how G2 plays now, and we want to be able to get the revenge on them.
Mainder looks for his first kill of the game. He's going to ulti, and after the flash gets knocked out.
Being the best is always a race, you know? You always have people behind you, and at the end of the day, you have to always earn it. You always have to fight for it.
We're gonna match G2 more and not make sure that they get like the whole map for free, basically, because I feel like we made it easy for them.
Oh, and Super now in trouble as well. Noxious Blast connect, Twin Fang and Petrifying Gauge. A death sentence from Medusa.
We are still improving now, and we will beat G2. We will be waiting for them, analyzing them, and we'll be ready.
And Pokeplay, baby, looking for it.
Flux Equinox sent in by Skimon as well. They've got Jojo. Jojo's dead. What a pick by G2.
G2 is the team that I always want to beat the most. It's my ex-team, and I have a lot of respect for all of them, but yeah, I really want to beat them most of all.
Yike is a level down, doesn't care. When comes lightning, tidal wave flash, and there it is. Last breath coming in from Jojo. Slicing Maelstrom though on everyone. Carter with the shock and awe. What a slicing Maelstrom from that man.
I want to beat him, right? I want to win the split again. Yes, I want to show what I did in winter last year, and I want to do the same.
And here we are at the culmination of 7 weeks of the spring split. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Dagda and Vetti to lead you through what is hopefully a 5-game banger leading into MSI in just a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, and we're not going to waste any time because the draft is upon us. You've all waited long enough.
The analyst has wasted all the time. We're better than them.
Why
We're ready to go in.
I don't know why they didn't press the button to start the game.
Okay, you guys said that. And
oh, no,
guys, you had to go and do that, didn't you?
It feels like the final boss for today might be Champ Select, but it is G2 who've been the final boss for KC. Every single time that they have made it to finals, 3 now, it has been G2 that has stood in their way. They won the first one last year, but G2 able to beat them down in versus, and now it's KC who are looking for revenge for that series.
And I think that what we've been seeing consistently from Kana specifically is a lot of carries in the top lane. I was thinking a lot about it this morning, how when you have Kana as a player, you must have so much flexibility in your drafting. Because we've seen him play a lot of tanks. Typically his go-to is the Scion. You've got the relatively safe option in both the Gnar and the Renekton, but pretty much anything you pick in the top side, he has a counter pick answer. that gives so much freedom for KC to pretty much prioritize everything else that they want to in the draft. And especially yesterday, so many of Koi's bans even directed towards that top side of the Rift. And that's not even including the Vayne, the TF that are both lying in wait, that if BB does go to his tried and true Cassante, his Ornn, there's the risk of that heavy carry threat from Kana in the top lane.
And that's why I felt like so much of G2's draft the last time these two teams faced up was trying to almost mind control KC into picking certain picks for Kana, leaving open the Rumble, going for the Galio, trying to see if they could flex things like that Anivia and Cassiopeia around. A huge amount of it was trying to make sure that Broken Blade could be comfortable in that top lane. And I do agree with you, Vetty. I think so much of this draft is going to pivot around how can we get both top laners comfortable for themselves.
And that flexibility for Broken Blade has been one of his biggest strengths. The analyst desk did talk about it. He's played 12 different champions over his last 12 games. The man is a bit of a mastermind when it comes to these unique picks up towards the top side. So that top lane answer and response that we're going to see from these two top laners is something that I am very interested in this matchup.
Importantly as well, going through the upper bracket, G2 had both side selection and first pick selection for this. They got both of the rights of first selection. As we get into draft, we'll see exactly what they've chosen. I can see already that they're on the blue side and they decided to be second pick, but some mystery, some suspense perhaps for the audience at home as they were, wondering which side it would be on.
It does again scream to the fact that they do want to try and get that counter pick coming through for G2. I think that is going to be crucial for this series. And as I imagine, that's where that last pick is going to go, is towards that top lane.
So we are at last in the draft for game one of our spring finals between G2 and KC. And the bans are very similar to what we saw when KC played up against Koi yesterday. Varus, Nautilus, Jarvan joins the pool, and Orianna and Nivea for the side of G2. The Cassio has been left open. The Rumble is available, and the Ashe Seraphine. All very high presence, very powerful picks in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, the KC have been prioritizing the Ashe Seraphine massively. We saw G2 the last time try and run the Nautilus into it to make success. They got a lot of early game success, and then it was the LeBron hook that kind of threw the game. But we'll have to see what happens here, if that is going to be a similar story here.
Yeah, will be Ashe first pick for KC, putting that into the hands of Kalis. Ashe, Seraphine together, an incredibly high win rate in the LEC. I think they're like 21-2 or so, or such, if I recall
they've got
correctly.
about 6 losses.
Yeah, 6 losses?
It's a combination of Ashe and Seraphine specifically. Often we've seen some teams pick away the Seraphine. MF Seraphine is an answer we have seen on occasion. But right now it looks like G2 is thinking about the Caitlyn, a champion that has found a lot of success here in Europe and has become one of Hansama's most played champions when you look across this pool this split.
Yeah, the last time these two teams faced off, though, was game one where they were able to separate the Ashe Seraphine Xin Zhao combo, which was a big focus for a lot of our teams throughout the split. Not going to be the case this time around, as they do prioritize the Caitlyn Bard. So I'm wondering now if KC just want to immediately slam that Seraphine Xin Zhao, have a very strong bot side, look for these invades, and have a better time of playing for those early skirmishes, because that's what's really where it started to fall apart for them.
The thing for me is, where does Cassio fall into this pool? Because if KC do choose to lock in that Xin Zhao, I feel like that this is just prime real estate for Caps to slam that Cassio and then potentially ban out any of the answers that we've seen come through from teams. Things like the Victor, that long-range scaling option that we've seen used from Yehu, maybe even his Azir, which he did not, need to pull out yesterday in their convincing series versus Koi.
KC have already got rid of the Jarvan, which teams up really well with the Caitlyn Bard when you're looking at isolating that bot lane. Rumble still available as well. That will be put into Kana's hands, and now G2 have the option of, do we look towards countering the top lane pick, or do we get the Cassio for ourselves, and then we see Broken Blade's pool get shrunk in that second ban phase?
In theory, Cassio can be both. We've already seen Broken Blade play the Cassio top lane. That could be G2's answer to the Rumble in the top lane, depending on how the rest of the draft plays out. Let's see what direction they go, as it looks like they are hovering the Galio, which is an answer that they've used before.
Yeah, and they will continue to use it. I think that's the correct call here. I think there's enough flexibility when it comes towards mid lane pool and also in the jungle pool, because now if I'm G2, I'm looking to ban away things like the Wukong, like Rumble Wukong, incredibly strong, the Xin Zhao as well, and trying to pinch Yikes jungle pool so that he's not able to have as much impact off of this pushing bot lane. And then on the opposite side for KC, I think you can look to start limiting Caps' impact in that mid lane.
For KC, even if you get rid of things like the Wukong, you can still look towards the Vi, Yikes most played across the course of playoffs, and although something that when teamed up with his name in the past wasn't the best sign for KC fans, recently has been much more of a boon than a detriment to KC as a squad. We're going to see the Xin Zhao taken away. Great calls on that, guys. We'll see where KC decide to go with their bans. Are they going to try and continue to pinch that jungle pool, or are they going to look elsewhere?
I feel like both junglers have their fair share of picks when it comes to that jungle role. I mean, that Kha'Zix is the thing we've always got in the back of our mind, right? Yike, it's become one of his most successful champions throughout his career. I believe the win rate is 20 wins, 3 losses. Game 1, to me, feels like an early use of the Kha'Zix, considering how effective it has been for Yike. I am expecting these typical junglers in with the Xin Zhao gone, the Wukong gone, the Jarvan gone, Pantheon, Vi, Skarner. Even Olaf has kind of risen in priority for both of these players. Nocturne, especially with that Galio locked in, another thing to take into consideration.
Yeah, I think that's where my focus is going to be. Like, the option here for KC, I think, would be to ban the Pantheon on this rotation and go, right, we just don't want these double globals that can really have a massive impact across the map, and it can make things significantly easier to try and play through that early stage of the game. Whereas with G2, banning the Skarner, so I think they're trying to say, hey, we would like to get our hands on this playmaking Pantheon.
Also trying to avoid someone that can stand in front of you and have a Seraphine ult go through them.
Yeah.
Right, Xin Zhao does that incredibly well because of the Crescent Guard. Wukong also does that to a degree, but the Skarner can just go in with the Ishtal's impact. It's like, okay, here's an encore, do you want more of this fight? And often KC will want more in that sort of situation.
This draft, I mean, looks like a Nocturne angle. I mean, we're seeing
everything looks like a Nocturne angle to you,
Well,
Eddie.
generally I'm against the pick, but I think here, when you've got the Galio at your side, when you've got the Bard available to you as well, I think that with a low mobility carry in the form of Ashe, there's a lot of backline threat that G2 have access to.
Yeah, I'm curious if they just lock the mid lane, though. Could Cassiopeia still open? Actually going to take the Rise, so basically just keeping the jungle pool here so they can try and get that counter, but Rise not so hot into the Cassiopeia, so I think that's an easy pickup for Yehu. And then for Yike, I think just having something like the Vi that can play that go button, I think sets up really nicely for what KC have drafted.
I'm really surprised to see G2 prioritize the Rise, considering Cassio is an old school counter.
Yeah.
Like, this is back in the day. I mean, I remember Niski's Cassio from back in the day, right? This is a champion that has been around for a long time and usually is so good at punishing these relatively short-range mages because of the value of her miasma, the poke damage that she has in lane, the scaling that she has available to her. So we'll see how G2 navigate this and how they round out their draft with what jungle direction they're going, because right now that's the big debate for KC.
It's also super rare to see jungle picked last on both sides of the draft. Right, we've had, because of the Rise pick, then the Cassio locked in on R4, and then R5 is going to be the Trundle, which means that G2 can't really look for a tank in the jungle too easily.
Yeah, but I don't think at this stage you want to go for a tank. Like, I think you're just trying to go for the Vi. So basically what KC are saying is, hey, we want to try and play heavy for early skirmishing around this Trundle pick and try and see if you can make that work. Again, playing off this pushing bot lane and looking for invades. And I don't like it as much, though, for the later team fights. I think I would have preferred something that has a bit more setup, especially like pairing alongside the Rumble. So I actually thought they might try and go for the Vi, but not going to be the case this time around.
A Fury rounding out the draft. This is not where I was expecting G2's composition to go. So I'll start with KC's, because this is very KC, right? You've got the Ashe Seraphine bot lane, which they have prioritized pretty much throughout the entirety of Spring. This is no stranger to them. They're extremely accustomed to this bot lane. And Kana on his Rumble. For those that don't follow Kana, if you just tuned in to watch the finals today, this is one of his like legacy picks, right? Back when he was playing on T1, this was a champion you'd be afraid to give him, and it's a champion to this day many teams fear. Yehu on the Cassio yesterday brings together this very strong disengage, engage, flexibility, scaling. Cassio just feels like one of the strongest champions on the pick. So in terms of KC's draft overall, I feel like that they've got a ton of options, good team fighting, threats on the side lane, good early game options, whereas G2 have got a bit of a mishmash of things that we haven't really seen them bring out before. Like, yes, they played the Nefiri before, but bringing it out in game 1 here in this best of 5, alongside the Galio to give them some backline threat, the Rise, which is a little bit more side lane. Like, G2, I guess, have a lot of options with the draft that they brought today.
I kind of look at the Nefiri as a reskin Nocturne in a lot of ways, right? Where it's like, hey, we got push on side lane, we got the ability for the Nefiri to try and interact on both those sides, and then all collapse on mid. So 1-3-1 with strong plays there, it seems to be the goal.
Now here we go, on to Summoner's Rift for the first time today. It's been pandemonium over the last few weeks, and now we reach the climax of it all. G2 versus KC in a final for the second time this year. And last time we saw 5 games strong. This time KC come in on fine form. A 3-0 demolition of who most people consider their closest rivals. Yesterday, MKOI got absolutely swept away. For G2, they've had a little bit more time to wait and see. And you can vote on who you think will win game one. Type G2 or KC in chat right now to vote live. The last 3 series have all gone G2's way. The upper bracket finals, the versus finals last year, summer. Obviously, the last time they faced where KC won was winter last year.
And I think it's, if you aren't just joining in for the finals of the LEC, this year G2 really have kind of had KC's number. And also when you look across their most recent best of fives, that is where G2 have gotten the better of them. It was only the winter finals of last year that we actually saw KC get the better of G2. The first finals that this roster of G2 had actually made. And it was impressive to see from KC. They then went on to the finals of First Stand. And then G2 end up just doing a very similar thing this year. So 2 organizations that have really risen to the top of the league. But yeah, KC looking to try and kind of brush the demon off their shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, it's been over a year since KC had beaten G2 in a best-of series. It was week 7 in spring 2025. So KC definitely have their backs against the wall here. But after a performance like they did yesterday against MKOI with their mid-jungle really stepping up, I think that's really where I'm focused on today to see if KC can bring that again to life.
Now, in terms of the early game, early vision was gained from KC. They know where Skumond is going. They realize that he's pathing towards top. And I think this was deliberate from Skumond, as he recognizes he has no prow on the bot side. Often when we see this Galio versus Rumble on the top side, you can already see in lane, Broken Blade getting an early push. He's then utilizing that push to get a bit of vision down toward that top tri-brush, and it's allowing both junglers to basically trade crabs on either side of the map.
I also really like the idea of trying to shut Kana down. Yesterday, he hit the 3rd highest ever gold lead at the end of a game in best of 5 series on average. So across the 3 games he played, he was the furthest ahead, apart from Bin and Leaky, that anyone has ever been.
Which is insane.
Which is just absurd. Now, these are stats we took from Leaguepedia. There's a possibility some of them are slightly outdated, but from everything we can see, this is true. Incredibly impressive performance. And one of those games was a Rumble matchup where he went for this first strike and he just farmed gold on repeat.
And it put him into a fantastic spot. And I think that'll be the goal here again. And the only thing is this time around less setup for him as Caps maybe visiting.
Right, down. Darking Dagger's coming out as well as Yahoo is able just to slither his way back. With the wave pushing in, should be fine. Yike coming in just to interrupt Skumond's back, and Caps also didn't get to reset as quickly as he wanted.
Also means Yike can try and fight for this crab. Doesn't have the smite available, neither does Skumond right now. So I think they're just waiting until that smite becomes available.
Both sides are going to go up at the same time. Okay, but Yike is saying, you know what, not going to waste my time with this. Crab will be secured by Skumond. Very good stuff. Yeah, it looked a little bit scary there. I think Yike did the right thing, realizing, oh, hang on, you've skipped the crab. You're actually contesting mid. I think I can actually come and challenge you here, deciding against it. But a very quiet and calm start here on the Rift for game 1. Very much what we would expect in this matchup. But it's important to remind the audience at home that specifically the last time they met, the early game advantages were just G2. The reason why we often talk about Skumond being the father of Yike is because the early game is simply G2 dominated every time.
And I think a lot of that is, as Finn was highlighting earlier, like the vision control that has been set up early by LeBron and Skumond, and even got to see it in this game where Yike ended up, Skumond went for the early invade with the vision, try and set that up, did end up getting cleared out by Yike, but still a huge amount of this is just trying to spot out what Skumond is up to and what he might be trying to achieve. And if you can try and lock him down, I think that is just a good play for KC. We saw Yike in interviews talking about how he thinks that he's the best jungler in the league, but it is just barely Skumond is there. And he has to prove today that he is the best.
They're both getting caught in the beat drop. Seraphine gets rooted, now can take a magical journey away as he tries to trade with Kalista and does get the electrocute off in time, but it's one of the reasons, alongside their laning pressure, that Ashe Seraphine is really nice. Because Ashe has that hawk shot and the ability to track the enemy jungler, stop them from being able to find any sneaky ganks early, especially with something like an Apheri that can just eviscerate over a dragon wall, getting behind you without you really knowing where they are. If you understand the direction they're pathing, it's so much easier to stop yourself falling prey to the Hound's pursuit in the early game.
Now, because of the early pathing that was happening from both junglers, there's a big window here for Yike to start off this Dragon. He recognizes that Skumon should be on the top side of the Rift based on the pathing that they've taken. Now they're going to guarantee it that he spotted on Vision, and that early Hawk shot used from Kalist spotted that Labrov had gone back to base.
But
So
Kalist hasn't reset, so G2 basically saying, hey, we can fight this because Caitlyn has more items.
Yeah, but Hans can't really get into the fight at all. He's separated from the rest of the team. I think G2 realized that. The Drake secured by KC. They'll strike first in this best of 5. A small neutral to kick things off, but they are the first on the scoreboard.
yeah, I think it was going to be a tough challenge, given that Yehu had that first move. He showcased the Miasma plus Trundle Pillar combination, and the amount of zone control that this comp does provide is lethal, especially when setting up around those neutrals. It's going to be challenging for G2 to approach those objectives. And I think that's part of the reason why they last picked this Neferi. Ult into a target, have the Galio descend, and now they're in the midst of a fight trying to close that gap against the Cassia.
You might wonder why Kana just decided to equalize the wave when he could have just flame spitted it. The Scuttle Crab was spawning on the top side. KC knew that. They pinged it out. It's like, well, where is Skumon going to be on the map? Scuttle Crab. It's going to get him level 6. If the Rumble is still in the lane, there is a risk of a taunt from the Galio into a Hound's Pursuit, into Rumble burning his flash or having to, well, die, I guess, in the 2v1, right? So pops the equalizer, TP's back, gets himself some Merc Treads, not the most substantial of purchases for this Rumble, but now knows that the Neferi is likely on the bottom side of the map because that's where the camps are.
So just a lot of tracking right now of both junglers, neither yet to make their presence known on the map. Early objective, of course, secured for KC, but the swaps we should expect to see soon from these bottom lanes. With the Grub spawning in about a minute's time, we saw it a bunch yesterday in the Koi series as well, where you swap that bot lane up towards top just so that you have that bit of pressure in order to challenge that neutral objective.
These hog shots have been on point, spotting as Skumon consistently. I mean, as Neferi, kind of when you hit this level 6 is really where you can start to get super active, but the problem is, like, traditionally when I've seen Neferi, she wants to try and go for invades and get fights and kind of snowball early, but with the way that the game has been played out, Skumon just hasn't really had a chance to do much of that. Like, bot lane has been pretty neutral, mid lane's been relatively neutral as well. So from a Neferi point of view, this is where you'd like to start snowballing, but we'll have to see if, with that Hound's Pursuit now available, he can actually be more active.
And this is where you can see G2 changing things up a little bit. It's like, hey, Skumon, can we go in through this bot side? Can we look to steal away camps or go for a fight down towards bottom lane? He wastes time doing this. His top side camps are up, realizes not much is happening down in that bottom lane, so he's going to go up towards his top side. There's always the possibility of a realm warp into a lane as well with caps if G2 want to try and up that tempo. But KC are doing a really good job in this early game of just saying, okay, we'll play the lanes, we'll scale. We're actually getting leads in pretty much every lane, although they're not too substantial.
And this, to me, feels like a KC game, right? Where KC have shown is, hey, we want to take it easy in the early game. Like, most of the time they're behind, like 4 of their 5 players are behind on goal difference of 15. So just play for those late game team fights where they really start to come alive. So I think for G2, they are also comfortable in this spot, though. Like, it's not exactly like G2 are the team that has to get ahead. They regularly get ahead early, but they're pretty good in the mid to late game as well. So I think it's kind of going to be a slow one to see how these big objective fights then start to play out.
I was going to ask if like either of the teams prefers this, or you think either of the teams have a scaling advantage or a team fight advantage, or if looking at the drafts things seem relatively evenly matched.
Yeah, I do think if I'm G2, I want to be further ahead. Actually, nice play here from KC's. They rotate Kana down to push off bot lane, but I do want to be ahead because for G2, when I look at it, they're like, hey, we want to play more through side lanes and then have advantages where we can use the semi-globals we have on both Neferi and the Rise and the Galio. Yeah, who?
Puts the Twin Fangs into Caps, dodges the overload, and Caps is forced away.
Yeah.
So I'm of the opinion that I don't think G2 really cared. Oh, hang on, Arrow.
Arrow down, beat drop, encore as well. LeBron pretty tanky for the moment. He gets a magical journey, but it's not far enough to take him out of harm's way. KC with Burst Blood, now Hans Sommer underneath the tower by himself. Kalist takes the tower shot, Ace in the hole coming out as well. Yike will block that one up. Skumon's on his way across, and KC wisely will back out of any further dive.
So just good utilization of the Fog of War there from KC. Labrov, he just wants to ward. He doesn't realize that KC have decided to stick around in the lane to threaten a pick, and they find that first blood. A nice gold injection there for Kalist as the Ashe begins to get accelerated.
Nicely done. And I think, again, for KC, this is much more successful. If you think back to game 1, the last time these two teams faced off, it was KC failing tower dives, then ended up giving 2 kills across to LeBron in that bottom lane. So KC looking much more cool, calm, and collected. And if you're a KC fan, I think that's a good thing to see. They looked a little discombobulated the last time these two teams faced off.
Yeah, but didn't yesterday, importantly. Current form over the weekend, KC have looked pretty difficult to beat. MKOI didn't have the best of fives, and G2 obviously not having the warm-up this week of having a stage series as of yet. Lucio once again finding Labrov, who's still only level 5. Importantly, doesn't have that Mikhail's Crucible yet either. Would want that cleansing, and it's going to be a lot harder for KC to find picks as soon as the Bard does have that item, because you can just cleanse away the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and then the Encore is much less likely to hit. But if you find it on Labrov, it becomes a little tricky for the Bard to escape your clutches.
I mean, the threat of the Ash Hour, right? The later you go into the game, the lower the cooldown becomes. Skewmon, it's like between a rock and a hard place right now.
Miasma down, has to use the Call of the Pack to escape the grounded effect. Nice use of the Pillar and the Miasma there, making it so there's nowhere for him to go close enough to the wall to eviscerate out. G2 do seem to still want to play around the Drake.
It's too difficult to contest, I think. They're instead focused on pushing out that bot wave, get plates for caps, and just accept that in these early trades, they're not strong enough. And I think it's wise. The reason why Cassio is good into Ryze is because when Ryze does his combo, he basically stops himself from moving, and he looks at his target, which makes it very easy for Cassio to then ult you in response. And she just out DPSs you. In terms of mana, that's the thing she needs the most. So you'll see a bit of a trade happening now. That was Caps' combo. If he hadn't run away, then Yehu would have kept biting him with the Twin Fang, and you end up losing that DPS race. So G2 wisely just said, you know what, we'll make that exchange. You can see Caps actually getting a small gold lead off the back of that, thanks to the plates that he was able to find. Meanwhile, Callisto continues to grow his lead in the bot lane. Having that advantage in the push, generating a CS advantage, on top of the fact of getting that kill and those bot lane plates, means that KC's bot lane is in a very good position here in the first 12 minutes of game 1.
Yeah, and I always like if you're the Ashe there, feeling you're kind of ahead against the Caitlyn Bard, because it kind of becomes this mind game on the mid lane of, oh, hang on, Caps caught Busio.
Busio should be able to walk out of this one. Tempered Fate heal has to be used by the KC support to get the extra movement speed to escape.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say, right? You end up in this Enchanted Crystal Arrow versus Tempered Fate face-off of, okay, how do we want to try and play around mid? Because if you end up connecting on mid with like Broken Blade's ultimate or Caps roaming with Skewmon, suddenly that Tempered Fate and to pick could be huge, but the Realm Warp's been used boss.
I mean, Yehu, Noxious Blast for the movement speed, then puts the Miasma down, turns and faces them. A Petrifying Gaze and Enchanted Crystal out to follow up, only hits onto Skewmon. Yehu down to a 3rd HP, there's the pillar. Skewmon has to flash, but Yike flashes for the chase and brings home the kill. Caps and Labrov now forced away, a subjugate on Labrov will chip away at his health bar as well. KC 2k up and 2 kills to the good.
G2 make their first play of the game, but things go wrong. KC stand their ground. Yehu finds a beautiful outplay. The ultimate doesn't stun anyone up, but it doesn't matter because it forces G2 to retreat. We really saw the value of Miasma in that play, and KC find themselves another kill.
Yeah, you can see the nervousness as G2, they turn to make the play, and then Yehu turns the fight back, and they're like, well, hang on, you're not supposed to do that. So immediately G2 kind of start to back away as the Miasma comes through and Yehu moves forward, but the Avengers assemble for KC, and Yehu doing a great job to dodge out from some of those key abilities to set up for KC to turn the play around.
The value of Cassio, just really strong in a situation like that. They do get... oh, wait, hang on, I swear they got Yehu's flash, or am I... Oh, okay,
no,
I guess they didn't. I was convinced that he flashed in that situation, but no, he held his ground, and he was able to find a nice defense with the support of his team. So a gold lead starting to accrue for KC. Nothing so insurmountable that G2 can't turn this game around, but KC setting themselves up nicely for the team fights. And this, to kind of come back to your earlier question, who prefers to be ahead in the early game? The reason why I don't think it matters too much for G2 is because I think they just don't want to team fight. Sure. If they're playing their comp properly, they're not really playing front-to-back 5v5s. In theory, they should be, as Dagda was saying, trying to attack you inside, trying to attack you in the setup, trying to find these picks, just like they tried to do onto Yehu in the bottom lane. If they're just grouping up and trying to play a front-to-back around it... Ooh, nice cleanse. But if they're just trying to play a front-to-back at a Dragon, I think KC will just have the advantage.
And I think that's why they're in a difficult spot now, with 2 Dragons already going over to KC. KC are in a very decent spot to actually continue stacking up the Dragons and forcing these front-to-back fights from G2. There is the Rift Herald in just a couple of moments, though, and with KC kind of investing a bit of time onto that bottom side, I think G2 may be in a position to try and set up vision around it, but the Brav and Hansama kind of need to reset, and I don't think... No, the Brav has no wards left, so looks like it should still be KC in a decent spot for that objective.
It's also whether KC feel like they have to play it. right? Like, they can just take their time, push out the waves. If G2 invests 30 seconds, 40 seconds into this, they can just set up around the bottom side. At the moment, they have a good diamond of vision around the dragon, and it's only up in a minute's time. That would be third Drake's sole point for them.
I think when you... Oh, there we go.
Handsome has the flash.
I was about to say, when you're starting to burn summoner spells, like Handsama's Cleanse and Scumon's Flash, I think it's then worth investing into these plays.
Sure.
Because a lot of the ways that I think these team fights are going to start for G2 are either a big Tempered Fate, or it's Scumon sending himself in and hoping that God, aka Galio, is going to help him out with that ultimate from above, right? And if that doesn't come through, well then Scumon is in a very difficult spot, and when he's flashless, that becomes even more threatening when he has to go in. So I do think for KC, putting pressure down when these summoner spells are down is super key.
Yeah, makes sense. And they get Handsama's flash because they put the pressure down towards the mid lane. A little bit of deep vision for G2 around the blue buff of KC. Drake up in 15 seconds time. KC now trying to regain control of this mid lane. Yet to see the top laners too involved. As Kana is here, Tempered Fate's going to go down a trap to follow up, but Scumon dives forward. Here's the hero's entrance, and there's the CC chain onto Kalist. KC overstep. Kana trying to burn through the dogs, but he can't do it. Miasma short of clipping Broken Blade, who dashes away a magical journey from above. And in what is essentially a 4v5 in KC's favor, G2 find a kill.
That cosmic binding from Lebrov was insane. It ends up hitting Kalist in the midst of all those KC members, and the immediate Tempered Fate follow-up is perfect for G2.
This is what we were talking about earlier when G2 want to attack in the setup. Rather than just playing that traditional front to back, they catch KC unawares, and most importantly, Yehu wasn't there. Yehu was pushing out that top wave. He didn't have his TP available, and so G2 make the call, hey, let's throw the Bard ultimate down, and then early you Galio ult. So just as they come out of the Tempered Fate, then the combo drops, and then there's little places for Busio to go. Nice pick found. They will stop the dragon stacking. KC, though, looking to put some pressure down. Looks like they can't actually secure that top tower.
Still goal leads across the board for KC. Kana about 800 ahead. 750 for Kalist, who's on his way to that second item. Hansama caught up a little bit. He was about 1,000 gold behind before that play in the mid lane. The crowd begins to come to life for G2. As KC have had the run of the rift at the start of this game. But 17 minutes in, still a 2,000 gold lead for the men in blue, or black, I guess, in their new kit. To change the name around a little bit as Kalist flashes away. Round Walk coming in as well as Camp looks for the chase, but Kalist is able to walk out. Tempered Fate's going to catch onto the edge, and now it's Kalist on his lonesome because Busio's already done for. G2 find two more in the mid lane.
Another pick found by G2. KC rotating through their jungle, and again this mobility, this ability to quickly collapse before KC can react is exactly how G2 want to be playing this composition.
And Scumon did a great job there. After the play, he immediately invaded onto this bottom side to set up the division that they needed, and then was in a position to separate KC. Yehu can't get involved. The Realm Warp brings across Caps immediately, and the Tempered Fate again from Lebrov just means there's no backup for Busio in this one.
And you just look at the minimap and you can see how split up KC are in response to this. It's a chaotic fight that they weren't expecting, and G2 had to pounce. And this is what I mean when I say, like, in terms of scaling, yes, KC on paper do have a scaling advantage when you play that traditional front-to-back team fight. So G2's game plan is don't give them the traditional front-to-back team fight. Attack them in the setup, attack them in the jungle, attack them on the side lane. Use your mobility, use the Galio ultimate to try and catch you off guard. But the challenge is it's a hard comp to play, because at some point you'll need to fight for these objectives. They are a key piece. And as Dagda was saying earlier, the fact that KC's already at 2 dragons puts a bit of pressure onto G2, but they're relishing in the pressure right now, and they are successfully finding these picks. The gold lead, though, still in the pocket of KC.
And this is where it does become a little bit dangerous for KC, because G2 with this tempo lead can start to shift around the map very quickly. Both solo laners on that top side. Scumon and Lebrov already littering wards into this top side jungle for KC. And sure, Yehu's been able to get a tower on the bottom side, but you're still putting pressure in a lot of spots here for G2.
It's KC who will maintain a tower advantage. 3-1 for now. That top lane's going to fall pretty sharpish. Tempered Fate going down as Yoke comes around the corner and forces Lebrov away. Continues to chop down on him as both in the main and trying to push Laro. Doesn't quite find him, but even through Mikhail's blessing, he can't undo the curse of the chase from Yike. Solo kill for the Trundle. And now KC Well, they found another little bit of an avenue back into the game.
And it just goes to show the challenges that come with this composition from G2. Yes, it does have good pick potential, but if you don't execute properly, KC can react accordingly. Good Ash Arrow, the follow-up from the Trundle Pillar, the moment that you overstep, KC's comp is great at punishing your mispositions.
And you can see what G2 are trying to do, right? You've already got Broken Blade as reset from top lane. He's sitting mid. You've got Skumon that's trying to be in position to follow up on the Tempered Fate with that ultimate, but he ended up going that little bit too early. Yike in position to cover, so it is very much about the timings for G2, and it might be a right timing for them right now.
Kana's flash is about to come off cooldown, but it won't be there soon enough. Skumon goes in, they'll lock him against the wall, and now with the Brock chasing around the corner, Caps gets the kill. Great collapse from G2 towards the top side.
Kana's flash did in fact come up just at the right time, just for him to flash into a wall. A big fumble there from Kana, as with that pick, G2 will start off the Baron.
He was all the way down towards the bottom side, hasn't used the TP to get back up here. Baron down to 12,000. Skumon's going to eat some honey fruit, top himself back up. KC trying to get in here, but there's a line of snap traps. They're going to stop their advances. 6k on the Baron now as KC try to advance. A small avenue for them to get in. Tempered Fate's going to land. G2 turn their attentions towards the enemy jungle, and Encore goes through, but Skumon's able to dodge to the side of it. Flash away from Yike, flash away from Broken Blade, but Kalist begins to open up. A hero's entrance becomes only an exit, and he's leaving in a coffin. KC with beautiful team fighting will take the fight and take the Baron alongside.
They're a man down, but KC doesn't care. They play the fight perfectly and put G2 in the dirt.
An ambitious play from G2 as they try to use the Baron to get a numbers advantage and turn that into a winning fight. KC though, they leverage their range, they pick at G2's HP pods patiently, slowly but surely whittling them down and turning the fight in their favor. Baron secured, they'll put themselves on Soul Point, and just like that, KC now in the driver's seat here in game one.
You could see what G2 were thinking. It's like, we'll give them this small way through the snap traps, and then we'll Tempered Fate on top of them. But they couldn't take Yike down quickly enough for Subjugate, and that Trundle being as fed as he is makes it so hard to play.
It's also everyone steps up to try and get on towards Busio, but they just line up then for Busio's ultimate. Immediately connects onto so many people. Kalist is in a fantastic spot to follow up, and Yehu is getting so much work done. And you can see that Broken Blade only escapes into the pit to send himself back into the frying pan.
Kameto seems somewhat excited about the results.
That was moderation.
Moderation. Absolutely, absolutely. It's a really interesting sequence because we saw a beautiful demonstration of G2's comp in how they found the pick onto Kana, into then how KC's comp wants to work, which is great patience. And I think that G2 is in a very difficult decision there between finishing the Baron and going for the fight. They went for the fight and it was the wrong choice. Now they look for a pick.
Tempered Fate, Lebrov trying to get across the wall here with Caps. Busio there with the Encore. Sounds like Caps. Mikhail's away from Lebrov. Caps able to walk out. Kana comes in from the side as well. Caps and Lebrov will have to walk the long way back around to their tower. Mid lane tier 2 is going to fall. Caps does have the Realm Warp here, and they'll turn their attentions across towards Kana, who doesn't have a flash. Hound's Pursuit in, Equalizer down, Arrow dodge to the side, and Kana will fall to the dogs. G2 find another pick. Yehu getting chased out here by Broken Blade, but should be able to just slide his way gracefully back through the jungle.
It's that mobility again coming back for G2 to find the pick onto Kana. They've been so good at finding moments to shift across, either through that Realm Warp or even just using some of these magical journeys, and Kana ends up paying the price.
It's interesting because KC's doing all the right things. They're putting pressure on 2 points with a priority stack on the top side with side lane pressure in mid, and then they're attacking these 2 lanes with Baron in the hopes of chipping away at these towers, but then G2 will attack you in the setup. So while you're trying to set up your 4-1, that is when they strike, and yes, they do find a pick. It will slow the siege, but KC do still get that mid tier 2, and for KC, they're still happy. Like, yes, the Baron power play was ultimately negative because of the kill that G2 is able to find, but it gives them that extra pressure to start investing that deep vision in towards G2's bot side jungle and setting it for the dragon, and here is what KC want. G2, you have to fight us. It's Soul Point. We will get our 5v5. You will not find another pick ahead of that objective.
Yeah, as you say, even if in terms of gold, the Baron power play was negative, they did get the Drake off the Baron fight. So they got onto that Soul Point, and a Mountain Soul, pretty effective into people that want to burst you down, like a Neferi, like even a Caitlyn, although she does have solid DPS. Caps here, steps forward, a pillar. puts him into a very small avenue back out through the fight. Serpent's Fang second here on Skewmon to try and get through some of the shields that will be coming out on the side of KC. Busio, of course, with his surround sound, will be putting those down. Lebrov, he had to buy a second ticket for that journey, but the extra expense saves him his life.
So KC are doing a decent job of getting control on this top side. They're being much more cautious about where they're setting up after that last play, but still keeping G2 pushed back and just kind of buying time for that soul fight is all they really want to try and do right now. And the G2 aren't really able to put too much pressure down, although as I say that, I mean, Caps is in a good spot for the Realm Warp, but Broken Blade is here as well.
Summer's not with them right now. Broken Blade has to flash away from Miasma. Yike steps forward, there's the Encore, only hits onto BB, and Equalizer down as well in that small choke point. Broken Blade Justice Punch finds none of it. Skewmon tries to dash away, but it's rooted where he stands, and Kalis will find every arrow in his quiver and put them into the back of the dogs. Caps now trying to stand tall underneath his tier 2, but the Realm Warp's gonna have to get him away. The gaze of Yahoo is petrifying as Hans Summer falls to the Serpent's Fangs. KC buying 3 and now will push for the tier 2 in top.
KC simply run G2 down. They say, everything be damned with your mobility. We are committed to getting this pick. It starts with them eyeing up Lebrov, thinking about the Ash Arrow. Kalis sitting in the Fog of War. Instead, they connect onto Broken Blade. He has to use his flash. The Mikhails has to be used early, but the CC simply doesn't stop. You've then got the Encore. You've then got the ultimate coming through from Yahoo. The Rumble ultimate there to add the extra CC, and then Kalist is left unleashed. G2 is split up. They find that initial pick, but they're hungry for more.
And Hans Sama doesn't really get to play this fight at all. With the way that KC were able to chase out Broken Blade, there's no real front line for this Caitlyn to sit and fire.
I mean, guys, I think
so he gets caught out.
Look, Nafi responds faster, and Trundle will not be there. I think it's our time to mega send it with ult, okay? Like, just be confident.
We haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen the call of the pack onto the back line with the hero's entrance coming in. Yike is now here, though. Caps trying to find a flank position as Broken Blade steps forward, and Chakra is going to go down onto the Galio. Equalizer down as well, but isn't really finding too much of G2. A Temper Fate only lands onto Kana. The Drake is up. Soul is available for KC, and now they'll start it up. Caps forced away towards the top side. KC trying to play in this pocket of vision around this bush.
Keep watching Yahoo. Look at his positioning here, right on the forefront, zoning the rest of G2 away.
Yeah, he's doing such a good job. Kana in that bush as well, meaning that G2 just can't step in. Skewmon looking for the dash across the back of the pit. Torn out from Broken Blade. Caps is still in mid. G2 have given up the ghost on the soul. KC will secure it.
I think they're just hoping that Skewmon might have been able to make the steal, but KC are going to push back G2 and get the soul for themselves.
Beautiful position there from KC, and I love their confidence. We just heard from Broken Blade saying, we need to play with confidence, but KC just did it right back to them. The moment G2 approached the river, KC just unleash the attack. They're getting ready to fight. They go and they start the engage, and they put G2 on the back foot right from the start. That Rumble ultimate now coming off cooldown. The Ash ultimate coming off cooldown. All these ultis getting ready to go as G2's looking for a fight.
KC have to be sure they don't skip steps as Skewmon goes in. There's a hero's entrance, but Kalis just steps out of the back of it. Charm onto Broken Blade. Kalis begins to open up, and Equalizer in from Kana, who TPs towards the backline. And Yike and Kana are just stopping anyone from G2, saving Broken Blade. KC find another, and now G2 don't have those tools to get in towards the Baron pit.
The Equalizer was a red velvet barrier instead this time, denying the follow-up, but G2 survived.
Chased out by Yahoo. Dark and Daggers don't hit. Petrifying Gaze doesn't either, but the Twin Fangs enough to take down the Neferi. G2 were looking for Kana with that Tempered Fate, but they just can't find him. The rest of KC there to back up their top laner.
KC are simply playing the fight better. This comp from G2 is hard to navigate in the 5v5, and KC are taking full advantage of that. Yahoo on the hunt.
Yahoo rocket belts forward, and Caps has no minion wave under the tower to stop the turret's aggression. He flashes the wall and he will escape, but Baron secured. Now for KC. A 5,000 gold lead for Carmine Corp.
And you can see here as Kalis goes in, he's able to step away. The ultimate from Busio then separates G2, but watch the Equalizer. Completely denies G2 from really being able to follow up alongside Yike, which means that then Busio, Kalis, Yahoo can deal with Broken Blade. And afterwards, it's G2 who try to continue afterwards.
Yeah, because we're now at a point in the game where G2 is just forced to answer these objectives that are being started off, and KC are very aware of it. They're welcoming G2 into these fights. KC know that they have the stronger 5v5, and they are picking G2 apart in every single instance. Caps, the only side of G2 that sits with the gold lead right now, but I don't think it's going to be enough to turn this game around for G2.
He just can't have impact in fights. He can never get towards the backline. Yike and Kano doing such a good job of being those two beefy boys on the front side, which not something you usually say about the Rumble, but he's been protected well by this Seraphine, by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, by the Miasma. G2, again, the Tempered Fate. Needs a little bit more tempering, I'm going to be honest. LeBron has been unable to find that backline the way that he wants. This time, couldn't clip onto Yike. It's a 1-4 split for KC. Yike, Kalist, and Busio up. Just hovering in the jungle, and trying to put Arrow down. Justice Punch out from Broken Blade. He'll use the Rocket Belt to escape any further clutches of KC. But now with the two waves not quite synced up, KC will advance on mid. First couple of plates down. There's the encore onto Caps. Mikhails gets him out of it. But still, the tower almost falling, and G2 just have to back away.
There's nothing that G2 can do. There's too many members from KC there, and they deal way too much damage right now. KC are just marching through the base.
Great patience from KC, and they still have the Baron for another minute, so no need to waste any time. They move towards bot. This wave isn't big. Notice how Yike is keeping...
Oh, I thought he ulted. I thought he ulted. I'm sorry, Betty. I was so sure he got interrupted.
Yeah, Yike was just keeping that pressure in the mid lane. He wants those minions empowered with the Baron buff.
He did ult! His House Pursuit was interrupted by a Trundle Pillar. That was good. He tried to engage in mid lane.
Nice spot.
Oh, that was so nice from Yike. So often we say Skewmond has his number in the big games like this, but across the course of the weekend, Yike has been stepping up, and here we see on the Trundle just stopping any possibility of G2 going in.
Well, they're getting desperate now. They'll fish, and here we go.
Tempered Fate again misses. Like, KC just aren't giving G2 any way to get into a fight, any way to find a skirmish, any way to pick up a man. It is so patient and sublime to watch, I'll be honest. There's the equalizer, and here's the follow-up. Yike and Yahoo pushing in, and Khan is here to burn them all! A magical journey leads into the fountain, but as he goes, he takes G2 with him. Caps and Hansama are sitting in the death realm, and all they can do is watch as KC, with an almost perfect performance in terms of patience and team fighting, just absolutely decimate the reigning champs of the LEC. This was a message, and it has been well sent. KC just sweep away G2 in game one.
An impressive performance from KC. Great patience. It looked a little scary when they were getting picked off, but their play around the Baron was the key deciding moment. Great game from them. Let's hear what the analysts have to say.
So the first game comes up blue, and it seems that perhaps it has more of an air of winter than spring in the studio currently, as we harken back to when KC got their very, very first title, the journey that they've gone through since then. And the way I think that they start this series, it's really sending a message.
I mean, it's so impressive to see KC come out swinging. The game started really slow. Didn't see very many kills for 10 minutes, but then really when KC started finding these fights and just slowly building that lead, it felt like G2 couldn't really hold a candle anymore. It feels like it was so difficult for G2 to even find a single promising fight.
But that's exactly what KC wanted, because Finn, you said it so damn well at the beginning. It's all about Skewmon. And for me, the hero of this game was the Ashe. But it wasn't Kalist playing Ashe, it was the Hawk shots, because Hawk shot, or vision rather, is the most important tool in the game. It's the strongest and most OP skill you can have. And KC did this so damn well. They found Skewmont every single time. This is the first one. They found him here. Now they can already start tracking. Where will Skewmont go? Well, Kali, send another one. Let's find this one. Let's see if it finds Skewmont again. Again, bam, number 2. And we're going to see this over and over and over again.
I mean, we talked about how every single time Yike and Skewmont played against each other, it felt like Skewmont lived inside of Yike's head. But having this Hawk shot really showed that when Yike has a little bit more information to play with, he can make such good decisions and really outmaneuver Skewmont as well.
And exactly, and that ties up to what you said. There was nothing happening for 10 minutes. Guys, we have a Trundle versus Zanahafiri. The Trundle is going through the early game. He is chilling. Skewmont was desperate. In every single one of those replays, you could see him looking for the angle, but the moment he gets spotted, he has to ditch it and find something else.
Is this one of those famous tactics? Must be.
Might be a tactic. Might be a tactic.
Must be. We found one, but yeah, and it was making Skumon's life hell, pretty much, right? And this was also the first time that we saw a sovereign start from KC in the early game. They haven't had the best early games versus MKOI. That wasn't the case here today, and that gave them a lot to build upon.
I mean, definitely, and it feels like when Skumon has to play around his lanes, right? Because you have Rumble against Galio versus Rumble top, and Galio's kind of losing 1-1, but he has gank set up. You have Ryze versus Cassio mid, who's losing 1-1, but you have gank set up. So you really rely on your jungler coming to these lanes so the matchup can function, but when he's constantly under vision, he can't make those things happen.
But the big change that I've seen from this KC compared to the last one was Kali's, because before and even yesterday when it comes to Supa, he was not having a great time, but this game, I felt like he was finally stepping up the way that KC needed him to, because this is a night and day difference from the last time they played G2, because if we remember, last time they were 5k gold down every single game, but now he put the game on his back through the Ashes, through his performance individually would boost your paired up, and I felt like it gave them such a better situation to find themselves in the mid game.
I mean, that was my takeaway as well. My biggest worry point coming in today for KC was the bot lane, because while they are a fantastic bot lane, laning phase is not really where they find a lot of their leads. Meanwhile, G2 bot lane on the other side is really that lane-dominant bot lane.
It is. I do want to take a look at the Baron one more time, because there we have a situation where Kana gets caught out, and you think, hey, G2 can get a Baron here.
I thought it was over, but one man who I feel like has been consistently stepping up and showed it incredibly well this game is Yehu, because let's play the clip right now. KC find themselves 4v5, and the situation is not looking great. So if we can roll out the clip right now, G2 will be starting this Baron.
Oh, I think you have to roll it.
I don't have to roll it. I really don't have to. I'm sure I don't have to roll it.
You're sure, actually.
Okay, I am very sure. Oh,
there we go.
I do have to roll it. Okay, I was not so sure.
Okay.
We got a clip.
Okay, we got a clip. Okay, now. Holding for right. There we go. Okay, perfect. G2 start this Nash, and let's pause right now. We can see this trap line over here. Where is my drawing? Here. Okay, there it is. The trap line is over here. The only way KC have here is that they need to walk forward through here and through this way, because Yike needs to go and smite this Nasher. So if you can roll the clip out right now, Yike does what he needs. He walks forward. He will tank that trap. Oh.
You have to press play.
I'm just so... Okay, there we go.
I mean, I think Yike realizes a really important decision is the fact that he needs to be the one to step up for the team. He wants
but
to get into
Yehu. Look at Yehu over here. Right now, he's funneling G2 through that choke. The Seraphine ult goes through every single one. And Yehu, on the side, through this brush, he made so much space throughout this whole fight. And from a 4v5, the fact that he shows this much proficiency on this champion, knowing the absolute limits of Cassiopeia, just shows so much. It gives me so much more confidence in what Yehu can do this series.
It's exactly the case. It was a 4v5. Before this clip even started, Kana was caught out on top lane. Yep. This was a slam dunk from G2, and they airballed it. They completely missed the hoop. And the fact that KC bounced back from this, I think, is just super impressive. We talk about tactics, we talk about team fighting. This really seems to be KC's ace.
Well said. Their ace in that they can always get that team fight in their favor, and that Yehu is seemingly improving every day. We see him on the Rift. He took on Caps in this one, and he came out swinging 1-0 for KC. Let's see what happens when we come back.
Brother, let me try.
Wait.
Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me for I again we wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me.
We should fight.
Yeah, it's good.
We should fight.
I'm
ingen. Look at my August. It is.
Ja. Låt dem bli naturlig.
Låt det bli gulliga. Go flash. Yeah. I can ult, okay? 1 second. I'll go. No, it's good, guys. It's good. He will die. Hold on.
Towards the enemy jungle, and Encore goes through, but Stu was able to dodge to the side of it. Flash away from Yike, flash away from Broken Blade, but Kaliz begins to open up, and Hero's entrance becomes only an exit. And he's leaving in a coffin. KC with beautiful team fighting.
Okay, I go deep.
Kill him.
What? Oh, shit! It's fine. I have ult in 5. Nice guy. This is up, guys.
Yeah, we keep it up like this.
Yeah.
This is us, is what Yahoo was saying, and over the last couple of days they've proven. KC, this is us. As we see our wonderful cosplayers standing in the tunnel, that's what we call it.
Yeah. Player tunnel,
It's
yeah.
a little player tunnel.
Yep, and we are getting ready for Game 2 with, I imagine, significant draft shifts for G2. They
played what I would describe as a difficult to play composition.
Yep.
I felt like in the mid game they were really on a roll. They were finding really good picks against KC, and I think KC was really getting caught off guard by the pace with which G2 is playing. Then the ban, to me, was the key moment where the game swung. It not only put KC on sole point, but it gave them a huge gold swing, and it just better set them up for the team fight. So let's see how the draft shifts as we move into game 2, with Ash taken off the board, with the Rumble already gone, with Cassio. So many of the power picks now unavailable. Will we get to see more of G2's creativity and how they can potentially gain a lead before we even jump onto the Rift?
And I think I would want to see a stronger focus from G2 on that mid jungle. Like, that has been kind of the focus of how they beat KC in the first time around. Whereas this time they let Caps go into a counter pick position after the Cassiopeia had already been taken. And then you don't really have that same level of impact on the Neferi. So I think that would be the focus for me coming into this game.
It was a weird draft.
It was, yeah.
Thinking back on it even more, like the Ryze was picked knowing Cassio's open, as you say. We had jungle last pick, and it was Neferi, which didn't counter anything that KC were trying to do. So I agree with you, Rob. I think a more simplistic draft would be beneficial here for G2, as we see Varus, Nort, and Karma taken away by KC, leading towards a possible Jarvan first pick if they want to go down that route. Lucian taken out alongside the Orianna and Anivia by G2, meaning Ezreal is up. So Jarvan and Ezreal, the two champs we saw banned in game 1 that are now up in game 2.
I have to imagine that the Ezreal will be picked here by Hans Sama. It is, I believe, his most played this split. Yeah, it is. He has played it a bunch. It is great into Jarvan specifically just because your E can help you dodge away from the Jarvan ultimates. It does give you a lot of poke and range as well. The question though is, what do you choose to pair alongside it?
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, because G2 are one of the few teams that are still running this Yunara Lulu, and they're still like high on it and do very well with it. But it does mean that you're very focused on looking for team fights here for G2 and into a Jarvan already that can kind of lean into KC's strengths at the moment.
It's true. It's true. You could pick an Ornn to break down the Cataclysm. And these are the things people forget. You can break terrain with Ornn, you know? But that's kind of niche and probably not going to happen here, you know?
I don't know if Broken Blade immediately slamming Ornn into Kana, who has like Vayne and TF and all these other things open. I don't know if I want that.
We'll see if G2 agrees with me or you. Okay. As Korkinami locked in here for the KC bot lane. We saw this from them yesterday. Corki kind of wants a couple of items, or at least an item before he really has a huge amount of power in this lane.
I think they can just take Xin here, personally. I think it's fine. That if they want something a little bit more aggro, they can go Pantheon. If they want something a little bit... Oh, okay, wow, they're just going to slam Ahri. Of all the picks, that was definitely not high on my list.
She does get extra points when she holds, though, Betty. So that is,
sure, as relevant as that is to a different game. The Ahri is good into Jarvan for the same reasons that Ezreal is, because of her mobility. It's difficult to lock her down thanks to her ultimate. There's an argument to be made that if Jarvan ultimate is used at the start and then Ahri immediately ults out, hey, there's less pressure from the Ahri, but the pick potential does increase, and the value of Xin Zhao also increases, especially when paired alongside that Ahri. So I have to expect that KC will look to ban that one away as G2 look to target the top laner of KC.
Yeah, I think things like the Xin Zhao, the Pantheon, probably the focus here for KC to take away, because I do think they are very strong paired alongside the Ahri. But you can still work towards things like the Wukong and that as well, which can be relatively strong. Just, I think Jarvan can do well at locking the Wukong down in certain situations thanks to that Cataclysm. So we'll have to see what the game plan is going to be, but actually going to go towards the Vi instead. So still looking for things that can basically have that all in and that setup potential alongside the Ahri.
I'm surprised that they would ban Victor over the Annie. I feel as though Annie is just an easy slam here for KC. I guess the logic from G2 is we have Lulu, whoever you ult will ult as a trade. So maybe Annie just has less value just because it's playing into a Lulu. The Vayne ban, I mean, we've seen Broken Blade bring this champion out, suggesting that KC is wanting to play something relatively safe up towards that top side.
Yeah, I have seen Annies of late, though, struggle into things like the Lulu, because that polymorph, when an Annie tries to go for the engages, has been so crucial. So I think that's where they're thinking, hey, look, the Brav has been playing exceptionally when it comes towards the polymorphs on the Lulu, so maybe they're less worried about that and want to channel more towards the Victor or Azir, things that can play from out of range and try and keep them at bay instead.
G2 will look towards that Shin, though, as their jungle pick. You talked about it going into the ban phase and having snuck through it. G2 will decide that's where they want Skewmond. Now KC have to look top and mid. Mid already knows what it's playing into. Talked about the possibility of an Annie.
The debate is, Nah. Do they run the risk of blind picking it for Kana?
Did he go Australian there for a second?
A little bit, yeah.
Sorry. Ooh, I mean, Renekton is generally considered a relatively safe blind, but it does have counters. The debate for Broken Blade is, does he go for his tanky response, or does he go for a carry response? I think both are perfectly viable. I think Broken Blade had a solid game one. Like in game one, I think the top laners weren't really that involved.
Yeah,
it wasn't
that relevant.
Good Rumble ultimates. The Galio ultimate combo that happened in mid lane was solid. Talia, I think, is also a good answer. The same idea. When you've got dashes on the enemy team, Talia just passively gets value. You know, you throw that. I always forget. Unraveled Earth. Thank you very much. When you throw that on the ground, there's just an extra thing that G2 has to think about. And with another dash coming through from the Gnar, not a good matchup into the Renekton. And you can see that a little bit more a little bit more pick is what I meant to say on the side of G2, but more team fighting options compared to what we had in game one. KC do love to team fight, and it seems that this time around G2 want to bring the team fight to the table here in game two.
Yeah, a huge amount of pressure on the both mid jungles, right? Like, both skirmish incredibly well, the ability to try and play off of both CCs. And I think that's where a lot of that focus is going to be on the early stages. And can you try and work with your bottom lane to try and get early dragon control and then try and play in towards those team fights?
Early Dragon Control was the name of the game for KC in game one, and although G2 were able to fight back a little bit in the mid-game, it was KC who came home victorious when they won a couple of really good fights, firstly around the Dragon, but also around that Baron after G2 thought they had the man advantage and found that pick. For G2, trying to come back from behind. Not somewhere they commonly sit in finals. Often they win game one and then go on to win the whole thing. In fact, often G2 just win a final if they're in it, let's be honest. They've made, is it 13 out of, or 18 of the last 31 finals since they joined the league?
They've won 18.
Won 18 of the last 31 finals after they joined the league. Last year they were stymied a couple of times. KC in winter. In spring it was MCoy. This year though, they're in a 2 finals winning streak. Looking to make it 3. KC though off to a strong start here in this best of 5. And now have a composition that can play similarly to their composition in game one. Let's be honest, not quite as much pick, I would say. You don't have the range of an arrow and an encore to follow it up, but still, a seismic shove, a flag and drag, a tidal wave. You do have the tools to find in these team fights.
I'm keeping my eyes on the bottom lane in this game, because when I think back to when they played last, it just felt like Hans and Labrov were just really gapping Kalista and Busio. It felt like that Hans and Labrov had really built this advantage in their 2 versus 2, and the jungle involvement, I think, was so key in if you get either side a little bit of an edge, it can really snowball the whole matchup. In game one, I felt like Hans and Labrov did not have the best 2v2 in order to fight them in the bottom lane, but now with Lulu Yunara, let's see how things pan out.
Yeah, I did like how G2 played the initial start of the laning phase. Labrov taking the sweeper meant that he was able to immediately walk through all the brushes. And essentially what you want to try and do against the Nami is try and get 2 Qs off before she can get a W off. And basically by holding on to that 3rd brush, you can guarantee it by playing back into the wave as they both reconnect. But actually Kalist got a really good trade against Han Sama in the early stage. So kind of Kalist nullifying some of the advantages that G2 had been playing for off of that level.
Hans and Labrov will get that level 2 first, and Kalista and Busio very happily stepping back from it. Skumon pathing down towards the bottom side, tracked once again on Vision, as KC did so well in game one. And you know exactly where he's going, but it's not too surprising that he's pathing down towards the bottom lane either.
Both junglers pathing towards the bottom lane. That fight over the crab is going to be an interesting one. You'll notice that a ward was just dropped by Han Summit in the river, wary of the gank that could come through from Yike, recognizing that, hey, we know he's on the top side, but Jarvan is Jarvan. He could do an EQ over the Dragon Pit wall in order to create a flank. So that's why he puts that ward in the river specifically, so that he can spot a potential, I guess, pathing from Yike, where he could circumvent the Tri-Brush ward.
Yahoo and Caps continuing to trade in the mid lane. Yahoo having actually just a really solid last couple of days overall. Yesterday against MCoy, he was one of the stars of the shows, to be honest. 15.3 KDA, gold leads at 14 in every game against the top laner of the regular season in JoJoken.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of people are looking at Yahoo coming into this weekend saying, like, he's just not going to have a good time. You're up against JoJo, who people are arguing should have been MVP of the regular season. Like, he looked absolutely spectacular, had been insane. And then you're against Caps, who is the clear GOAT of the West. So it was definitely had an uphill battle for Yahoo, but he really outperformed JoJo yesterday. Looked absolutely spectacular and working with Yike, playing for early skirmishes. And I think we're starting to see it again in game one, that Yahoo's Cassiopeia was a massive difference maker in so many of these fights. Like, the way he controlled space was absolutely perfect for KC.
To me, he is a player that shows up in the important matches, and I think that he showed that in the finals of last split. We heard him in the voice comms. He was nothing but a joy to listen to, with that positive energy that he brought and how he was saying, I like this, you know, and having a really good time in the arena of the LEC versus final. Now we see him going up against Caps. He has a small advantage against the Ari, kind of what we expect, that Talia does get that early push against the Ari. She doesn't quite have the wave clear early on, especially without something like a Lost Chapter to give you that extra bit of mana that you'd need in order to get that early push. And so he's going to take advantage of that and build a bit of a gold lead for himself.
And did TP back earlier than Caps as well, who stayed around a little bit longer. Yike actually, after going for the topside Scuttle Crab, didn't back at all. Is doing his second clear without that longsword Ruby Crystal we so often see on junglers in the early game. Hansama going back has got himself a Cull, which works really well with the Arc of, the Cultivation of Spirit out of the Yunara. Extra Omnivamp just proccing across all of the orbs you're throwing out. And once again, Stumon spotted on a Razorbeak ward. Looks like he is just trying to farm up towards that level 6.
Yeah, Tunneler picked up for Jarvan on the reset though, so I'm kind of expecting him to try and use that advantage to find some play. I'm guessing around that bottom side of the map, just with the way that things are going in these early stages, especially as this wave is starting to crash, but it will bounce out, so maybe missing the timing window there for any sort of play from Yike.
Oh, there's just fantastic vision from KC
really
right now.
Good.
Because not only do they have good river coverage, but also they spot the back that started from Skumon. You'll see it on the, look at the minimap right there. If we just make the minimap a little bit bigger, you'll notice this back starting to come through. They can see it happening, and now he's looking for a potential play to try and punish. So good awareness from KC. Of course, that ward will spot him out. No gank is going to happen, which will allow Skumon to now go back to base and pick up the tunneler of his own. Remember, the timing is important. Both junglers, you can see on their jungle item 22, once the 5:30 timer rolls around, it gives you that extra point, and it will knock Skumon down to 20, which will then give him that upgraded smite. And keep my eye on the number now.
There we are, go down to, goes to 21.
20, yeah.
There we are, 20, yeah, because of the tree. Comes in a slight bit and later.
There isn't much that Jarvan can really do here.
Yeah, look at the top side here. Brook played in that mini-Nav form, flashes away with the Predator though, with the seismic shot for the follow-up. And KC's Koreans work together to find a great kill on top side.
And I think it's a great read from KC, because you had level 5 and push for the G2 bot lane. They can't contest this craft, so instead Yahoo immediately makes the play top end and ends up getting a kill for himself.
Now the Dragon going to be started as a response from G2. They recognize that with no mid laner from KC, it's going to be a tough contest. So they will have to give this one away. Unfortunately for Broken Blade, he now finds himself behind in lane. And great news for Yahoo as he gets himself first blood.
Caps lower mana here. Like was looking to see if he could find an engage. There's enough mana for a Spirit Rush out from Caps, and he still had the flash boost here as well. So it looks like they might just try for a little bit of vision around the Razorbeak spawn again.
I am surprised Yike didn't try and steal away some of the camps on the top side. Even you can see the pings from himself as the red buff and that. I assumed he would have tried to make something happen when you see Skumon on Dragon, but instead they just go for the rotation, and instead just going to look to see if they can take some towers with Kalist.
Love the way that Yahoo's playing right now. Nothing but confidence up against the Western GOAT, the guy that has been so successful here in Europe. Yahoo is just playing with nothing but confidence, making nice roams, punishing Labrov. I mean, imagine you're a support. You go back to base, you heal, you walk mid lane, immediately you lose half your HP. You're forced to base once again. Now Yike, using the pressure that his mid laner is generating, moves into the enemy jungle. The swamp has come through, ready to contest the grubs that are spawning. KC playing with the pressure well, but Skumon fishing for a fight.
He's going to take the fight here. When it becomes lightning, Skumon dashes in with Audacious Charge, does land the smite now, and Yike is slowed up. Broken Blade with a Nav into the wall, and even with a Cataclysm, there is no terrain you can build to save your life. Yahoo now can't escape either. A Spirit Forward from Caps dodges to the side of the Aquabus and still lands the charm. Wild Growth for the knockup. Caps has another Spirit Rush as Kalist tries to get out. Does have Flash, uses the barrier too. and will manage to escape Caps' clutches, but with a flash and a charm, there is no escape from G2's mid laner.
G2 turned the play around. Caps had gone for the reset, just picked up the lost chapter. BB with the last dredges of his Mega Gnar. And maybe more.
Polymorph. Wind becomes lightning and Busio becomes Sashimi. Skewmond spears him. He's gone harpoon fishing for a bit of Nami.
Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do when you get turned into a squirrel? The reality is no counterplay options available. 4 kills picked up for G2, and a composition with Ari and Xin Zhao wants to skirmish. They want to find picks. And remember, LeBron had just come back to base. KC think that they have numbers with the pressure that they have in mid lane as well, but the Mega Gnar was the difference maker. Broken Blade being top gave them that extra bit of utility needed to collapse onto KC and find a big fight.
It's also Xin Zhao when he hits level 6 in these early skirmishes is so insane. He has a ton of damage you can dish out, and you just can't get that damage back. So in that engagement, KC, Kalist basically just getting nothing off, and that flash engage from Caps there, absolutely picture perfect.
Superb stuff all around by G2 to find that skirmish. Caps so consistently at the top of the league. From 2018 started winning titles, and since then no one's been able to pry them out of his grasp consistently.
Yeah, he is the man you usually have to go through if you want to win. And teams that have beaten him in playoffs are usually the teams that then go on to win.
Yeah.
So nothing but an impressive performance from him. But right now the story is very much Skewmond as he sits with a 3-0-1 record, and Kana is making his way mid lane.
Cap Spirit rushes away. Uses 2 charges of his ultimate and escapes any possibility of dying to KC.
Nicely done by Caps to just escape away, and I do like that KC are still trying to make plays by shifting both Yehu and Kana around, using those winning lanes to try and find something, but at the moment with Skewmond, as Betty was about to say, 3-0 now, that Sunder Sky completed, it's going to be a tough one.
Yike, in becomes lightning. Yike still has the flag, and Dragon will use it to get himself to safety across the wall, but because of it has to give up the damage that he's done to these grubs. Skewmond will smite one away.
And Skewmond just abandoned the grubs and says, no, Yike, this is my jungle now. The problem for Jarvan is, as a champion, he doesn't have the strongest dueling power. And when you're fighting against a Sunder Sky, Yehu on the road once again.
For Hunsama and LeBron, tidal wave down, seismic shove, still clips the Lulu who tried to flash away. Hunsama has to dash out of that Aqua Prism. Meanwhile, Skewmond just continuing to do whatever he wants on this side of the map. Rufus Predator's coming out. Yike, even with a Dragon Strike, can't really get through that Crescent Guard.
I mean, nice play by KC to try and respond on the bottom side. They do get the kill onto the Brawl, who didn't end up flashing away from the Nami wave. But still, Skewmond is just getting in the face of Yike, bullying him out with this Inzao.
I love that Yehu is still trying his best to be proactive on the map. The roam towards top lane, working with his jungle, now the roam towards bot lane. Because I was going to mention, before that scrap happened, the overall greater consequences for KC is yes, Skewmond got an advantage, but more than that, Hunsama also got an advantage, sitting completely alone in the bottom lane, free to farm. Enemy top laner, enemy AD carry dies in the top lane skirmish as well. Advantage. So getting this kill bot just puts a little bit of gold back into Kalist's pockets to help equalize and give KC a win condition as we move into the mid game.
Also just finding gold back on the map when the person that usually gets these ganks off, who is Yike, is being put so far behind, is so vital for KC. You can't let 1 point of your map bleeding stop you from putting a tourniquet on elsewhere.
Now this Dragon start is a little bit early from G2 because their mid laner is going back to base. Caps does have the TP available to him, has ticked over to level 9, but he wants to spend the gold before this fight starts.
TP in from Kana. KC are going for a 5-man play. Caps TP's back into the mid lane. Broken Blade trying to dash onto Yehu here. The Drake down to 1,000. Kana goes in with the Ruthless Predator. Immediately is charged up. Yehu forced to flash into the back of the pit. Almost dies to BB. The Drake secured. Kana pays for it with his life. And Caps wants to Spirit Rush for a little bit more. Dodges to the side of the tidal wave. Busio getting chased down. Another Spirit Rush. Oh, charm almost onto Yike. Skewmond tries to get in when the ribbon comes lightning, but doesn't clip anyone from KC. They'll lose 2. Skewmond trying to cut him off with the pass as well. Will G2 chase for more here? It looks like the answer is a resounding yes as the Bob steps forward. Broken Blade almost mega. Yike has no flash. Skewmond tried to proc the Q3 but couldn't get it mid-dash of Yike.
They shepherd Casey away from the tower to allow for Broken Blade to gain access to this wave, access to the tower, and deny Casey as much as possible. Casey do a good job of getting the dragon, but they end up losing the fight, and G2 gain more on the map.
I think Caps is trying to predict the flash from Busio with that charm as well, but now Yahoo overextended.
Yeah, no. I don't think there's any escape. Hans Sommer takes it. Chucks an orb at him, and that Talia falls for the 3rd time this game.
Yeah, we'll see it here. Yahoo isolated, Broken Blade ends up popping in. LeBron just uses the wall growth to provide the CC that you need on one side. Kana then tries to buy space for the rest of his team, but G2 have so much damage. Casey have to just run for the hills. Caps, as soon as he starts getting the resets, is absolutely insane here. You see as he goes forward.
It's fine. Let's just make sure we're on the same page, guys, when we take place.
I will say, Caps did miss his charm, but he was trying to predict a flash.
Yeah, he was trying. Oh, also, he could have got Yike around the corner as he was coming around.
I really think he was.
Yeah, I think he was predicting the flash.
Yeah,
Look, guys, either way, guy's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay?
He's
Who knows what goes
right
through the mystical mind and
I've got a pretty good idea.
enigmatic mind of
pretty good idea.
Caps?
Yeah, I've got a pretty good idea.
Okay. Yeah. Vetti says he's as good as Caps. More news at 10.
Oh, actually, you said that. You said that. I appreciate that, man. That's very kind of you. I wouldn't say that myself, but hey. Now, G2 in a great position. Their gold lead 4.5k at the 14-minute mark. This is reminiscent of the last time that they did play up against one another, and it all comes off the back of that early skirmish going the way of G2. But KC have demonstrated their resilience and their evolution since the last time they played, and they are still looking to be proactive on the map. Right now, they're making the cross map happen. They've committed 4 members towards the bot side. They've left Kalist solo in the middle lane. Meanwhile, Caps is solo taking that top tower, and it looks like he's going to get it first.
I do think the Xin Zhao pick does continue to be a thorn in the KC side, though, because it's been this that is consistently finding plays. I might just look for Yike here as well. He's just going to back away, but it has been such a focal point of G2's early game against KC, because KC keep trying to take skirmishes early against it, not respecting the ultimate and going, we can't damage the front line anymore, and then they just lose the skirmish. So I do think it's it continues to show that KC can overextend at times, even despite some of these good skirmishes or what appear to be good setups.
Yeah, it's now 5,500 gold lead for G2. 15 minutes into the game, 2 minutes on the next Drake, but there's a Rift Herald available for G2 if they so desire it, and it looks like with their bot lane and support in the mid lane, that's what they're going to play for. Broken Blade a little bit weak-sided, as to be expected on this Gnar. We saw him trying to build up the Mega on that Grump for a little while, but G2 wisely playing around their points of power, which, as you can see, are the 2,000 gold lead on Skumon, the 1.6k on Caps, and the 1.1k on Hans Sommer.
G2 looking like a completely different team in contrast to game 1, and KC now need to find a way back into this game. I will argue that I think G2's comp does simply scale better with the Mega Gnar utility that Broken Blade is going to provide, and Yunara Lulu just being that late game insurance. We've seen what Hans Sommer can do when he's put in a position to carry on this pick specifically, and he's looking to replicate that level of performance here in game 2.
It's also, how do you escape a good charm, right? Like, you don't have Mikhails, you don't have Cleanse on Kalist.
Apparently you just don't flash.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. I said a good charm. I said a good charm, Benny. We see the recalls coming out from G2 to stole away a Gromp. Really, all they're trying to do is put Yike as far behind as possible.
Yeah, and getting ready for the Dragon this morning as well. So as the resets come through, G2 will spend what gold they can. Looks like Skumon trying to min-max as much as he can. As the Raptors are respawning, he'll clear that out and then make his way towards bot lane to get as much golden experience ahead of the fight.
That's because he just cleared out Yike's top side. So he's like, you know what, I might as well go back to my own jungle.
That's good min-max.
Yike just hasn't had a fun time trying to get any of his top side camps, and I don't think it's going to continue for him for a long old time. So I think for G2, using this bike that you have basically on the Yunara items, your Xin Zhao being massively far ahead, Caps now about to clear this bot side tower, like, you should just continue to play for these objectives. And actually, KC overloading top side means Yunara, I think, gets mid tower.
Yeah, I think it's double towers. It was good vision for Broken Blade. He backs away. While he has Mega, he can stay around for a little while, but as soon as that begins to wear out, he can't. Rift Herald being put down on towards the bot side as Caps looks to take a tier 2 here. Already got a couple of plates out of the top lane tier 2. Rift Herald charges in, and this is just more gold in the pockets of Caps. He's going to be 2,000 gold ahead in just a moment.
The lane assignment's quite devastating there for KC. Caps fishing for more. I feel may have overextended here.
Does he just want a Rift Herald charge? Does he just want the plate gold? Right, he almost got it. If he charmed Kana a little bit later, he would have got it there.
It was bizarre to me that KC went for this topside play, because our Wait, actually, we're going to go for it again? No, because it was just, there's dragons on bottom side. There was already vision established in their jungle by G2 off of the invade that they had as well. So G2 kind of knew already that that play was going to happen on the top.
Kana really only has armor here as the Spirit Rush comes in from Caps. Dominus pop. Caps low on mana. Spirit Rush is forward. Foxfire needs an auto. Oh, the rocket belt's enough. And Caps takes down the Croc.
Nice solo kill from Caps. I didn't think that he would actually have the damage in order to secure that kill, but they get the flash out from Renekton. The TP as well will be used. Oh, Yahoo on the hunt.
Weaver's Wall on the wrong side of it, puts it down, okay. He
Just
wanted the
trying to
Cinder
stall.
for the extra movement speed. As you
Skummon's
say, he's
almost
stalling.
here.
TP comes in, Skummon's almost here as well. Yahoo looking at that seismic shot, but Caps dodges to the side of it, and even though Caps is low on mana, he has the teammates in support. Yahoo flashes, but the threaded volley doesn't find its mark as G2 find another.
Caps gets both the flashes out of the solo laner, survives and kills both. Absolute value for the mid laner G2 as they will now continue the onslaught. Caps immediately TP's top to push that wave in. The tier 2 has already gone on bot. G2, they own the map.
Yeah, I mean, this game looks pretty done and dusted. The side lane is now a problem. They are trying to collapse onto Caps. They think his ultimate's off cooldown, but it's back up.
Spirit Rushes one through the Spectre for the stun. Spirit Rushes across the wall. Charm doesn't land. Maybe expecting Yike to flash into it that time.
Was a good charm.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. 8,500 the gold lead here for G2. And for KC, you don't have those long-range tools to find a pick that you had in game one.
No, I mean, but that sequence was just devastating for KC for so many reasons, because while the camera was isolated to the bot side of the map, the rest of G2 was just pushing elsewhere. Skummon stealing camps, Han Summer pushing in the mid wave, securing that mid tower at long last. Like, look at the individual gold leads that have been built. 1.6k for Han Summer, 3.4 for Skummon. Yike has just been completely removed from the game. He is 3 levels down. All the while, Caps gets 2 kills on the bot side, the Rift. Like, it was just, that was kind of a game-breaking play, and now the wallet gap is simply too big that KC will need a pretty significant misplay, which I will say G2 have been known to do in these playoffs.
LeBron doesn't have a hook.
That's true.
So it's much harder to make that misplay.
To be fair, though, the last misplay from LeBron and Lulu was he ran under mid lane tower.
I do remember
and
that.
tried to ult to set up for a Yasuo.
He set up perfectly for the Yasuo. I won't have the support slander. Broken Blade just needed to move quicker, so he was in there.
One with the win.
Yeah, right, okay. But yes, as you say, there are possibilities of misplays from G2, but it feels like you're more relying on that than a possibility of a proactive play from KC. And very much a...
I do notice as well, Caps following in Knight's footsteps, grabbing that Mage Ice.
Yeah.
A little bit late, of course. Not quite min-maxing those stacks. But nevertheless, sitting at 9 right now, looking to try and add to those pages as G2 will start the Baron. They know they have the gold lead. If KC come to contest, that is G2's ideal spot, as they will look to turn and fight and close out this game.
You can be like Yagami at any portion of your life, Betty. Change things in your 30s if you want, as Caps lands the charm. Only has 9 stacks in that book. And yeah, KC realize they can't really step past the author in the mid lane. And there's Baron for G2. And with only 2 tier 2s still standing for them to take down, don't expect this one to break the base of KC.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they spotted Kana basically backing away on this ward that's just in Tribrush on the bottom of your screen there, which is why G2 went for the immediate Baron turn. But either way, great call, because Kana was on reset and had to TP in and to get nothing for it.
G2 now looking to create a similar sort of push to what KC did before. You have the 4-1. You keep your Ahri in the mid lane. You keep the tank with the team to make it that much harder for KC to engage on.
Skummon really wants Sushi tonight as he jumps onto Busio. Is caught up in the Aqua Prison, but Busio's half HP. Cap still has the Spirit Rush in the mid lane. No flash for him, but there's tools at his disposal to escape. And now G2 pushing in. Yahoo with a good Unraveled Earth will stun Broken Blade in his tracks. Seismic Shot gets the knockback as well as Broken Blade nards into nothingness, and Broken Blade falls into the abyss afterwards as Kalist picks up his second kill of the game. A Weaver's Wall forward from Yahoo as he looks to find what he can sew out of this situation. But Caps goes in and Busio will go down. An Orb of Deception from Caps enough. Skummon flashing forward. The Crescent Guard spells Yahoo's dead. And KC, they had a small sliver of victory in their eyes, and immediately they are shut closed by G2.
Great faith from Broken Blade, I guess, as G2 managed to close that one out. It was dominant though regardless, as G2 pick up the win.
Yeah, usually first Barons don't lead to wins in the LEC, but this one led to a resounding victory for G2. They'll even up these finals 1-1, as both teams have shown exactly what they can bring in these first two games.
Sub 23 minutes. Wow. I mean, what a dominant performance. 5-0-5 for Caps, 6-0-3 for Skewmond. G2 came back with a vengeance in this series.
I mean, very, very strong stuff from G2. We're going to throw it over to Lore, who's standing by with Broken Blade.
Yeah, it looked a bit better, Skewmond.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, not gonna lie, the first draft was like really hard to execute. I think the second one was definitely better, and I think we just find like really good plays together. And I'm just really happy for what we showed.
One comment that I have ahead of the series, I was talking to Kameto, and he was telling me that his chat and him as well are calling you the devil, le diable, for how good you are.
Obviously that's nice to hear. I hope that I will be able to keep this name after today's series, and I will make sure that, I'll do my best to make it as hard as possible for them.
All right, keep it coming. Thank you, Skimon. I'd like to join your team. What do you guys have to say?
The Diable, the devil, okay. That's a nice nickname to have. Did you ever have a nickname like that?
I had Fint, which is my name with a T after.
That is true. I like that one. That one was good.
That was good. He said basically draft iffy. He said first game, not all the tools. Second game, all the tools.
Well,
I'm summarizing.
Yeah, I think fair enough. Like, and honestly, I can't really fault him because the contrast in game 1 to game 2 is just so extreme, and Skewmond really stepped up. It does feel like a single moment in the game that went in favor of G2, where Casey overstayed on an invade. And the fact that from that single play, suddenly they're 5K ahead, 1 Baron, they win the game, is a reminder that whatever we saw in game 1, G2 are still G2. And if you make a mistake, they're going to shoot you.
I mean, this was once again a G2 4.5K goal at 14 minutes. Kind of like the last series. And I think a big part of it is just their ability to snowball any single lead given. We talked about it before in the telestrator that they just need an inch and they'll turn it into a kilometer. But I would love to see that fight if we have it, if possible.
We do have it. 7 minutes, I believe, in the jungle. It's coming. I am assured by production. Here we go.
Thank you, production. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. Yike wants to find his invade, right? Go for the red buff, but he uses the Dragon Strike to do damage, and suddenly he cannot then use the Flag and Drag to get out of here. And there's a Meganar over the wall. You're gonna have to question the decision-making here of Casey, because what I do like is they're all committed, but that kind of makes the cleanup super easy for Caps after.
That is a glass half full ass take. This was terrible, bro. This is an absolute disaster.
The silverest of linings.
The silverest of linings. We all jumped off the cliff together. Yeah. Look, like Caps did such a fantastic job of picking this fight apart. Yehu being on the flank, not really respecting. They really thought they had this man advantage. They overstay. You're right that I think the big kind of miscalculation, and he's clearly in the moment, Busio sees Broken Blade over the wall. And I don't think that there's that communication there with Yike, because Yike is Q smiting to secure it, but now he has no way out, and like, it's a Meganar. He's going to be there. They're going to kill you. And unfortunately, they've just put way too much into this play, and one of the few champions in the game who can run you down is Ahri.
Yep.
3 dashes, more than enough to make sure that fight is going to keep happening.
So annoying if you're up versus a fed Ahri. You're never getting away, and Caps played it to perfection, finding picks all over the map, really, where he went a little missing, I want to say, in game 1. Yeah, who maybe had his number. He's trying to remind him who the boss is.
I mean, I feel like Caps was not really set up for success in game 1. He was playing the Rise into the Casio matchup, which is, like, in of it by itself, a tough matchup, and then suddenly the whole kind of map was collapsing around him, so I think he really struggled to make an impact. Now, coming into game 2, he's like, okay, I need a champion with agency. How can I impact the map and help my teammates win the game? So I think the R was a fantastic pick by him, and I think it really highlights his strengths. Just these picks he keeps finding, playing around in Fog of War, is one of his main strengths.
Yeah, and I think when you look back at these clips, if you're trying to play Ahri, like, look at the patience on the dashes. He waits till he sees the tidal wave. He doesn't want to get caught mid-dash. He sidesteps using the W movement speed to make sure the bubble doesn't hit him. Every single cooldown, when this man is playing well, is used so perfectly, and it's one of the few reasons that I think that, like, he is one of the few people where he picks up Ahri, where I'm like, I believe it. I can see a world where you're going to win with it, because so often it's just this mid-game pick engine that does absolutely nothing.
It's true. I'm also happy for the side of G2 that they got that lead and they didn't even squander it at one point. That is one criticism that I had for them in the run to the grand finals, is where in some of these games they've had very big leads, they threw them away and then they had to regain them. That's something I did not want to see, not only thinking about the finals, but also thinking about MSI. But what then all went wrong for KC because it seemed like they had so many aces up their sleeve coming out of game 1. So did it all just fall apart, or do you blame the draft?
I mean, it's easy to blame the draft.
It is.
I don't really think it was a draft issue. I think they did some really good early plays. They had Talia with the move into the Renekton top lane, finding the dives and kind of setting Kana up for success. But then where they translated that pushing Renekton, I don't feel like it was included in a lot of these plays. You saw that invade, Renekton is nowhere to be seen. I think Kana didn't really make an impact in any of these fights, and not including Kana in your plays, I think is a big mistake.
I think the Jarvan first pick is naturally going to struggle when the enemy team has options to champions with dashes, right? Normally he's really good in these situations to punish immobile carries. G2 didn't really put him in a position to do anything, and if you start to fall behind on J4 against a comp that's naturally pretty good against you, you're gonna look useless. You just really don't do very much.
For so much that we talked about the bot lane matchup and who's the best bot lane in this matchup, it's all been coming up jungle.
It really has.
I mean, I think we kind of expected it. I mean,
Yeah.
it really is these two teams. Yike is kind of, I'm not going to say captain because I don't want to do him like any injustice, but he is one of the main driving forces. And in the same way, Scuman has really developed into one of the main engines of G2. Just look at those stats. The moment he got that lead on Xin Zhao, he did not let anyone down.
And I think the big question on our minds after game 1 is, what does this matchup look like when there's not an Ashe giving you free vision? And the answer is, it goes horribly wrong based on a play that it looks like Yike started. And I'm not going to condemn him from that. Maybe that's a team call. But it starts to feel like we're going back to the Skumon side of this matchup, where he is the one in charge and Yike is the one that has to play to his tune, which I think would be devastating for KC in game 3.
To add insult to injury, this was the fastest game of the LEC this year.
Really?
Yes. So KC absolutely have to go back to the drawing board. They still have one up. It's only squared off now. It's all about that signal that G2 sent just now. And we'll see if KC can fight back right after this.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm been crushing. My body wanna talk. What was that?
Whoops.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
I think Caps is trying to predict the flash from Lucio with that charm as well, but now Yahoo overextended.
Yeah, no. I don't think there's any escape. On Summer takes it. Chucks an orb at it. Oh, really only has armor here. The Spirit Rush comes in from Caps. Dominus pop. Caps low on mana. Spirit rushes forward. Foxfire needs an auto. The rocket belts it up. Caps tanks down the croc.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about ready for game 3. We're going to be drafting here at the desk. Well, they are going to draft. We are going to criticize their draft. And with we, I mean Otto and Finn, because what do I know?
React content, that's what it's all about.
Exactly,
React
new
those
meta. That's what everybody else is doing. Anyway, so what are we thinking then? At least we're going to get 4 games, which I am over the moon about after yesterday, where we were like in and out of studio, like rehearsal was longer than the series. So let's go.
I mean, me and Otto sat there and talked a little bit about what is still up and available, and we came to the conclusion that a lot of common picks are still up and available because there's been a few curveballs, like the Galley was taken out. So I think we would expect to focus on strong bot lanes and just kind of team fighting junglers, kind of like Skarner, Estral Karma, stuff like this.
Wow, you're really reinventing the meta here.
Really selling it high right now, yeah.
I mean, both of these teams just showed us game 1 and game 2 that it's all about the jungle, right? Game 1, they found skew mode every single time. Game 2, I felt like Yike got the better pick with the Jarvan, but now with this is all being out as well. I feel like going into this draft is still going to be about this jungle and this bot lane duo, because on both sides, there's still Ezreal Karma, there's Lucian Meteor, there's still very, very strong junglers up and available, and we already see the Varus and the Melio taking out. Melio-Lucian combo is going up and away.
Yeah, so it was high emphasis if you want an Enchanter. Karma is by far and away the strongest Enchanter right now in this draft. You could look to first pick it here as G2.
The Nautilus is still open though.
Nautilus is still open, but I feel like it's kind of a preference. Some teams kind of hate playing against the Nautilus, some people don't really mind, but they actually banned the Estral, so kind of keeping Estral Karma separated now in draft phase, and I feel like we're kind of going towards more engaged supports right now.
Exactly. Now the pressure is on KC to ban this Nautilus. Otherwise, I don't really see any other priority picks being up and available that are worthy of a first pick. Nautilus is just the clear standout for me, and it's gonna warp. This last ban is gonna warp the draft all around it.
Yeah. So you could ban the Nautilus if you want to. You could also take out the Skarner. Don't take out the Karma, which is a bit surprising, because now the Nautilus kind of is pretty free if you want.
I feel like this is a new direction that both of these teams are taking us in, because they have both shown us that they're very comfortable to go for these melees, especially on the side of G2. I feel like most of his really good games were on the side on the Alistar, on the Rel, on the Nautilus. And right now G2 has a choice. Do they want to pick the Nautilus, or do they want to secure a different priority pick and then counter pick the Nautilus when KC picks it?
And they really think about it. There's also the Pantheon that is just like, I think, the strongest jungler.
The Nico, wow.
Nico already picked here, so still want to secure the range in the bot lane, also has the engage. I think could be paired easier with something like a Nocturne later if you want to kind of get that dive. We've seen MK do it quite a few times.
And G2 really values this lane dominance that the Nico brings, because she's kind of this, how to say, this hybrid between an Enchanter and an engaged champion, because in the laning phase provides all the tools of an Enchanter, the range, damage, dealing abilities, and they react with the Rakan and the Vi.
Yeah, so I think the Rakan obviously probably setting up for the Sion free.
Yeah.
I think with this Nico pick, G2 highlighted that they want to draft dive. So securing the Sai Rakan and the Vi kind of blocks that a little bit. I mean, the Vi also wants to go in with Rakan, but Saya being able to self-peel with that little feather jump is really strong. So we'll see what G2 does here.
The Vi, though,
I take it away here. It would be a clever choice.
Yeah, it would be a clever choice. And what the Vi does as well, even though it's a solid pick and it makes everything come good, it invites the counter pick from Skewman, because I'm looking at champions like Nocturne or pretty much any early game champion, any early game jungler, they can out-tempo the Vi. We'll be looking to have a field day with this pick.
I mean, even something like a Skarner could completely nullify the hard engage that KC is drafting right now. Sometimes you just want a beefy boy that walks up, kind of takes that hard engage. So it's something that Skewman has looked really good on in the past, but kind of setting yourself up to be countered here on the AD carry position, but it's an Aurora lock-in, and I assume this is a flex, but I'm thinking it's gonna go to mid.
Yeah. It's likely to go to mid. Skewman here says, well, I have 3 champions. I don't really care. I don't have a priority jungler. I want to enable caps. I want to enable someone else, because with them being more powerful for me, that's gonna ensure that I'm having a good game.
So do you take the Annie here into, or you can pick your mid or you can drop your AD carry, because you can do the same thing as AD carry, right? Don't pick your AD carry here and pick your best mid lane matchup. But that means now Kalista's in the same boat as Skewman. Now we're gonna see the split bans coming in. I think KC most likely gonna target the jungle pool quite hard, while G2 will target the AD carry pool quite hard. And it's kind of a confidence shot to say that I have multiple picks, I'm fine whatever I'm picking.
Well, if I'm KC here, I'm actually going away from that game plan. I'm looking to target top lane, because you do have the last pick. You don't need to show your top laner on 4 right now. You can easily match with ADC. They're banning the Wukong. They just want to take away the setup from the Nico and the Aurora, because what these 2 champions want, they want someone else to start the fight first for them. They don't want to be the main engage. These champions thrive when there's someone else pulling the trigger for you.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Pantheon ban come out from KC.
Yes.
I think it's the most standard bruiser jungle left in the pool. I think it would make a lot of sense to take it out. There's also some funky champions. You can still go for like Aatrox Ahen if you really want a skirmish-heavy jungler, but when it comes to just having that semi-global, Pantheon is one of the best junglers at controlling the pace in the early to mid game.
All these jungler champions or these bans, they just say to me, I want to take away comfort, what makes our team comp and our lives a little bit easier, because as we said, there's way too many champions that you can take out. The Nocturne that would make the same role for this team comp, but they do want the Pantheon out. Pantheon, well, to be honest, if Pantheon would have been in this game with Aurora and Nico, I feel like G2 would have had a field day. So I do like the fact that they're going away and want to transition into a jungler that's a little bit slower, a little bit more active in the mid game rather than the early game.
Yeah, so initially I thought that Skewman would actually lock in Skarner and BB would pick something funny, but seeing the TF and Vayne ban makes me think that BB is just going to blind pick a tank here, either Sign or Cassante, and maybe set up Skewman for something a little bit more volatile into the Vide. Maybe like a bruiser champion that can just take these skirmishes, I think would make sense if that's your angle that you go for, because otherwise I don't really see why you would ban TF as well.
The Zeri. That's not a champion I see often, because I feel like with the changes, everyone was still a little bit on the fence if this champion is good or not. We saw it most commonly with Yumi, but at the same time, if you look at these comps, the way they interact with each other, the Zeri makes sense. You want mobility, you want flexibility, because G2 is looking to flank you from everywhere.
Yeah, when I see the Victor, I think about that KC Winter Finals, with Vlad playing Victor and getting those massive Chaos Storms.
Okay, the Ramos, okay, relax everyone, Ramos will not be picked.
Is this the Nasus angle for Skewman? It's been brewing behind the scenes. I played against it in solo queue with him, but I don't want to predict it, because he could just lock in something like a Zahen there as well.
No, but you just did. Now we're excited,
You jinxed it. Now you got me excited, Finn. I really...
Come on.
Who let the dog out? Oh, no.
This makes the most sense. This makes the most sense.
Makes sense.
You already have the Cassante to make some space from you, and you needed something a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more proactive, and Skewman goes for it. And now the question is, what is going to be the counter pick for Kana? Because we said it at the beginning of the day. Well, if the Zahen is there, I am excited. But
me too. He's so sexy. I mean, he's a great champion.
Well, I'm excited for different reasons, you know. But
he has great base stats.
Yeah.
It's lucky. Whoa, Zahen for Kana. Now that is hype. I mean, Zahen into the Kazante is a slow burner lane. Like early game, you're both kind of just farming, but Zahen when he gets the Triforce back and gets his passive fully stacked is an absolute demon in team fight.
Who won the draft?
It's tough. They're quite evenly matched.
I like G2s.
You like G2s?
I like G2s
It's a little bit more proactive. KC tries in these slow back and forth, slow burner skirmishes where they can slowly get more and more space, but this game is going to come down to the mid lane, I feel like. I feel like if Caps is enabled in the laning phase and he manages to transition his lead to the other lanes, that's how G2 will take over this game, because it's just a shotgun team comp from G2.
I mean, for me, the lane to watch is really bot lane. I think if this Rakan goes unpunished in lane, it's a super scary thing for G2, but having the Saya Nico, I think should have a lot of lane pressure.
Right, interesting picks here going into game 3. Let's see who gets to match point first. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shox. I know what costume suggestions Shox is going to have for Halloween for people in her life.
Oh.
It's like, oh, if you want to be sexy, have you thought of decomposing Xin Shao? So you could play it.
That's one way to describe the head, yeah.
Especially what he is, isn't he? Let's get into game. Game 3. So far we have had 2 relatively one-sided games, but in different ways. G2 won a fight at the red buff and then won the game off that fight at the red buff. KC waited for the opportune moment to pounce, to strike. And like the boa constrictor that Yehu was playing in the mid lane, they did exactly that. Sunk their fans into G2.
I don't think Cassio's anything like a boa constrictor.
Okay.
It's more like a spitting viper. Yeah. Spitting viper
like the
specifically.
Viper, the King Cobra. Like
again, cobras don't. Well, you know, King Cobra doesn't spit. Nettie.
Do Viper spit?
There are probably
sure
almost certainly Vipers that spit, yes. That's why I changed. Anyway, you can vote who will win Game 3. You can type G2 or KC in the chat right now to vote live. It is 1-1 in terms of the series score. As Skewmond, well now hang on, do they get to vote while this level 1 is happening?
Look, man. It's not like a channel points thing. Okay, we're not predicting whether you'll win or lose your game. They can have as long as they want to vote. As Skewmond looks for the steal on the Razor Beaks using that passive. Try and get them all down, and does manage to secure them. Now we'll have the Fear Tether onto Yike, who will walk away a little bit scared for the moment. Tries to get back in with those denting blows onto Skewmond, but that is his red buff gone. This time KC don't invest 4 players into it, and because of that aren't going to lose the game just off that single play, but like, Yike is going to lose a lot.
Yeah, with the bad trade that LeBron took on that bottom side though, maybe there's a window where Kalista and Busio can try and help out a little bit, but with the push that already Hans Sam and LeBron have, I think it's going to be a little tough to try and go for any sort of invade on towards this bottom side, so definitely steadying Yike behind, and again, this is kind of what we said, like a huge amount of G2 when they look good in this matchup has been by putting Yike behind.
Skewmond looking towards the mid lane here. Just took away the Razor Beaks in the red and now is going to path back down towards his bottom side. Caps was trading with Yehu. He did lose out on those trades.
Okay, so Yike in terms of his, Skewmond in terms of his pathing, really cutting off options for Yike. Not only by being on the bot side, will that allow him to deny those camps access to Yike, but also it can cover for bot, because the bot lane as they continue to push, they really need to consider dropping a ward soon as Broken Blade very low.
Pathmaker out, but Kana is going to be able to chase him. A heated rivalry brewing on the top
Kana just
side.
missed a ton of CS under the tower to try and make that play happen, so I don't think that was exactly worth for Kana, to be honest.
I think there's still a wave, but yeah, he will lose out on some farm there. Meanwhile, Yike.
He won the Aura War, which is the more important one a lot of the time.
Skewmond isn't in the brush. He doesn't see this coming.
So, Yike has Smite. Skewmond also has Smite. Who will win the fight of the Smites?
Oh, Yike has
definitely... Close but no cigar, Skewmond. 300 HP, too much.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't pull it into the brush. Yeah. I feel like that's kind of a common jungler play, just because Yike is very limited in options. He doesn't have many plays that he can make.
It was that or Crux, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, I mean, Yike gets something back at the very least, compensates for the fact that his own red buff was stolen away.
Let's go for the Doran's Helm first on this Zeri, just trying to survive through that lane. Take quite a bit of poke from the Nico and the Xayah. And now an invade from Skewmond once again. Busio is here this time. Yehu can move from mid as well. We see Labrov in the area. Shroud of Darkness used by Skewmond. Gleaming Quill for a bit of a heal. Smites come down and Yike secures most of them. As Skewmond's going to continue to chase him out, but Yike does still have the flash and has a blast cone. will use it to extricate himself from that sticky situation.
Nice job by Busio to come cover, but you can see Lebrov also there waiting on the wings, so G2 with a very succinct game plan. Just try and get into Yike's face and make sure he's not able to get it anywhere near ahead on this buy. And for the early game, it's been working well thus far.
And Hans is also winning out on the 1v1 bot side, so it's giving him even more gold. A 2v1 though, perhaps a little bit too much for him. Does land the root, goes in with the ghost as well, gets Kalist down to a 3rd HP. Busio just looking for a battle dance, you have to feel. We'll use the Grand Entrance and the Gleaming Quill, but then dances over to Kalist and heals him up just a smidge.
Lebrov's arrival, mitigating any potential play. Callisto, as he tries to set up a collapse onto Hans Sama, is just met with the flurry of feathers that Hans Sama threw his way. Now, Raptors respawn. Yike, good timing for him. His smite about to come off cooldown. Should be able to steal this one away uncontested.
Well, it's going to be contested, but a little bit too late. As the smite does come down from Yike, Skumon will take a couple of the small razor beaks, but more nuggets than a whole chicken breast for him there.
I don't think Skumon has cleared his...
blue, yeah. He hasn't gone blue or Gromp.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Or sorry, Gromp. So, I mean, that's going to be kind of a dead camp for him now, because it's still going to be sitting at level 1. So, in the grand scheme of things, that's why Yike is kind of keeping even at the moment, because he's getting camps that are coming off of respawn, whereas you're not seeing that same for Skumon.
It's been an interesting early jungle game from both these players. After Skumon was able to get those steals, obviously the red buff coming back from Yike, seeing that kind of mental warfare, I guess, between the two of them, trying to predict the opposition's moves, but haven't been able to do it perfectly as Rob clears out a little bit of vision in the Tribush. Shape Splitter gives you a lot of pressure a lane like this, and you can see the difference between the AD carries. Hans Sama has got a BF sword and Kalist has a cup. Like, that is a vast discrepancy in terms of damage output this early in the game.
Absolutely. Hans will hit harder, and he will spike harder in the mid game especially. Callisto very much playing for the late game. When you've got Victor Zeri, you're more of a 2-3 item kind of team, you know? It is very much more about doing your best to mitigate the early pressure from G2, who will want to try and accelerate this game as much as they can. Their dive is scary, especially on one item. The Nocturne plus Nico combo is... I guess everything is old school at this point, but it was a combination that we saw very prevalent everywhere for a while, basically to mask the engage of the Nico. The lights go off, now all of a sudden you don't know where the Nico's coming from, and just like that, flash from a flank, multi-man ulti, and now you're in a lot of trouble. So the question for KC is how well do they track the Nico, how well do they limit Lebrov's ability to find those lethal engages, and also when you've got this manifestation of nightmares flying at your face, can you also keep track of the fact that Lebrov is constantly looking for an angle to ruin your day?
Lebrov currently a minion. Busio does have TP off Summon the Spell, because Hans Sama is caught out, not using the Feather Storm yet, holding on to it for as long as possible, and manages to do so well. Still has it if a dive now materializes on him, and with Lebrov in the mid lane, a dive is likely to come. Arcane Storm down onto Caps, heal used by Lebrov as he tries to trade back onto Yahoo, but won't have the damage to do so. Hans Sama was forced away towards the bottom side. Didn't use the ultimate or the flash, but he's going to lose a wave to the tower.
Yahoo kind of held his own there, though, nicely, because if he flashed over the wall, it would have been Skumon who's going to follow, but instead just turning on towards Caps and having Yike move across, hitting the level 6 of the Red Bull, meant there was a chance to turn around, but here we go.
Yeah, he held his own for as long as he could, but with the flash, Caps reacts, and Skumon gets a solo in the mid lane.
Caps had to preemptively flash in anticipation of Yahoo, realizing that I know what your game plan is. If you're going to die, you may as well get a 1-for-1. And so perfectly timed flashes, Caps gets away to safety. And I believe for the first time in this series, G2 draw first blood.
I believe so too, Betty, but I can't remember entirely.
So I am just going to be confident for now until someone corrects
we
me.
got to the confidence after a little bit of perturbation to start it off. Let's have another look at this. Lebrov does chunk out Yahoo well, Dustbringer in as well from Skumon.
Yeah, because you can see here, like, Yahoo actually just goes to play. Yike actually didn't hit 6. I thought he did off of his camp, but still, by playing forward, actually managed to escape, hold on to his flash, but then here, seeing that Caps hadn't reset, decides to play, but Skumon did get Scuttle Crab and hit 6, so immediately meant to play mid.
Yeah, it was Caps doing what he often does, playing at the very edge of HP, and that did in fact bait Yahoo to stick around for another wave. He could have gone base, TP back to lane, and then he would have been just fine, but First Blood goes the way of G2.
And the good thing for Yahoo is it was 2 flashes for 1. He burnt his, but both Skumon and Caps used theirs. You have the cease and desist out from Yike. He's still got his flash if he wants to Vault Breaker flash onto someone. There are a lot of tools still left in the KC toolkit, because you've got less summoners on the side.
It's harder to punish Caps because he does have these in-between worlds, right? He can hop between both sides and try and escape that way, whereas I think Yahoo a little bit more vulnerable, I will say.
Oh, agreed,
Splashdown, so I do think it's still like more valuable for G2 to get that summoner spell out. And with the way that G2 have been playing with like LeBron move around the map and Skumon moving, I think there would definitely be windows to try and punish KC where they don't have that summoner spell out.
Drake's still up and Grub's the gun by G2. Caps helping Skumon secure the first one at least. So it looks like Yike is backing, so this should be all 3 over to G2.
G2 have put a heavy emphasis on grubs this series. I believe in all 3 games now, they've been the team to secure those grubs. And I think that it's an interesting shift because it did feel like for a lot of this split that grubs were seen as largely useless. They're a buff that you'll trade on the map, you'll take it, but their impact has not been seen until, of course, we did see that Nexus win with the little grub debuff that came through from Na'Vi.
I mean, importantly, before this series, they averaged 1 a game. And this series, as you say, they've been really focusing on it. So it is a little bit of a switch up. In game 1, I think part of that was KC were taking all the Drakes, so it's a bit harder to play for those.
Sometimes it's circumstantial.
Yeah, exactly. But as like there, they had the option. They could have played through bot side. They could have looked for the dragon. Instead, they say, "We'll get the grubs." We're getting push, especially in the bot side of the map, although Kalissa's been able to close that gold gap a little bit as we see the cease and desist going in. A grand enters as well onto LeBron. The charm landing on Skumon as well. He's got a Duskbringer his way out with that extra movement speed. Does manage to escape.
Great pick from KC. That should let them dragon off the back of it as LeBron just wander around in that river, not having the support as close as he was hoping it would be.
I definitely think that was a mistake from LeBron as well. The way he just walked up to Yike like that, to me, I actually thought that was the clone. I thought that he had just sent a clone in for vision, and he was just maneuvering it around to make it look real. And then Yike said, no, that's a real.
Yeah, I think it was just he called the bluff. I think he was trying to pretend to be Skumon. It's like, I have spell shield. And it was like, I actually don't. I'm really sorry. Can I leave?
And we've seen Carrier use the clone incredibly well. That's LeBron trying to channel a little bit of the best support in the world. As Caps tries to get the push onto Yahoo, got a good gravity well. Will stop the minions advancing any further. Drake over to KC, about a 300 gold lead for G2, but nothing too massive across the board here. Small leads for Skumon and Hansama. Lucio with a 400 gold lead, which is it's more important on supports, like these smaller gold leads, because you get towards your first items, and your items are so cheap. We'll see where he decides to go with the Kindle Gem and the No Magic Mantle. It looks like a Zeke's might be in the offing. Could also go towards the Locket of the Iron Solari if he wants that little bit of extra shield.
Oh, we found ourselves with a quieter again.
Yeah, we had this in game 1 as well and went KC's way.
They do prefer the slower style, especially when they're going for more of a scaling composition. G2 haven't really been able to find too many advantages. With the Experimental Hexblade finished off for Skumon, he will have a little bit more power.
Who's Flash about to come back up as well.
Yeah, and the ultimate is primed and ready to go. The question is, where do you use it? There's not really easy targets. Bot lane is probably your best place, thanks to the Nico ulti. But even then, Kalista's been playing so safe. He's been ultra respectful. He's not really overextending. The most aggressive play he's made this game was when he tried to set up a pick onto Hansama. Yeah. But then immediately Hansama turned towards him, said, "Do you want to fight?" And he said, "No, I'm sorry, I'll leave." And so no action really took place.
It's kind of to be expected when you're looking at a Yuntals into a Carl pickaxe, right?
Yep.
He's got a helmet as well.
He has got a helmet as well. It's true. This guy, man, he's done his full round of M0s. He's got a piece of gear for every slot. They're just not very good so far. As G2 using the fact they do have that itemization advantage to try and advance and steal away some of these camps. Skumon waiting to see perhaps if the Gromp is a possibility. He goes in with the Duskbringer. There's the quickness, lightning crash out of Kalista as well as Skumon. It's just too deep. LeGromp goes in, double pop blossom. Hansama begins to open up, but Yahoo's on his way from the mid lane and G2 have to back away. Kalista has all the time in the world to put that burst lightning through LeBron, who flashes away using the shape splitter for a bit of a block. Caps comes in from the side. Bucio able to dance his way away.
There's a nice attempt by Busio to try and hold on to that play. The early Zeke's convergence keeping Skumon slowed down, but couldn't quite prevent the re-engage from LeBron. Now Caps wanted more.
Goes between worlds, hits the weirding as well, but just not enough damage from that twofold hex.
If the ulti had connected onto Yike, there's a world where Caps could have found that kill. Unfortunately for him, he will not find it on his former teammate. I am shocked that no one died in that little skirmish. I was really expecting someone to fall. Instead, summoner spells were burnt, Skumon gets away to safety, and everyone walks away battered and bruised, but back out on the rift for another fight.
Yeah, I thought Busio bought enough space with the charm onto Lebrov and the knock-up to actually let Kalist and Yike escape from the knock-up, and then he could have turned around, but couldn't quite do so. It meant that Lebrov's Pop Blossom buying a ton of space for a very weakened G2 front line.
Importantly, everyone at home, top lane does still exist. 59 gold the difference, 5 CS. We see it because the bot lane is now up there. They will then, both the top laners will go down towards bot lane and we'll ignore it again. Here we are, TP in. Broken Blade takes the crystalline overgrowth and now we can ignore top lane again for the next while. I'm sorry, Shocks.
Well, you have to imagine Herald is where we will want to look very, very soon. I can see ultimates being pinged out from G2. Caps communicating with his team when he's got his ult back up, which should be in about, well, a little over 10 seconds. And KC have to make the decision if they feel confident enough to fight. Are they prepared to go up against a comp that I think spikes harder on this one item than they do? They are hovering around this area, but I think this is mainly to fight over the mid-wave, which so far they've been successfully able to get that prior over. The Xayah sitting in the top lane means that Caps doesn't quite share the same wave clear that Nady Carry does.
They do. KC generally have a summoner spell advantage as well as they go in with the cease and desist onto LeBron, one of those summoner spell less G2 members, and it's a great pick from KC. No flash for LeBron. No way out of that one.
I really like the way KC are playing these fights. Like, the main engage tool for G2 is Lebrov, sorry. So if you pick him off immediately, there's just not an awful lot of fight left in G2, and that's twice in a row now. KC have focused the support.
I think the positioning of Lebrov really needs to be questioned in this series. He is not showing a lot of respect towards Yike, and Yike is very quick to collapse on these mispositions. So
yeah.
G2 will look to cross-map the Dragons. Skumon doing what he can to make the best out of a bad situation. KC will likely look to drop this Herald either in the mid lane to help them secure a little bit more pressure through that side of the map, or maybe through one of these side lanes in order to cross-map, because right now G2 have rotated their AD carry towards bots. They've gotten early access to this tower, and that should be first tower of the game going G2's way.
That's why Broken Blade was so aggressively trading with Kana, just to make sure that this tower was another little advantage G2 could get out of that play. Gold basically even between the two. Have one turret to nil, a dragon apiece, 3 grubs for G2 as well. Like, this is basically the most even early game we've seen so far as Caps goes across the veil, dodges back. Yike, no cease and desist on him, means he can't really chase this one too easily. Caps stays around to auto and ward a couple of times, thinking the weirding would dodge him away from the Vault Breaker, but he still finds his back broken a little bit. Just, you know, an L1 fracture, nothing too substantial. I'm not talking like C2, C3 there. His diaphragm is fine.
Yeah. That's good. Quick analysis there from Medic. Former doctor, for those that don't know. His name is not Medic for fun.
Thanks, Betty. I needed that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah,
a lot of people may not know. Of course, we get a lot of new viewers here for the finals.
If you need to know anything about Foxglove, that's really your guy to go to.
Absolutely. You can also DM Medic for medical advice. He really loves it.
Yeah, Betty's giving away free world tickets, by the way, so you can DM him for those.
Well, I figured if we're both just making stuff up, you know.
He also loves to give them away on his stream.
G2 are making something top here.
And they're looking for a play on towards the top side. Quickness coming out. Pop Blossom as well. There's the Paranoia diving onto the backline behind Summer. The damage has only just arrived. All out from Broken Blade. Will find one. An answering kill onto LeBron. A 2-for-1 exchange for KC so far. And look at mid, look at bot.
Yeah, it's 3 people top. You're pushing mid, you're pushing bot. It's a massive play for KC as they turn it around against G2.
They stop the dive. They win out on the skirmish. And KC will get more gold elsewhere on the map. Remember that KC happy to scale, happy to take their time in this game. So if Kalista's have to free farm, best case scenario.
Lucio's getting so much value out of these charms, because you see here, Yike immediately engages to follow up with the charm, but as LeBron goes in, he gets charmed. As Skewmon goes in, he gets hit by the charm as well, which actually buys enough space for Yehu to kite back. And at this stage, sure, Broken Blade gets one, but the wave has been cleared. KC are able to back away, and it's been really nicely played.
And one-shot Aurora, Yike, if she's too cocky.
I was just about to comment. I was just about to comment on how Yike's engages have been fast and focused. He has constantly been punishing the positions, and I love that engage they did onto Caps there, really just punishing that typical cocky playstyle that we often see from Caps.
And it's incredible to see from Yike as well, because this was one of the picks that in the past you'd look at and go, oh, bloody hell, it's Yike's vibe we're looking at. And he's been absolutely tearing asunder teams on this pick now. He looks absolutely fantastic, and in this game in particular, he's been working wonders with Booster.
Yeah, hasn't lost a game on the pick in playoffs, 4-0 so far. And for G2, like the positioning has just been too aggressive. We've seen it happen 3 times to Lebrov now, once to Caps. This Vi and Rakan combination that KC have brought out very quick on the trigger finger. 1,000 gold lead now for KC off a play that G2 initialized on the top side of the map. Drake up in a minute 30. We do still have a Rift Herald for Yike as well. He wants to try and crack through this tier 1 in the mid lane. Something KC haven't got as much as they've wanted are these turrets. LeBron goes in. I mean, they should know because he's dodging back and forth, and unfortunately, minions don't do that too much.
But there was that update.
Oh, there was, yeah, it's true, it's true.
KC should feel extremely confident though. Both their Victor and their Zeri are heading gold. The second item has been completed for Kalist. The Victor not going for much of a scaling build. I don't love Rocket Belt first on the Victor, but still, Victor is a champion that scales really nicely with levels, thanks to how his passive does work. That's going to be another tower secured. So KC looking very good. G2 yet to find that big combination of the Nocturne ultimate in conjunction with the Nico ult to really, I guess, I don't want to say pick apart, because it's not about finding individual picks, it's about really just finding a clean sweep team fight.
They're not finding a true good first initiation. Like someone who's always dead before they go in for a fight. Like it was Caps on the top side, it's been Lebrov a couple of times. Even in the bot lane Tribrush play, when Lebrov goes in, it's Skewmon who's running away at the start of that play. So what KC have done really well is beat G2 in the setup from time to time. It's something we talked about G2 doing so well in game 2. KC are pulling the trigger.
Game 1.
In game 1, you're right. I mean, they also beat KC in the setup in game 2, but that's because KC never got to set up. Right? But yes, in game 1 is entirely correct, Vetty.
Now, we have to comment on the lane assignments from KC. They've got Kana 1v2 in the top lane. They're rotating Victor up. But look at this Herald and bot. Oh, they're going to ult.
Grim Deliverance out from Kana. Dark Blade will land the knock-up onto BB, but I think Kana is just a little wary. So caught out.
Yeah, this is kind of weird from G2. Well, they pushed bot lane very deep. They then committed 2 members top to start pressuring that tower. They completely abandoned the Dragon, not interested in even looking for a fight in that area. I guess G2 members were on certain item break points where they wanted to have enough gold to go back to base and buy. I'm looking at those components for Caps. Does he have a... No, he actually goes back out onto the map and he doesn't complete the Shadow Flame there. Meanwhile, the Herald was just drop bot.
Yeah.
So the Herald has been pushing while both Yehu and Kalista have actually been sharing farm in mid lane, which can often be problematic because then you've got 2 of your carries sharing XP, but Kalista and Yehu are actually still ahead in XP against their lane counterparts.
Here we go, Paranoia. Boat breaker in from the Vi. Tangle Barbs don't land. TP was used as well by Yahoo. I think Paranoia more just to disengage anything.
I'll say the last 3 ults, I think, from Skewmon have been disengage ults.
Oh, Caps looks for Kalist, weirding. He's gone forward. He's looking for between worlds. Gets onto Kalist, but Kalist with the crash down. Caps forced to flash away, exhausted, and taken out of the play.
The barrier, the flash, the shield from Busio, everything used to keep the 80 carry up, and KC step away.
Wow, an ambitious play there from Caps. He was going into the Wolf's Den, and he should have
Busio, this was kind of it, man. Yike needs to be a lot closer if you're going to go for a play like this. Has to use the quickness. Lebrov, Rocket Belt not in range of Busio, who flashes away. Busio ratting for vision a little bit there, but if you're going to go that deep on Rakan, you do need teammates to dance back to.
He does get the vision, which immediately gets cleared out, and then he loses his flash. So ultimately a big losing play there for Busio as The two top laners continue to battle back and
Yehu's
forth.
on his way.
Broken Blade hard
Kana
winning
has
this.
the cultivation of war. He has that passive. Will be brought back up, but with the TP in. Gravity field down. Caps looking for the chase. Kana loses the passive. Won't be revived as Caps misses the twofold hex, but the winning finds him. Kana was playing as if his mid laner could be there in time, and he was. But Caps with a TP makes it an unfair fight.
The game has now become very strange. There's a lot of just somewhat random picks happening on the map. The play from Caps into mid lane, basically a solo play. Kana heavily committing to a 1v1 against Broken Blade in the bot lane, not respecting the collapse from G2. It's 5-3 in kills. KC still hold the gold lead. Baron is alive and Dragon's still a ways away, so these kills don't really amount to much.
It's really interesting though, because basically the advantage KC had was Skewmon using ultimates, which would allow them to then set up on side lanes and push out side lanes. But because then Caps kind of inted and threw it away in the mid lane, meant that KC didn't get to use that to actually push out sides and get map position. And then you get the kill on bot lane, so KC are also back behind. So that window of opportunity that KC had to try and use the fact that Skewmon's ult was down kind of nullified in a 1-for-1 kill trade, and none of their lanes really got pushed out. So now KC are stuck in this, hey, we need to kind of group on mid, because Victor can't push out a side lane solo, and Kalist, like, see plays like this, can suddenly be rife for opportunity for a Nocturne.
Yeah, Kalist Summonerless for the next little while is on his way to an Infinity Edge alongside the Hex Optics and the Fiend Hunter bolts. Very good items on the Zeri, extending that range. The crit as well from the Infinity Edge will do a lot for him. G2 push forward, Lebrov here. An extra minion in the minion wave. I caught a lot of people out when the cannon minion wave change happened. It's like, there should be 7 minions in a wave. Yes, that's correct. And now most people are aware of the fact that there are 5 when you have that, 6 in total when you have the cannon.
Not me though.
No.
I get hit by Zeri and Nico all the time.
Well, we already established Meta thinks you're better than Caps. So,
I'm a tab gamer. Press tab. If I don't see Nico's portrait on the map, but I see her lit up on my tab, I just ping her a ton of times.
That's smart. I just died. So, Dragon now a minute and 10 seconds away. Caps is going to push out bot wave. Let's see what gold he has to spend when he gets back to base. Is it enough for a needlessly large rod? Yes, it is. So that's a nice base timing for Caps. He's going to feel pretty happy now coming back out onto the map. Meanwhile, for Yehu, it's kind of component city over there. Yeah. It looks like he's going for a death cap second after securing the arm guard, which is in and of itself a very expensive piece. A lot of a Build-A-Bear coming through from Yehu right now.
I was about to say Kalist is my focus as he goes in.
Yeah. Caps tried to go in with the weirding. No jump onto Kalist, and without the flash, there's no escape for him. Between worlds goes, Caps can't escape. Lebrov dies as he's charmed up by Busio, and now G2 outnumbered in the fight. But Hansama begins to open up a TP in from Kana to try and turn the tables in KC's favor, but he's interrupted by Broken Blade on the top side. Skewmon on the wrong side of this wall, and Hansama unable to help him. He will fall. KC take 3 and only lose 2.
Yehu able to turn around with the damage. Hansama found exhausted, has to flash. The follow-up from Yehu could have been devastating there.
And KC just barely walk away the victors in that fight, but with both junglers down, right now there is no Dragon start. Vi will respawn ahead of the Nocturne, which means that KC should be able to get back out onto the map quicker. Yehu, knowing he has TP, not going to go base just yet, but the fight starts off with Kalist and Caps going for 1v1.
Kalista just hit 3 items, so he was like, oh, I can make a play, but didn't expect G2 to be in the area. But again, Yike, so much damage, immediately takes out Caps, and it's Yehu's able to get this ultimate on towards Hansama. So even though Hansama's able to turn that play back on towards Yike, it's the kiting here that's perfect. With the arm guard used, and then Busio kind of zoning Hansama off, because Busio can always turn on towards the Xayah, and Yehu have to get the damage back on towards Skewmon.
Yike starts up the Drake. There's a paranoia for this Nocturne. Zonya's now complete for Yehu, not deciding to go for the full Rabadons, instead getting another needlessly large rod and using one of the 2 he had in his inventory to complete it up. Skewmon. Ooh, blast going out from Yike there. Did smite early, but knew that Kalist could secure it. No one from G2 able to contest, and that's sole point now for KC. 27 minutes into this game. A firm grasp on the possibility of victory, but still the fight's not as clean as they were in game 1.
Well, it comes back to the point that Dagda made earlier, which is that Kalist's itemization just looks good. He is continuing to scale up on this champion. getting ever closer to level 16, that third point in his ultimate. And this champ has so much mobility, so much late game carry potential, that the longer this game goes, I do favor KC's scaling.
I agree with Eddie. Once this Rabadon's is finished for Yehu, I feel like KC kind of have everything once is capped.
And Kana went in with the dreaded returns, going to have to dash out with the Grim Deliverance. Caps almost caught, used the Between Worlds.
And so interestingly, Yehu, he was building towards GA, sorry, not GA, he was building towards Death Cap.
Yeah.
He then used the arm guard, pivoted to buy himself the Zhonya's.
And now has double
the arm guard to work towards the Death Cap.
And that makes sense. Skumor's going to start up the Baron here.
I don't know if this makes sense.
I mean, I think Skumor and G2 realize that KC are kind of scaling better than them right now. LeBron looking for a flank position. Bucio trying to do the same. Yike trying to get into the back of the pit. LeBron's going to mark him now. As the Baron's down to 3k. Pop Blossom. They'll jump onto Yike. Season assist out, but the collapse now coming in from KC. Kalist can't really join the fight yet, but Yehu can, and that Arcane Storm is tempestuous for G2. KC will find 3. The recall's coming out from BB. Bucio chasing him down. Caps trying to get out as well. Won't manage to escape.
Immediate TP to bot lane for Yehu as well. Wants to try and knock down that tier 2. But for G2, I mean, they managed to get at least a few out. But they're not exactly the 3 members down that they would have liked to be off that lane.
Caps is coming down towards the bottom side. Yehu does have flash and has that Zhonya's. Caps almost has the ultimate back up. 10 seconds on it. The weirding there for the slow on Yehu. Yike in from the side as well, and Kalist is here, dashing across the wall with the Spark Surge, double stun coming out, as Broken Blade now needs to get himself out of this situation. Between Worlds goes Caps, dashes back in, and dies for it. You can see on his face a look of dismay, because he knows he may have just cost his team the game.
Yehu's been playing with so much confidence in this game. Held the flash, held the Zhonya's, and is willing to just stand there and fight against G2. Waits for the rest of the team to show up, and you'll see as we get in towards the Baron how this starts for G2.
I mean, it's a confident play, but Hans has to ult so early thanks to the pressure from Yehu. This makes it so easy for Yike to lock down the AD carry of G2 and for Yehu to clean up the fight. A massive ulti in conjunction with the damage that Kallisto's throwing down means that trapped in that pit, G2 fall 1 by 1. The Baron means nothing. It is a 3,000 gold swing for KC, who now lead with a 6k gold advantage and are looking primed to go to match point in the series.
Rabadon's death cap for Yehu, 10 stacks on that Dark Steel, the GA completed for Yike, and that Lord Dominic's Regard finished for Kalist. They've hit so many breakpoints, and it's now a minute 45 until that Mountain Soul fight for KC, and I don't know how G2 look to fight this. Look at the number in that Red Bull Baron power play.
There is honestly quite the gap in mid lane performance here in Game 3. Caps had a strong Game 2 in the RE, but his Aurora has had little to no impact, arguably even detrimental at times to G2. And right now, all eyes are on Hansummer, I suppose, to see if he can find a good fight, working towards that Infinity Edge as quickly as he can. But even then, so many damage threats on the side of KC. Will it be enough? It's not looking good.
It's feeling so reminiscent of Game 1. Where we were saying, I think the comp in Game 1 was slightly harder to execute, but we were expecting this. Neferi jumps in, Galio comes in on top, here's the Wombo from G2, this is how they win a fight. And here, it's kind of the same. It's here's the paranoia, where's the Pop Blossom, how can they win a fight? And KC just have never given them a fight where they actually get all of those pieces in the right places in the jigsaw.
Absolutely, but also I just think a ton of credit needs to go to Yike for simply, I have to wonder if it's because he's played with G2 for so long, when he recognizes, oh, this guy is too cocky.
Yeah.
You know, he's playing way too far up. He's not allowed to do this.
CP.
But we're gearing up for a fight
Yike
here.
looking at the flank here. LeBron goes in with the Pop Blossom, Paranoia onto the backline as well as they try and dive onto Kalist. But with the quickness, you just can't get onto him enough. Broken Blade chases Yehu down towards the bottom side. Flash in from Caps, trying to kill off this AD carry who flashes away himself and does get taken out in the end. But a cease and desist notice is sent to Caps by Yike. He knows his home address. And because of that, KC win out on the fight again.
It's a 2-for-1 as Yehu getting chased down by Broken Blade. The kiting is good from Yehu.
Gravity field down. Pathmaker around from Broken Blade, but with Kana and Bucio on the way across, Yehu just has to survive for another second, and in the end, that blade will be broken. Yehu now dominating, 6-1 on the Victor.
Yehu looking incredible on the Victor. Fancy feet around Broken Blade. and KC will turn over for the prize there. So in this fight, look good to start off, because if you watch, LeBron gets the flash over the Busio charm to get the engage, and immediately they try to follow up as G2 is even Hansama flashing to the pit. I thought might have been a position to try and wrap around onto Kalist as Caps goes in. But with Yike able to zone off Hansama and then the flash ultimate onto Caps, there's little to follow up with.
I think there were a couple of key pieces in that fight. The first one being the gravity field from Yehu in that choke point completely stopped Broken Blade offering any follow-up. He couldn't ulti anyone out, he couldn't try and flash into assist. And the second thing was Caps wasn't involved in the fight at all. He was so far away, he was not ready to be there once the Nico ultimate drops and to try and one-shot Kalist. These two things, I think, were the difference maker that allowed KC to clean sweep the fight. They get themselves the soul. They're in commanding position here in Game 3, and they are looking to change what happened in the LEC versus final. They're looking to get themselves another title. It's been over a year since they were in this position. Looking to go match point against G2.
And with Mountain Soul as well, it's going to be very hard for G2 to work their ways through Carmine Corp. Baron up in 50 seconds. KC already setting up vision around it. Busio has been doing such a good job of that in this game. We did see him get caught out that once, had to burn the flash and the quickness, but so often he sneaks behind enemy lines to get that vision down. Also protecting his AD carry at all costs in these last couple of fights. Where are we in terms of summoners? Well, Caps has no flash, nor does Hansama or LeBron. And that's huge. Like, the only person really that they're trying to get on is Kalist. He doesn't have flash, but he has a Rakan in front of him with a quickness.
This is a Seeker's arm guard, which can do a lot of heavy lifting for Kalist in this as KC want to go.
Busio ghosting forward, Paranoia being used. They'll jump onto Kana to start things off, but there's the quickness out of Busio. Tries to get into the backline, Grim deliverance in by Kana as well, and the quickness still finds Hansama. Kalist begins to open up, back to front for KC. A double ready for the Petit Prince, and he wants to make it more. There's the triple, the quadra stolen by Busio. But Yike and Kalist are leaving no man standing. Skumon forced away. Kalist will decide that perhaps the Nexus is a better prize than Skumon's life as KC march down mid.
A clean team fight from KC as they look to put the final nail in the coffin. This game is done and dusted as KC set their sights on match point.
A shellacking from KC here. G2 threw everything they could, including the kitchen sink at Kalist. But the Petit Prince stood tall, and there was nothing G2 could do about it. One game away from being the first seed for MSI, one game away from their second LEC title.
G2 through the kitchen sink at KC. But they have to find what's cooking in the back, because KC came to play, and they look clean as they move to match point.
Those were some clean dance moves, man.
Clean dance moves, thank you.
Yeah, and at the beginning of the series, I interviewed Hansama, and he was saying, we didn't really watch the series from KC yesterday. You think they should have?
Oh yeah, for sure, it's showing.
All right. Do you think we can clean it up in Game 3, or there's been a lot of back and forth, so how much do you believe in the fact that they can come back, given what you've been giving them so far?
I mean, they can come back. Every game is a new game, so like we just have to play the same.
Okay, word of the day for you.
Word of the day?
Yeah.
Well, it's always tactics.
Tactics? All right, let's give it to that. Thank you so much, Busio. Tactics it is. Finn, take it away.
All right, I mean, there's a lot of talk about tactics. Let's actually break down the tactics, as Busio's giving me a cheeky smile over there. Okay, let's talk about the tactics of KC, because it's a buzzword we're talking about all the time, and I have this fight, and I'm not sure if it's the most tactical fight, but it was a very scrappy and fun one. So I kind of want to highlight now as we roll the clip out. It all starts with Caps looking at Kalist. Kalist is the main target of G2 in this fight, but as Caps goes on him, he just ego checks him and just goes straight forward. And now, if we pause the clip right now, G2 has used Aurora ult, Nocturne ult, and the Nico ult just to kill Calypso. Now that's Kalist, and that's a lot of things used. And what you're gonna see now as we roll out the clip is that G2 is kind of running out of juice. They don't really have anything left to do in this fight, and Busio finds a fantastic charm on Hansama, but it's Yehu right now that is so strong in this fight. G2 has used all they had in the tank just to try to kill Kalist, but forgot this is a 2-carry team comp. There's 2 carries on this squad. But there's one thing I really wanted to highlight. You might notice there's no top laners in this fight. Now, what were the top laners doing all in the meanwhile this was happening? Let's just show it. Let's just show what these goofballs are doing up there. All the meanwhile the team was fighting. Broken Blade TPs in front of the Zahan, and surely you think, okay, it's a mishap. But then Kana will do the same thing. He just TPs right in front of them. This is what top laners are up to. They are up to no good, and they're just playing a different game than the rest. I want to send it over to our lovely boys and girls into the break. We're not going to them just yet, but we'll go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to break down exactly what's going to happen at match points.
Brother, let me try.
Wait. Brother. Let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection. In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
have the damage to do so. Hans Sommer was forced away towards the bottom side. Didn't use the ultimate or the flash, but he's going to lose away.
Sorry, I know.
He's fine, he's good, yeah, he's good. Channel, flash.
Play with Victor.
Nico dead. Go in this. I'm fine, okay?
Nice, go caps it.
Go base!
I'm running.
It's good. I'm killing everyone.
Look,
That's a penta, by the way. Let's go!
No.
Let's go, guys!
Carmine Corps is 1 game away from winning their second LEC title and booking the first seed to MSI, but the job is far from done yet. They are up against G2, anything can happen, reverse sweeps have also happened, so why couldn't this? But I just want to bask in the glory for one moment of the fact that KC gets to match point first, that they do it in fashionable style after that game.
A convincing fashion too, which is so important, because remember that the game that they won against G2 last time we saw them play involved a gigantic faceplant from Lebrov. Otherwise, it probably would have been a 3-0 series. So the bounce back and the level of performance, especially around the mid lane, has been phenomenal.
And this bounce back just means so much more, because look back at that game too. That was not pretty at all, and the fact that they managed to come back in typical KC fashion by isolating the key components from the enemy team comp and bringing them into their own chaotic comfort zone, that was just a treat and gives me so much confidence.
It was beautiful to see. Of course, there's a lot of history between these two teams. KC was able to be victorious in 2025 winter, then they went to first stand and made us all proud, but since then they weren't able to replicate that success at all, and this is really what it's all about here, especially after LEC Versus, where they were so close, yet so far.
Yeah, they were incredibly close. They just couldn't quite get it over the finish line, but today does feel like it's starting to shape up to be a different story, and I do want to talk a little bit about the man in the support position. He says tactics all the time, but I think we need to expand a little bit more, because the story of Busio is so fantastic to watch, but even in that last game, when we see how well he was playing, how confident he was, the comms he brought to the table, it was good. But he's going to be yet another player, or is set up to be yet another player to win both an LEC and LCS title, and this is a huge sign of the pedigree and the skill that this player brings.
And it's just so damn difficult to make it in 2 different regions, because as everyone knows, every time you have 2 different regions, the metas are completely different. Last week when I talked to him, he said that he felt a lot more restrained in NA. It felt like he was a lot more reliant on the jungle. He didn't have as many timings, but now in EU, if he does that, it's in a completely different meta where he's more unleashed and he can polarize the team comp around him.
Absolutely so. There's a lot more to Busio's stories as well. Papa Smithy can tell you a few, but he's come from very far, and he chose to play with KC because he saw what the members of the coaching staff also saw. This team have a lot more coming. So is it going to be right now in this game, right? What all went right and what has to go right again, and where could G2 fight back?
I think we have to talk about mid lane, right? We saw game 1, the Casio from Yehu, amazing. Game 2, the Ahri, incredible from Caps. Game 3, again, it's Yehu on the Victor. They are trading blows left and right, which again, we did not expect coming into today. We thought, are you going to be able to pass the Caps test? Are you going to be able to go even? But no, he's blowing him out of the water. So I think we need to see the GOAT remind us again why he's the GOAT. Bring out one of these all-star performances.
He needs to, but again, I want to bring it back to Yehu, because one of the first things that you need when it comes to fighting Caps is that demonic smile that Caps has all the time. All of these voice comms that you saw from Yehu, he is smiling, he's having fun, he is dying, he doesn't care, and he showed so much confidence, because I felt like when everything was going wrong, he was the one flashing forward, he was going and putting the team on his back.
In the voice comms as well, but Caps, he is 16-3 if you bring it back for me in finals. And the only people he's ever lost to is Larson, Jojo, and Vladdy. Maybe Yehu today.
Well, it has to be Yehu, right? Okay, gods can bleed. He bled multiple times, and it's now it's time for someone to make him bleed blue.
I think that he's not out until he's out. Until that Nexus falls, I don't believe it. There's a reason that G2 are always in these finals, right? Sometimes they're more dominant, sometimes they're less dominant. But again, until
you just want your prediction to be slightly
No, my prediction was 3-0. I'm wrong as hell. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to defend that. I'm just saying, don't make the same mistake that KC might have made the last time they played. You heard it from Busio as well, right? Every game is a new chance to win. It is also a new chance to lose, to throw it away.
Wait. If I'm looking at that correctly, I'm the only one who can win the prediction.
You are the only one who can win the prediction.
She knows ball!
She does know ball.
You all suck! Okay, we're about to get back into game one. Word from either of you about the focus being you backing KC, you backing G2.
Caution. We saw what game 2 brought. Every time KC gets this lead, it can always come back to Skewmon just taking over the game again.
Yeah, I think picking something explosive. You got the edge, just bring it home.
All right, let's go. Will it be it? Will KC grab the trophy right here, right now? Or will G2 bring us to...
Up in here again, so I don't know. This has been a very hard-fought series. Very true.
I'm very excited to jump into game 4 draft. Can KC close it out? And I think a 3-1 finish would also just be very representative of their run. What a great bounce back through the lower bracket this would be from KC by being eliminated from G2 in the first round to then make that run in such convincing fashion would be a testament to the skill level and the ceiling that this team is capable of.
And I think it really does show what an impressive weekend has been, an impressive showing for KC this weekend has been, because yesterday against MKOI, completely blew them out of the water. And now here against G2, potential 3-1 would really set a stake.
Well, gentlemen, as we jump into game 4, the champion that we have to remind the viewers at home about is Kha'Zix. For Yike, this is a champion that he has so much success on, and it is something that he just doesn't lose on. 20 wins, 3 losses all time. And when you're in a situation where you need to win, it is a champion that he can often default to find success for his team.
Let's see if that is the case. The Azir are going to be the immediate lock-in. I wasn't sure if they would go for the Twisted Fate. We've seen it locked in when you get towards these later games in the series early, because you've got that flexibility of going top or going mid, but not wanting to take us, just happy to get Yehu and Comfort for this game.
And I don't blame them. Like putting Yehu on something that he can have agency on, but also has good pressure in the lane after getting a couple of items. Just really, really solid. Yehu's having an absolute screamer of a performance this weekend, and now G2 going to look towards the Annie as their answer.
It does give me flashbacks though to that game 4 and the last time these teams faced up, and it was Yehu's Azir ultimates that ultimately puts Skewmon's Lee Sin in the positions to get the kicks he needed twice in a row to win that game. So still need a little bit of caution, but Annie Pantheon, a good start here for G2 in response.
It's pressure, pressure, pressure from the G2 early game. Annie with the stuns, obviously shield vault there for the follow-up. A lot of damage coming out from them in that 2v2 as well. KC will need a little bit more time to scale up, and when games have gone longer, they've gone in their favor. KC later on have had better team fighting overall. Let's see if G2 can change that a little bit. As Fetty says, he doesn't like the Lee Sin.
Do like that. Do like that a lot more. That I like.
I feel like Skarner fits more in KC's mold of today.
Well, it's more that, like, I would trust a Yike Lee Sin. Don't have an issue with that. I just hate Azir Lee Sin. It is just, it's not a good combo. It isn't. And I think Skarner makes way more sense. It's much more Genji-esque. And I think that...
Is that good against G2?
Yeah.
I feel like that's bad against G2.
Well, I will say that Genji generally build formulas for success. And I don't think it's a bad formula to build a draft off of. Rounding out with a Nautilus puts agency into Busio's hands, and now it limits engage support, range supports for G2 as well.
I do think the Skarner just plays well here as well, because already with Annie Pantheon, that is a composition that wants to play into. You are going to go for these flash engages, you're going to want to go for the Pantheon ultimate. So already Skarner almost guaranteed to get value from the ultimate in that case and provide that strong front line that you really want. So I already like the way KC have started to open this up. And now with the Rel, I mean, Nautilus can work well into the Rel. You're able to interrupt the crash down with the Nautilus hook as well. So less overall teamfight presence than the Rel, but definitely something that can do well in the laning phase.
I mean, for viewers at home that perhaps have just joined us for the finals of his best engaged supports, it was something that one split, he had like 11 games in a row on the champion, and it's something that he's very well known for. So a lot of engage now coming through from these support positions, gives these supports a ton more agency, and it allows them to group up with their jungler and make magic happen on the Rift.
Where do we go in terms of bans now? We do see a couple of ADs getting picked off, with the Ezreal already banned out, the MF as well taken away by G2. It's going to be an Olaf removed by KC.
Ooh.
So trying to get rid of some of that back line
to me,
threat.
it says that KC want to go for like the Veins or the Twisted Fate top and basically getting rid of things that can answer into that. And for G2, basically just trying to remove things that can be like hard push AD carries in the bottom lane.
It's Sivir. I feel like it has to be the Sivir ban. I feel like if KC get their hands on Sivir...
Yeah, this is such a KC comp if they have Sivir here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, they would have too much wave clear. I feel like that has to be the read from G2. They're worried about Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa out.
That surprises me. I feel like if anything, G2 would be the team to play the Kai'Sa, especially when, like, Kalist, he played no Kai'Sa during the regular season. When I think back to Kalist, he's not really a Kai'Sa player. From what I can tell from playoffs, he hasn't played it once at all. Maybe there's some scrim data that they know, or maybe they just forgot about the Sivir. But in my mind, Sivir now is kind of prime real estate for KC, unless G2 want to try and take it away.
It's possible. G2 will have the pick. Yorick, the next ban from KC, trying to get rid of...
I think it's a Jace pick for Kana.
Yeah.
Is what they really want here, especially with that Yorick ban. So I imagine that's the game plan, and then I wonder what they do go for
KC. They've got a solid front line to play around, so having these long-range damage threats, I think, makes a ton of sense. Back in the day, Vayne was a good counter pick into Sivir because basically Sivir can never duel the Vayne.
But Busio just always hovers Vayne
It
as well.
is also
so,
true,
like...
but I figured I would entertain the idea.
Okay, sure.
But all right, let's see. What options are they skimming through? A ton of AD carry potentials.
I think Jin's the best option. Yeah, I think, yeah, there you go. I think he just did something that can try and push waves against Sivir and still be relatively effective from long range, which is kind of where a lot of KC want to try and play for.
All right, Broken Blade, what is your answer into the Jace? Do you have something cooked up for us? Will it be something tanky, relatively safe? The Malphite.
The Malphite is what I was thinking, yeah. Could be something like the Sion as well. Sion with On the Hunt, a Pantheon there to follow up, charging over. I mean, maybe Malphite would have been better in terms of the snap engage you can get from it. And we have seen it from G2 already against MKOI.
I think Malphite's a much weaker lane into Jace.
Sure.
But also Jhin, Azir, like, they're going to hit you from over there, and Malphite's going to take a while before he actually
And Malphite's pretty good at going from one spot to another spot pretty quickly,
but
I find.
I feel like Jin's ultimate is slightly a bigger spot. I'll tell you right now, Jin's going to be Malphite watching from the distance, you know what I mean?
Like bird watching.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there's a Malphite over there.
Well, in any case, G2 round out their draft with the Sion in the top lane. That will be their front line. That will be their face checker. And G2 do have a ton of ways to engage, but a lot of their damage is reliant on Hans Summer, the late game insurance of the Sivir. It's going to be tricky to get through all this range on the side of KC, but basically it is two front-to-back compositions that are trying to execute better in the team fights, and I think it's fair to say that KC have just had the better team fighting today.
I think it's also just the range that's on KC. If you're trying to play front to back as G2 and you're going in towards like Jhin Deadly Flourishes and Accelerated Shock Blast, I think you're in for a bit of a rough time here in G2.
Here we go, do or die for G2. They don't often lose finals, but when they do, they put on a hell of a show a lot of the time. KC looking for their second ever LEC title after winning LEC Winter last year. It's been a bit of a dud. Didn't see them in the finals in spring.
Well, I will say that when G2 lose finals, they were 3-0'd by Rogue back in 2022. They lost to KC last year, and it was a 3-1.
I want to say,
And then they also lost to Koi 3-1.
They still put on a good show. Doesn't always have to be 5 games.
But yeah, it's one of those things where if G2 do bring us to a game 4, they often... Yeah, game 5, sorry. Then they often use that momentum very well going into that final game. But KC have the opportunity to close things out right now. And a lot of comfort on the side of KC. Kana's Jace, Yehu's Azir. Really fun fact about that Azir is, I believe he is 13-0 when playing any other team. He's 0-2 when he plays G2.
Wow, okay. Oh, Busio, hang on, very low. The Ignite goes down to Hans Summer, Busio has to step away.
Let's try to step forward, flash away from Hans Summer, but the fourth shot from the Jhin finds enough to take the kill. It's about to praise Hans Summer on this Sivir. 9 wins in a row on the pick, but the KC bot lane coming up trumps.
What a fantastic start for the KC bot lane. Kalist with the 4th shot. This is what gives Jhin all that power in the laning phase. Hans Summer flashes preemptively, but he does not get away from the damage of Kalist. A strong start here as we look back at the replay. Busio, hungry for a hook, connects it on the Hans.
Yeah, really nice hook, and then the barrier not really getting much value there as Busio just turns and immediately burns on towards Hans Sama. Lebrov end up crashing down onto the support, so Kalist easily able to follow up there.
An ignite on the support is something that we haven't really seen in so long. Usually it is that heal barrier combo that you see from the AD carries and supports, but Busio on the Nautilus making magic happen here in the 2v2.
This is honestly one of the main weaknesses of Rel. On most other engaged supports, like a Nautilus, for example, if you go in onto the enemy support, you can walk across and order the enemy AD carry in their CC. On Rel, when you're in, you're often past where the enemy support is, and if the enemy AD carry is stepped up, your AD carry is actually in a 2v1 for a little while there, and we saw it exactly there. Lebrov goes in thinking, oh, we've got CC, we can burn down Busio, but Kalist very willingly just steps up by himself, says, hey, I can take this 1v1.
I do think it was a mistake for Lebrov to not turn on to Kalist, right? Because at the end of the day, you've got the cleanse there for Kalist. If you just end up using the barrier and the heal effectively and going on towards Kalist, I think you do win out because of the extra summoner spell you have in that case. But yeah, just Lebrov jumping on towards Busio just meant you didn't really have anything to stop Kalist from opening fire. But Busio happened to flash there as he went for the engage.
We will see an exchange of Scuttle Crabs. Yike a little bit slower on his first clear than Skewmon, who is down towards this bottom side, but looks like he's going to reset. The ward will come in. Oh, in fact, Yike doesn't. Well, it does have the ward, doesn't put it down. Busio, Shadowing Strike there for the CC. No way out for him, really. No dredge line possibility. Skewmon stays around a little bit longer. Manages to secure the kill.
I think Busio hooked the wall, so he wasn't right beside himself, so wasn't actually able to try and hook to Spider-Man his way out of that situation. That looked bizarre.
I have to have a look back at it. You do get a shortened cooldown on your hook if you use it against terrain.
No, he was standing beside the wall.
Okay.
So
we'll have another look. Let's have a look at the replay.
Because here, I think he just accidentally hooks the wall. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and then...
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah,
The thing I will say is...
It was on a shorter cooldown.
It was on a shorter cooldown, but also Lebrov did still have flash. So if Busio tries to hook somewhere else, Lebrov can flash in front of it. It's another summoner spell. I think also you can see the Scryer's Bloom that Yike procced over near the Razor Beaks, and so G2 probably knew they had a little bit more time down there, which is why Skewmon could stay around, but not the best from Busio. He evens out the score down towards that bottom side. Now with the TP in, Yahoo tries to flash away, Shadowing Strike there for the CC. Busio comes in with a Hex Flash, and Yahoo teleports in and loses half his health immediately. Skewmon stacking up his passive. Does have the flash. Yahoo no longer has that summoner. Flash forward with the mount up. They'll go for Yahoo. The CC chain on him, not enough. Shifting Stance Shield will not save him. A 1-for-1 the exchange. Supportal combat between Busio and Lebrov means that Busio gets another kill.
Okay, engaged supports. This is what they bring. A little bit more action onto the Rift within the first few minutes. 2-2 is the kill score. Kalist now interested in getting involved as he makes his rotation up towards mid. This gives a good opportunity for Hansam to push out that wave, maybe even get a plate for himself. But G2 looking to fight back here with Skewmon really in the driver's seat.
Disaster for Yahoo, though. He just TP'd back in, burnt his flash, still died. Caps gets to push in the wave and still has his teleport to get back after his first reset. So that is a fairly sizable gold lead now for Caps.
LEC, right?
Was I not? No, you were not.
I was so sure I pressed the button, guys. I'm so sorry. Hey, Reddy, do you want to see some Azir stats for Yahoo?
Are they specifically for LEC?
They are specifically for LEC.
Wow. Oh, there you go. Oh, 11-0. My apologies. So, yeah, versus G2.
Do exactly that. Yike, not yet level 6, doesn't have the Impale to pull Skewmon back under the turret.
Yeah, just a level 6. The Crab taken immediately for Skewmon means that he's able to respond to the play. So both mid laners going down as Yike wants to fish for a little bit more.
Skewmon 3-0 through this early game. Has picked up every single kill for G2. Yike can fish. But Skewmon is the one with the spear. They'll crash down onto Busio in the bot lane after shots exchanged between the two supports, and in the end both of them will walk away on relatively even HP terms. An unstoppable onslaught is a farm alarm for the top side, as Broken Blade cosplays a little bit of an old school Rek'Sai.
So we look back at the exchange that happened here in the middle lane. Yahoo working with his jungler to try and punish Caps. And just as Yike arrives, Skewmon does the same thing. He does have to commit his flash in order to trade that kill, but both junglers picking up individual advantages. But Skewmon 3-0-0 now on the Pantheon, very much accelerated. This is what Yamato. This is what Odoamne talked about on stage, where he basically said that Skewmont can take control of a game at any point, and this is a great position for him to be in to really start snowballing this early game the way of G2.
Yeah, especially if he can be that bridge for Hansama to get to the late game. That's exactly where G2 want him. So if he can actually now start to play hyper-aggressive, continue to fish for plays, I think it could lend G2 the early game that they need. But from KC's side, right, like they're still in an okay spot. Like they're not too far behind when it comes towards any of the other lanes. And Kana is starting to get a nice gold lead for himself on that top side as well, being able to take plates and keep up the pressure. And in this sort of swap scenario, it's actually KC going to match G2 even with that swap coming through.
Yeah, we saw Kaliss actually opening mid to see where Hansama presented on the map, right? And Hansama presents top, so it's like, okay, I'll go top as well. I think the Jin into the Sivir is fine for now. Plated Steel Caps first on Kaliss as Labrov hovers around mid to try and get the push in. Grubs are up. Skewmon with a Tunneler and a Corefield's Warhammer into a Protoplasm Harness from Yike. So the first item completion for Yike a little bit stronger right now. But in terms of consistent damage, Skewmon obviously will top the charts of the two.
I think the scariest piece on the board right now is Kana, as he often does with this Jace. He's built a pretty healthy lead against Broken Blades and he's rapidly accelerating on the Jace, and that poke is going to be devastating as the game continues. He's a player that we haven't talked a huge amount about in this series, but when you give him these champions to have that type of agency, he will find a way to have impact, and we may very well see it right now as he's
comes across, splashes over the wall as well as he brings down the hammer on Caps and finds the kill. It starts impact there for the chase follow-up. Impale lands onto Skewmon as well. Labrov here to try and save his jungler, and he does exactly that with the heal. Keeps him alive just in time. Labrov may have sacrificed his own life for it, but in fact, KC back away from the play.
Yeah, who hoping that the scoop would save his life but take Skewmon out. But unfortunately not the case. Skewmon will get to walk away. Very lucky that heal came through.
hesitant to start the Dragon because they realize that their HPs are low and Caps is coming back out onto the map. They don't want to take the risk, and so they will choose to disengage. Broken Blade, meanwhile, just focusing on clearing out that farm in the bottom lane, gets himself 2 plates, closes the gap a little bit against Kana, but another kill goes the way of KC, and they get it onto Caps of all people. So KC, still at the gold, still relatively even. I guess ultimately the advantage gained in mid kind of offset by the advantage Broken Blade gained in the solo lane.
Still about 700 gold though. The lead for Kana has those gluttonous greaves already complete and a stack on them. Obviously you want to get up to those 10 stacks as quickly as possible. Yike has started up the grubs here. With Broken Blade TPing up here as well, it looks unlikely that G2 will fully contest. Skewmon is going to blast Cone in, spotted on Vision now. Reaction from Busio from the mid lane as he starts to walk across. It will be a 2-for-1 exchange as the Brob comes in as well. Unstoppable onslaught from Broken Blade as he tries to join the play. They'll jump onto Busio. Decimating smash there for the knock of Kana trying to come in from the top side. Jumps onto Caps immediately and gets the kill. Shield bolt onto Kana. Now in the midst of 3 members of G2 and KC have lost 1. Good double impale, but I don't think they have the damage because Yahoo's sitting on components. Yike's gonna fall as well as Yahoo has to flash away. It's a triple for Skewmon. He's got 6 to his name.
Skewmon stands strong like the Spartans of old, as in the face of KC, he just takes the fight. Kill after kill, recognizing that without Kana, they just don't have the damage, and the fight simply goes their way. Now Caps returns.
There's the stun. Skewmon gets in range for the shield bot with the Aegis Assault movement speed, and he's scooped back, but he still has flash. Skewmon, man, he's doing a one-man army right now. 7-0-0. He's a reverse James Bond.
Yeah, they're kind of hoping there was 700 instead of 300 back in the day, but Skewmon going to be happy with that one as immediately with the engage, Broken Blade gets a knock up. Kana sends it for Caps, but kind of gives his life as a result because Yike's trying to get in position as the ultimate just came up with the impale for him, but Yahoo just doesn't have the damage to follow up.
Credit to Labrov, that 3-man stun there. That's not easy to do. Labrov really setting his jungler up for success. 0-1-6 the scoreline for him as well, so he has been very active on the map. And while Caps, kind of the star of this team, 0-3-5 scoreline, Kana will get 500 kills. Congratulations to him. But wow, now all eyes on the jungler of G2 to bring us to a Game 5.
It's currently starting up the Chemtech Drake, first Drake of the game. For G2, they have a 1.5k gold lead. They'll be looking for pressure on the side lanes with this Pantheon. Grand Starfall, such a great tool. Kana, much more vulnerable than he was a little while ago before this Pantheon got such a sizable advantage. There's the Dragon. The G2 fans begin to find their voice as they can feel a Game 5 on the horizon, but there are still a lot of steps for G2 to go through. Only about halfway through their daily allotment right now. They still have to play well around this Pantheon if they're going to take us 2 silver scrapes. Pivots down. That's not going to do too much. Busio Hex flashes across the wall. There's the Grand Starfall. Skumon feeling more defensive with that one than aggressive.
I mean, he's after the proxy here.
Yeah,
He just wants to clear out the wave so he can go back to base.
I think it was an if it hits, it hits, and if not, I'm going for the minion wave. But Yike, realizing that Broken Blade is a little bit deeper than he would like to be, goes in with the Ishtal's impact, gets the CC against the wall, decimating smash, Kana dodges to the side of it. Not the entire chasm contained there by Broken Blade, and you got the proxy.
I mean, it's going to be a good death.
Is he going to get this? He gets the next wave as well.
Yeah,
and he gets his quest! Huge! Huge!
And Kana's lost a full wave to that top tower as well.
I think he's going to... okay, he shouldn't lose another one. But I think Broken Blade made the best out of that situation. If Yike wasn't there, obviously he would have been able to get away to safety. But Yike also spending a decent amount of time on that top side. Han Sama, after getting 2v2 killed, has a 900 individual gold lead.
Yeah.
He got the bot plate solo. He's about a half level up on Kalist. I'm not entirely sure where he's accrued all of this gold from, but... oh, okay, there we go. It's because Royal Quest completion plus the cult. That's where it's built up. And now the gold is equalized a little bit, so this makes way more sense.
But he's still being able to get to 300 gold ahead.
Yes.
Has an Essence Reaver completed, scaling up towards the Sivir power spike of 70 billion items that apparently 80 carries can build these days. And you have the bridge. And that bridge is the back of a Spartan with 7 kills. It's a pretty effective bridge in most cases.
I would say that that's fairly stable.
Yeah.
You have to remember, though, that should Skumon fall, so does the gold lead for G2. So he is an incredibly important piece.
Yes, that is not often what they talk about in the, the gates of Thermopylae. Is they did lose the fight, and they still got sacked. Their city still got... People escaped, sure, but they still lost in the end. Yeah. So if Skumon dies, yes. It's very possible.
But Skumon did get to kick that guy into the well, which was really
That is true. That is true.
Wow. Herald now, 10 seconds away. G2 have moved Caps up to top lane. They've got the Sivir in mids to give them that push. And here comes said Spartan, making his way towards the top river. Labrov getting a bit of vision into KC's topside jungle while he has the opportunity. He will be spotted out as as Busio now makes his way up. And here we are, Herald being started off. It looks like with Yike on the bot side of the map, this will be uncontested. G2 can now use this to either open up the mid tower or the top side one.
They just look to pick off Yehu, though. He's got very far forward.
Doesn't have the flash right now. Yeah, Caps goes in. Disintegrate for the stun, Incinerate for the follow-up. Labrov is here, goes full tilt, just hits the minion and walks away. We often see that when the Rel is looking for the engage. There's a bit of vision here for KC as Yike will step into it. The control ward down, Shadowing Strike coming in as well. There's the Impale. Skumon jumps across the wall afterwards, but it's going to be a 3v2 in KC's favor in just a moment, and Skumon's already down to half HP. Death charge onto Labrov, he'll dash across the wall, but Skumon's falling lower. Good deadly flourish, and the curtains open. They'll go for Labrov instead of Skew, but Yehu wants to take them too. Yehu goes in, the Emperor's Divide back Caps, and Han Summer will kill him off in the end. Labrov has paid for this aggression with his life, but in the end, the support a willing sacrifice.
Yehu went way too deep there to try and make the play, thinking he could go for that Flash Emperor's Divide, but you're into a burst-heavy comp with both Annie and Pantheon, and he pays for it.
A skirmish that looked fantastic initially for KC. Skumon was so low, and they thought to themselves, well, hang on, if we can get this kill, then we can swing a lot of the game in our way. Busio on the flank, ready to cut off the escape. He flashes over, gets the route onto Skumon, and now they're thinking, okay, let's kill Skumon. The amount of gold we can get off of this kill could be massive. So Yehu sees the vision in his eyes, but then the stun comes through from Skumon. The ultimate drop from Caps. He flashes over the wall. Hans commits his flash as well. He ends up getting that kill, which ultimately means a 1-for-1 trade. KC don't stop the very strong Skewmon.
And what I think KC been doing really well all series is kind of playing for these little wins against G2, where it's you get a pick, you get a kill, you get a little bit of an advantage, and then that continues to accrue and grow, and that's how KC have been winning. But in this game so far, they've kind of been overdoing it. I think that was a good example of it there, where you try to get both Lebrov and Skewmon by throwing the depth charge onto Lebrov instead of onto Skewmon, so Skewmon gets away. Then Yehu tries to sell the play afterwards and ends up getting caught. Now let's see if they've overdone it again.
As Ishtar's impact comes out, but there's a shield bot follow-up, and Yike is just too deep. He's already in the Tribush. There's a Battle Herald, but that Herald doesn't need to see any sign of war. The charge will now come in from Caps as Yike is already on the floor. Kana gets a knockback onto Broken Blade, but there's the knock-up from Caps with the Ripped Herald. Skewmon start falling into the backline as Kana's shortly falling afterwards. Knocked up and taken out by Caps, and Busio will follow suit sharpish. G2 just collapse on KC, and as you say, Rob, it's overinvestment from Carmine Corp.
I mean, you used the word collapse, and I think it describes the blue wall perfectly here in Game 4. A bit by bit, the bricks are crumbling, and G2 amass a 4.3k gold lead. The second Dragon will go their way, and Yike starts to play off by going too deep.
Yeah, he immediately tries to turn on towards Caps and Skewmon. Skewmon dropping the Herald as an escape, but there's no real follow-up with the TP from Broken Blade. Perfect to keep everyone separated. Yehu and Kalist are nowhere near this play, and it's KC who end up paying for it.
Nice knock-up comes through from Caps, the ulti from Skewmon. All the while, the AD carries sit in mid lane and continue to wave clear. Han's now in a lot of trouble.
Spell Shield did block the dredge line, but you can't block both. As Kalist gets the shutdown. Nice positioning there from Busio and Yike to find a way behind Hans Summer to get a second kill for Kalist. Still behind in gold, but trying to eke back some advantage where they can.
Did we open up this mid lane tower? Oh no, here comes Caps. He's here with the wave clear.
Yeah, I kind of think KC should get one of them though. You've got the push for Zero on bot and mid, but kind of left top lane, thinking he needed to go cover mid. So maybe now should be able to get the top lane turret off the back of it there.
There's no TP really that G2 can easily use. Like Caps could TP up there, but it's pretty risky.
Yeah, it was always just a question of how much crystalline gems.
Overgrowth,
yeah, overgrowth were there.
Caps on the chase, Modern Shield. Trying to get that extra movement speed. Lebrov getting in behind as well, as Kana does still have flash. A 2v1, a possibility. Jumps in, there's the Tibbers crash down as well. Caps waiting for the cooldown. It's a good Magnet Storm will pull Kana back. And 2v1, a smaller possibility than I gave G2 credit for.
The only downside is that Lebrov ends up picking up that kill, but Caps still with a very healthy lead over his opposition of Yehu. G2 finding picks on the map, hold a very strong gold advantage. Items fill their inventory as G2 is looking to bring us to a Game 5. Skewmon with a monster performance here in Game 4. When the laning phase was quite frankly looking dire for G2, this man found the fights, has made magic happen, and is putting pressure onto KC. They're going to need some good plays now in order to turn this game around. Can they catch more members of G2 off guard?
Credit to Lebrov as well. He's been involved in 11 of the 12 kills G2 have got. It's easy to focus on the fact that Skewmon has 8 of the kills, and yes, he has done a great job, but Lebrov has been there so often, finding these stuns, finding these knockups, and there's another one to follow up onto Yike. Busio goes in with the dredge line and the depth charge, and Impale only landing onto Skewmon. Yike getting chased out by his enemy jungler, and the rest of G2 trying to collapse around the side. Another Shattering Strike across the wall. The Emperor's Divide just divides some space, but it buys nothing at all, really. Yike dies, and G2 might just turn their attentions across towards the Baron.
Yeah, buys G2 a ticket to the Purple Worm, and they're going to be happy to take that trip. G2 collapsing so well every time. They've so much damage, so much CC, and KC just can't fight back.
We've got no Ultimates up here for KC, but yeah, who's trying to put some soldiers into the mix-up. Kana TP's in, has that shield from the teleport. 4,000 on the Baron, a good shot blast onto the backline. As Skewmon and Hans Summer fall low. Kalist goes in with the fourth shot, but can't find it. Lebrov with the Magnet Storm cleanse away from Kalist. G2 wants to retreat, and Broken Blade's going to be forfeit for it. Kalist on a killing spree, but G2 get out with the bounce.
G2 will be more than happy with that trade. KC with no jungler can only really stand and watch. Kalist with the idea comes close to stealing away the Baron, but not close enough. Now Kana, the target.
Skewmon goes in with the Grand Starfall. Aegis off the movement speed as well, and there's the shield walk for the chase. There was a TP in by Caps as well, down to the bottom Tribush. Kana thinks he's out, but Caps has other ideas. Hansama gifted the kill to try and close that gold gap to Kalist, and Skumond will go in and steal away some caps.
Have they now gone in too deep, though, as the root does connect, and Yike is back out on the map.
Just don't think they have the damage. Yeah. Just Kalist here, unfortunately. So G2 going to keep this pressure up. They get the mid lane tower. The TP coming through from Broken Blade. Looks like they might be fishing for a bit more.
Looking for the tier 2 down towards this bottom side. Oh, flash forward from Busio, flash away from Caps. Reacts in time, did have the rocket belt, decided flash the better form of valor as he goes in with the Emperor's Divide. Yahoo gonna get stunned up underneath the tower. LeBrock tanking it. Now it goes over to Skumon, and a couple of shots will be enough to take him down. Hansama on the back line forces Yahoo down. Caps will die. Yike loses the defenses of his tower and loses his life alongside it. Caps fell, but his bear did a hell of a lot of work in that back line as KC fall further and further behind. G2 set on going to game 5.
I will say that
felt like an overinvestment from G2, right?
Yeah, it definitely did. So a good flash from Caps for sure, but now Yahoo has an angle. He knows that if he can find the Annie, they have a play. The ulti comes out from Yike, connects onto only Skumon. Caps then gets in melee range of Kalist, but underneath the tower, Casey is winning the fight.
There's no way Caps didn't do that deliberately. He rocket belts forward into Yahoo, who he knows has Emperor's Divide, and as soon as he gets scooped back, he literally walks at Kalist. Like, I'd have to watch that replay again, but you cannot tell me that Caps is not deliberate in being like, hey, scoop me, please.
Calculated.
Yeah, honestly, I think it was. And maybe I'm giving Caps too much credit there. But I really think that, like,
to be fair,
know he's just burnt flash as well.
Yeah, exactly. 2, 4, and 12 in this game. Assist Annie is clearly the best form of Annie, as the third dragon of the game will go the way of G2. And I think we're seeing a clear differential. When KC get their slower paced games, they get to play the team fights that they want and they get the better of G2. But G2 is a lot more about the early game. If they can build that lead and ride that wave, they simply dominate their opposition. Now, Casey's looking to fight back.
Yeah, who goes on to Skumon, Emperor's Divide, gets him back. He does have a Guardian Angel, but there are 3 demons surrounding him right now. Kana goes in, there's the GA on Skumon. Busio trying to get in with those staggering blows, but with an unstoppable also into a decimating smash! Oh, Broken Blade yelling timber as KC are getting felled. Yike forced away. And on towards the top side, Kana's taken out by Caps. Kalist chased out by LeBrob. A crash down just as the blue wall comes crashing around him. Kalist taken out. Yike, the last man standing for KC.
An exceptional turnaround from G2's top laner. As Broken Blade ults into the face of KC, Caps is there with the Tibbers, and they knock the wall down. Another plate will be secured. G2, with a massive gold lead, are looking to bring us to game 5.
Just when you thought you'd caught the problem, G2 bring the axe down on top of them. Yahoo with the flash forward again, sets up on towards Skumon, but the GA buys the time, and the timing from Broken Blade was perfect. Immediately on towards 2 members of KC. Yike is trying to keep the rest of them out, but the damage is done, and G2 just get to chase.
Fantastic turnaround from Broken Blades. KC, you can tell, they had clearly tunneled on this idea of taking Skumon out of the fight. But at this point in the game, he's not the only threat. Don't get me wrong, he is a threat. But Caps, with the death cap now completed, is quite the monster in the middle lane.
Hansama as well, it's almost 5 items.
Oh yeah, I mean, right? the late game insurance is primed and ready to go. We are 26 minutes into the game. G2 have a monstrous gold advantage. The items simply line their pockets, and they have options. They can wait for Soul. Baron will likely be their next big objective as, Broken Blade in a lot of trouble.
Trying to go for BB, who flashes across the wall. Caps looking for that stun. Booster goes in with the Dredge Light and the Magnet Storm, landing on towards the backline. Skumon stunned against the wall, impaled as well, but Skumon is not the only threat. Caps gets a double. Skumon eats up all of the resources of Yike, and now G2 can just look to push in. Skumon trying to steal away this Scuttle Crab as well, will manage to do so. Sku needs 1 more kill to tie the most kills ever from a Pantheon in the LEC. He and Jankos hold that record, and he wants it on Yike. I mean, Yike, yeah, you've gone the wrong way. Oracles will spot you out. Skumon 2 levels up on his enemy jungler. and the Scorpion Sting has no venom. Lebrov here to help out. Yeah, he's going to heal up with a Protoplasm Harness, but he's only delaying the inevitable. Now there's 3 at the top, Skew, and Yankos, with 12 kills on Pantheon.
12 kills is insane, and it all starts with this, where KC trying to find the pick on the Broken Blade. He flashes away, and KC know that they've gone too far. Good spell sheet from Hans Samuel, but the engage from LeBron is perfect. Broken Blade with the decimating smash to follow up, and it's just been this 1-2 punch over and over again from G2.
Oh, they're looking to collapse onto Caps though.
Well, sometimes you go fishing and you bring up an old shoe, sometimes you get a fish, sometimes you get a monstrous fire bear. It happens.
That was cool. That was a very cool play from Caps. Baron now secured G2 with a 10k gold advantage. I mean, the gold lead doesn't really matter. Like, G2 is simply stronger. They are so much stronger, and KC are running out of options.
Yeah.
They need a bunch of mistakes to come through, but it very much looks like they're here in the spring finals of 2026. We're going to Game 5.
I don't think Busio gets away from this.
I don't think he escapes either. Unfortunately, though, Skewmond isn't here to get his 13th kill.
But they're TPing in onto this.
They're
the
TPing to try and collapse onto Skewmond and Lebrov as Busio is forced away. Protoplasm heals him up. He's going to start tanking a tower in a second. Lebrov is low. Magnet Storm doing quite a lot of work as Skewmond doesn't have that Guardian Angel, but with Ishtar's impact coming in, he's able to flash across the wall and Broken Blade stops Yite from charging further forward. With that unstoppable onslaught, Skewmond will be able to reset and Starfall back in, although he's going to get hit with a bouncing grenade just as he recalls.
Very lucky, because 10 seconds until the Dragon. This will be sold for G2, but in fact, it's KC now who are set up in the area.
The 10,000 gold lead for G2. Everywhere they look, they're scraping silver off the floor as Broken Blade falls low and is going to be put into the zombie form. Kalis tries to flash away, but Hansama flashes and won't let him escape yet, who dies with the bouncing blades. As Skewmon comes in for the cleanup, it's a double for Hansama. And try as they might, KC can't control G2.
I mean, that really was a best case scenario for KC, but it simply isn't enough. They are too far behind. Only Busio is left standing, and G2 will forego the Dragon in favor of the Nexus.
They just want to try and end the game. Busio, try as he might, cannot clear out these barred up minions. And they're just going to start to push it towards the Nexus.
With Tib is there to tank as well.
Skewmon needs one
the minions
more.
alive
He needs
for a
one
while.
more.
Skewmon needs one more to be the LEC leader, but Caps takes it away. There's one goat here, and his name starts with C. We're going to all 5. What other way to round out spring here in the LEC?
Smiles on the faces of Caps as they're able to bounce back in Game 4. A scary start as KC found the 2v2 kill, but we go to Game 5 and we go to Law standing by with Broken Blade next to the stage.
BB, was that a jungle diff?
That was the jungle canyon.
Canyon?
Yes, sir. Oh, ma'am, sorry. I'm sorry.
It's fine, whatever. Do you have any inspirational quotes leading us to the break going into Game 5? I know you're really good at this. This is the BB podcast, by the way.
Game 5 is you know, where champions are made, and whoever wins is going to be the champion. So it's basically a true sentence. This is where the pressure is on. Whoever's going to handle it more, you know. And we've been through these Game 5s a lot, so we were looking to win this one, of course.
Right. BB, thank you so much. Whatever this guy says. Let's go to break. Silver Scrapes, baby!
Step away. Let's try to step forward, flash away. Mark Sullivan, the shot from the gym finds enough to take the kill.
I can fight. If you can spill me. Yes. 4 seconds W. Yeah. IV. W, no? I will W first. Yeah. Nice. Good shit, guys. Oh, he's running to me? Surprise! Can I get that? Of course. Stick. You guys say, Billy, I will back center. Looks good. Looks insane! Give me that. Only I said only. We win. We good. Go win.
Silver scrapes in the arena as G2 Esports and KC fight one more day, or one more game, I should say.
One more game. And I gotta say, the cast making 300 references, spot on. Skewmond, oh my god. I was gonna call him a demon. A Spartan is more apt. Oh, what a 1v9 performance.
I mean, it's been like, this was what we said in the beginning of the day, right? It's gonna be in the jungle matchup, and Skewmon this game absolutely took over on this Pantheon. I think the fact that he constantly finds these early game leads whenever he plays the champion, and he just becomes unfightable. The early Thunder Sky spikes into the skirmishing, I think it's just beautiful.
Hey, listen, Kameto's chat knew very well this guy is Le Diablo, because I was terrified the whole game. I was watching him. He got to 7, he got to 8, he got to 9. I'm like, when will he stop? Because he was just out of this world good.
And he's French.
He's French. True. That's the highlight.
That's a factual statement.
Crazy. Also, we were talking about it in the green room. Of course, we have a game 5 to play, but he's had a great series. If, in the world of if, he was to be MVP of these finals, he was the MVP of the finals in Versus, and he was the MVP of the summer finals in Spain. Just saying, this is a big game player.
I mean, this just seems to be the development process of G2 Esports. The fact that they chose him so early, and now he's developed into this all-around jungler. He can play tanks, he can play carries, he can play safe, he can play aggressive. Whatever G2 needs him to do, he will do with grace.
And even the more damn impressive thing is, Game 2, they needed him to rise up. Game 4, yet again, they needed him to put up this crazy performance. He did even better than in Game 2. And now Game 5, leading up to this, G2 really needs him again.
So what's going on then? Who's fathering who? What's going on with Yike?
I don't know. I'm scared because I was on the KC side, but what this guy is doing, he's just terrifying me. I don't know what's going to happen.
Someone just called you out 3-0, by the way. I also said 3-0. I'm also wrong. We're going the full 5. And I think the big thing here for me is, what are the drafts going to look like to set these plays up, to set these players up? Because we've seen what they look like when they're in their comfort zone, when they have that setup, when they get to play the Pantheons of the world, when everything is going in their favor. What does it look like when you have to pick out the weird stuff? What does it look like when there's a counter pick you've never expected coming in at a left field?
I mean, that's the thing, right? You come into Game 1 draft, you have your notebook ready, you have all your little nerdy drafts up. Game 2, same thing. Game 3, rip up a few pages. Game 5, the notebook is out the window, okay? Right now, it's Armageddon in draft, and I think there's a lot of champions still up and available, but it's all going to come down to what you want to pick.
And you can see this is the Versus final draft, right? They were already cooking. Remember, Anivia wasn't the end-all, be-all. At that point, was rising in popularity. We got the Kled from Broken Blade. I want to see how weird this is going to get, but the other thing I got to point out, Busio got it last time. It's that Alistair. Lebrav, this is his comfort zone. Normally, not a high-prio pick. If I see him get that in Game 5, I feel like it's over.
Ooh, it's scary. It's scary because all it takes is one man to rise to the occasion and say, okay, I'm in my comfort zone. Pick me this and lock in, because you brought it up just now incredibly well. The Ali start. There's like still so many picks. Danivia still.
Okay, Mr. KC, what are you gonna do? Because you said KC's gonna win. Okay, sell me on KC. Are you a non-believer?
Okay, Finn, you're getting incredibly agitated. But you know what KC needs to do? They need to calm down just like you do, because the best games from KC were when they were calming down. I felt like this whole series, everyone just trying to one-up each other. We saw it, G2 is a lot more comfortable when it comes to having these proactive tools. So on the side of G2, in Game 5, they need to lock.
So how do you stay calm when you just got killed by 12 kills Spartan?
Well, you stop him from getting 12 kills in the first place, because we saw time and time again, KC were fine in this game, and what I want to see from them in Game 5 is to just take a deep breath, relax, and even though they want to go for the scaling approach that they had, they need to remember that's what got them ahead, playing slow. The best games from them were Game 1 and Game 3, when at 10 minutes, the game was completely even, and Skewmon didn't have this early game lead to take over the game.
And it's so easy, right? Just shut down Skewmon. I mean,
yeah, it's fine. Just shut down Skewmon.
I mean, to me, I think it's quite simple what G2 needs to do. They need to draft winning lanes. And Skewmon, no matter what champion he's playing, whether that is Nasus, whether that is Yubi, I know that he's going to perform.
Being an analyst is so easy, because when I was playing, and if I was going to Game 5 and I would tell my coach, just give us winning lanes, you'd be like, yeah, I gave you that before, and you stistill ran it down. So being on the analyst side is really easy.
It is.
All I'll say is there's also the boogeyman. And right now, the boogeyman is named Skewmon.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that makes us forget about the main one, the guy who's been here the whole time, the man that everybody is afraid to face. Caps in those Game 5s. We know the champion pool is deep. It's been back and forth, right? We talked about it. Yehu dominating one game, Caps dominating the next. But this is a man who, well, he's won a lot of trophies, and for a damn good reason. And most of the time, the reason is him.
Yeah, it is him, exactly that, as we can see in all of these previous videos of when he's won it before. But I think we do need to put respect on Yehu's name, right? There's been games in this series where they didn't really have a lot to work with overall, but for me, he's been one of their most impressive players all weekend. Is he going to have to go above and beyond, and can he?
I mean, to me, it's about getting pushed in draft right now, because I think Yehu has had absolute stand-up performances this series and also previous series. It's going to come down to, can he secure a champion that he's comfortable on, that he can put on the same level of performance that he did on the Casio game, on the Talia game as well. I think he played great. I think he really needs to find this champion.
Exactly. He needs to rise up to the occasion, because we saw him Game 1, Game 3. He did incredibly well. Game 4, he was a little bit set behind, but he needs to find this comfort pick, because we are looking at him. It's no longer about Yike, I think, on the side of KC. It's about Yehu, because in Game 5, we saw Caps. He's the living definition of clutch, and that's what Yehu needs to be in this Game 5 to take that title away from him.
And what's already interesting is that KC, they've opted for first pick coming into this final game. Most likely means they're going to be prioritizing the champions that slip through the crack. The downside, you're giving G2 counter pick, which when we talk about Caps, when we talk about Broken Blade, starts to get really scary. Now, sometimes those Broken Blade counter picks backfire, but for the most part, he's saving them. He's waiting for moments like this.
If there's one moment for BB to exactly take over that draft and show that counter pick, is right now in Game 5, because someone is getting sacrificed from the side of KC. They really want these comfort picks either for Busio or Yehu or even Yai, so that they feel this sort of comfort walking in, have tools to win the game. But that's the trade-off. BB, all of a sudden, all it takes is one player in this final moment to lock in and carry this game.
And that's the thing. It only takes one player on either team to step up, and to step up you have to. In the studio, how's everyone feeling? Is it G2 taking Game 5? Is it KC taking Game 5? They might not be as plenty, but they're louder.
Dude, I respect the amount of volume coming out of the KC fans. You're fine.
We love you both. We love you both. It's all good. Yeah, okay. Final notes then. What a moment. We have to think back to Versus, how heartbroken KC was there. It was one of the best finals we have ever seen, but all they will remember is that they couldn't kill that very last Nexus. It was a nightmare. They haven't woken up yet. This is when they have to transfer it into a dream.
Well, when you say that, Matt, what I hope for them sincerely is that they can forget that moment, because this is the Nexus that matters. Whatever has come before, the 4 games literally do not matter. Busio said it once, and I hope he can embody that, because it was a messy game in Game 4. I want to see top-level performance from KC, because G2, they're no stranger to this situation.
I need them to feel refreshed, because again, in these moments of doubts, it's really easy for you to think back and think about your previous failures. So you need to erase that out of your mind and lock in.
What will it be? Will it be G2 with a 19th title? Will it be Busio, who is crowned a king of both LCS and LEC? All still left to play for. One more game. Who will be your Spring 2026 champion?
Well, we will find out in about 40 minutes' time.
Oh, that's scary. Draft is starting soon. No, I know exactly what you meant. I just interpreted it completely differently.
Oh, it's going to be 40 minutes until draft starts.
We've got 40 minutes till draft starts.
TCG Arena, anyone? Quick. No, draft is starting soon. We'll find out the victor of the LEC Spring Finals and the team that we send as our first seed to MSI in about those 40 minutes. For G2.
And I will say, if nothing else, I'm feeling excited about MSI.
Sure.
These two teams are clearly evenly matched. They've clearly got their strengths and weaknesses, and I think that we're sending some very strong teams to the international stage.
Getting to bypass play-ins is such a big win for the victor here, alongside that trophy though. So we'll have to see who is going to manage to take the top spot as we get ourselves into draft for game number 5.
So Ezreal, Twisted Fate removed from KC. They know that G2 will have the last pick, and they're paranoid about the counter picks that Broken Blade can bring through. We mentioned it in Game 4. I'll bring attention once again back to the Kha'Zix of Yike, a champion that he's often relied on in these clutch situations to come out on top and bring KC to victory. The Melio removed on the side of G2, Orianna taken away, and Nivea. Now, the big last pick still up and available that we're yet to see in the draft.
Ezreal, Twisted Fate, and Wukong taken away by KC. We are falling lower in that jungle pool as well.
The AD carry pool that I'm keeping my eyes on, because I mean, you've got basically everything on. Like, Melio essentially gets rid of the Lucian, because Lucian Nami also taken away, right? So Melio can also be seen as a Lucian ban. And then you're kind of looking at like MF, Kai'Sa, Senna, like Jinx Aphelios, is that what we're going?
Smolder.
Cogmore, Braum. We've potentially got.
I mean, Lucian Braum still exists as well.
Also true. And there's the Kalista, so Anivia's made it through the draft.
We also saw Kalista Renata, remember, from Kalista Busia.
I was going to mention. I mean, that's why the Kalista ban, I largely think. Yeah. The brand hover, a nice throwback to KC's 2 losses on the champion, both played in top lane and in mid lane. I don't expect this to be the lock-in. Anivia, I think, is such a good pick.
Varus
but Varus as well. Yes, Varus. Now, this for KC, I would say, is more of a top laner than it is an AD carry. But they can keep that until the very end. They won't be able to flex it because they won't have that counter pick option, being the first pick. So G2 will wait until the very last moment. But that Anivia, it was game 5 in the LEC versus final that we saw Caps have an insane Anivia performance. So for KC to hand that over to G2, it's quite the statement.
Really is. For KC, G2 have so often been their nightmare. They've taken them down so many times over the last couple of years. They have to go all the way back to winter of last year for KC's first and only title here in the LEC.
It's been 3 times the KC have had to face G2 in the finals. Beat them back last year, end up losing to them in versus this year, and now this could be another notch in the loss column, but we have to seize the Alistair high prime.
I mean, that's hinting towards the Silas steal.
But don't you just slam a Braum here?
Yeah, that's my thought as well.
I mean, I like Braum.
I mean, I guess it's a little risky to pick Braum this early on the draft, but I'm like,
it's kind of good against what you see though, right? Like, can do good work against the Alistair. You've got the ability to interrupt the Anivia as she's trying to play.
But it's not great into Anivia, because it doesn't really block much.
Poppy is the pick. And an Akali immediately from Yahoo.
Wow. Akali?
So that could also be a Poppy support.
Yeah, support, top, and jungle are all 3 options here. We have an AD carry that can also be played top spot.
And Akali,
Okay, well, KC keeping their options open, I guess we'll say. G2 now, I have to imagine they'll lock in an AD carry, but what do they pair alongside this?
I think it could be a misfortune. I think you like lane bully, and then you got the option to like play for big ults as well.
I like the hover of the Senna. This is something that we haven't seen a huge amount from Hans Sama, but Jack Spectra has been telling me all about how strong he thinks the champion is right now. He was very surprised to not see it prioritized yesterday, and yeah, he couldn't stop raving about how powerful he thinks the champion is right now.
The Black Cleaver Deathfire Touch combo is gone now, though, because they swapped its magic damage, so the Black Cleaver doesn't proc
on this
with the Senna. I'm pretty sure it's on this patch.
I can't remember
Is
if
it
that's
20?
the Imperial
Let me
Mandate
double
patch
check
or
that,
not.
suppose.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's this
I
patch.
don't remember. But
I mean, Black Cleaver's still a good item on.
But the thing is, we'll talk more about it in game, but Static Shiv is just such a valuable item because of how quickly you can build the stacks. But the Akali is definitely a surprise to me. I think Akali into Anivia, just for what it's worth. Like, maybe you kill Anivia, but killing her egg is the hard part because she just goes back to full health again. And it can be very difficult for Akali to have that same sort of threat. In any case, moving into the second phase, AD carries, we don't know where this Varus is going. Yasuo does suggest to me that this Varus is top, which we kind of expected anyway.
So the Death Row touch change is 26-11, so it's still viable.
Yeah, I thought so. It's the next patch.
And there's the misfortune yet. So G2 is really pinching that AD carry pool. They very much read that Varus' top lane. Similar to what we kind of expected.
There's still, like, KC can just flex it. Like, I understand banning out AD carries, and KC are leading towards a possible Varus top, but it's not locked in stone. Like, they can say, okay, well, they got rid of the Jinx and the MF, and we actually can't find another good AD carry. So we're just going to put Varus down towards the bottom side, and we'll find something good for Kana in top. I mean, like, top still has a bunch of options available.
Smolder, Tristana are kind of the two that spring out to me. Maybe even Kalista plays Cosmo himself.
I don't really want to play Tristana into Alistar Senna, I'm going to be honest. I feel like as soon as I jump in, I'm just going to get punted.
Yeah, why would you ever be jumping in on Tristana?
Because I'm Kalista and I like to do damage.
Hold on. Okay, yeah, they're really, that Varus is top. That Varus is for sure top lane. So G2 now want to lock in their jungler. The jungle pool has been heavily pinched. They can't be Lee Sin. I think it's too bad into Poppy. Trundle has been played this series. Rek'Sai we've seen from Yike. We haven't seen it from Skewmond.
Honestly, I don't hate a Maokai here.
Oh my god, we got the Naz's jungle! Well, shout out to Griffin from FlyQuest. Wow. I mean, Naz's jungle. So this will be the first one for Skewmond. And I mean, it's great into Varus, by the way. Basically, any AD carry hates their life when they're against the Nazas.
Have you heard of Wither? It's just an ability.
But I mean, G2's going mega scaling. Senna, Anivia, Nazas. I mean, they want to like meet you in 25 minutes after they've been able to successfully stack.
Okay, so KC have decided we're just going to pick top laners, guys. Varus, Poppy, Akali, Aatrox. The assumption is this Poppy is support and the Aatrox is jungle. That's kind of where my mind is. Varus top and then Akali mid. But it's now Varus AD carry. Nidalee jungle? Aatrox top, Varus AD carry, Poppy support, Akali mid.
I don't like Nidalee jungle because I don't think you really have much lanes to play off.
I think that might be. I think that's Nidalee top.
AD Nidalee top.
Who knows?
I think
it's AD Nidalee
top
top.
laners versus a dog, a bird, and a cow. That's where we are. This is Fearless Game 5.
I don't even. How do I break this comp down from KC?
I think it fully depends on where that Nidalee's going, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Because I think Nidalee has to go top. I don't think Nidalee can go jungle with no pushing lanes ready to play off of. And you're in a really bad spot if it comes to that. You can kind of play off bot, but it's not ideal. So I think it has to be Aatrox jungle, Poppy bot, Nidalee top to try and get the push. And then the Kled, I think, is to try and answer into, hey, maybe you can try and run people down.
It gives you some engage. Yeah. You don't actually really have any engage with this comp at the moment. The Alistar obviously can do that, but he needs to get close enough, and Claire Charge helps you do that. Skewmon on this Nasus and solo queue, 6-2 over the last couple of weeks. The last time we saw a Nasus jungle in the LEC, it was Cyanide. The man who is famously 2013.
With Cyanide!
You mentioned the old scrolls.
The man famously quoted saying, "It's about as useful as nipples on a man." That is Cyanide's most famous contribution to the LEC analyst desk. And it's the old magic that we're talking about. I think when you let the dogs out, it is it's a nice little trip down history lane. And G2, a team that have been through most of the history of the LEC, although they were not around in 2013. For KC, a relatively new organization when it comes to being at the top tier of European competition. They've already claimed a few finals and claimed a title for themselves. The question is, can they make it to today? Going through G2, not an easy feat at all. The team has 18 titles to their name. But if anyone's going to defeat them, on this day, on this good earth, it will be KC. Let's see where we are in terms of ropes. Nidalee top is where we'll end up. Good call on that, Rob. Aatrox in the jungle. Akali mid, Varus Poppy bot lane, as we kind of expected. It's Grasp Nidalee. Also, no real surprise there now that we know that the Nidalee is in the top lane.
I mean, I really do think that KC have simply overcooked. I feel that this Akali has such a hard game, and Varus Poppy, in theory it wins early, I guess. But I don't know, man. I think they've overcooked. I really think that G2's comp is simply we farm, we scale, and there's so much responsibility on KC to be able to find leads and basically play the way that G2 have been playing. I feel that in Game 5, what G2's game plan was is let's just go for as late game as possible, and I think that they've been able to find it.
It's the way I end up looking at AD Nidalee oftentimes is she kind of wants to play the team fights very slow so she can get multiple Triforce procs off and play from range. And kind of a similar story with this on-hit Varus as well, where you want the fights to be able to play it at a distance where you're getting lots of value from repeat auto attacks. But the rest of the composition doesn't really want to do that, right? Like the Aatrox wants to dive in, the Akali wants to dive in, and you're in this position where Boozio kind of has to play defense. Okay.
Oh, Boozio with the flash slam into the wall. Ignite down on LeBron as well as Hansama trades onto Kalist. That's 2 summoners burn.
But it's not playing Hail of Blades Poppy. It's Spellbook Poppy, so there wasn't really the damage to follow up there.
I think he was hoping that Kalist could land the piercing arrow or something. Also, you forced LeBron low.
Yeah, so I think it's a completely fine play just because you generate pressure in the lane, which I think you kind of have to do against Senna. You know that she is inherently fairly weak, especially in the matchup into Varus. So you try to do what you can to bully as much as possible and slow her stack building. The thing that Jack was telling me about was how with Static Shiv, because of the changes that they made to it, you basically hit the minion wave and now you just get a stack, basically. And so it becomes mega easy to build those stacks. Boozio actually grown mid lane.
Head flashes onto Cap, Steadfast Presence down, heroic charge for the knockback, hammer smash. Cap's down to 150 HP, he's able to walk away. The geniuses who are in Twitch chat have deigned that G2 cooked better, 76% to 23 now.
Well, I would agree with them, yeah. Well, still, anything can happen in a game of League of Legends.
We haven't got to the center of this egg yet. That could still be raw in the middle, right?
Okay, support.
Yeah,
Boozio is...
he's getting in, and Skewman will get the level 4 as LeBron comes across. Only level 2 right now. Yike got the chase, hammer smash down again. LeBron having to walk away, does still have the flash, but only level 2 to Boozio's level 3. In the end, Skewman does take the camp, but he will forego being able to fight around this Scuttlecraft.
You've got stacks on Narcissus, you've got stacks on Hansama, Senna, Hansama. I believe there's a famous song about stacks on stacks or something.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Hansama flashes, looking for the trade, onto Kalist, needs to walk away from the piercing arrow. But Kalist finds it in the 1v1.
Yeah, playing with the Helm does not give you an awful lot of damage on those auto attacks. Hansama tries to get fancy with it and ends up going down to Kalist.
Well, he has to be careful now, though. He wants to push this wave underneath the tower. Boozio doing a good job, acting as bodyguard. Going to protect his AD carry to help him get back to base.
Skewman's here, though. Look at this wither. Now you're slow. Any gates open? I believe not, as LeBron flashes forward. The gates have been held. No, Boozio. There's another wither. Yeah, he's pretty slow now. Siphoning strike. Get the stacks. Wait for the shield. Stacks! Stacks!
Okay, so it's 1-1 now. Kalist finding a solo kill onto Hansama is massive for him. 680 individual gold lead. He gets the wave bouncing back towards him as well. But as Boozio tries to protect him to allow him to push out that wave and then go back to base, it leaves him vulnerable to a gank from Skewman. Thanasis, another champion that they want to try and keep behind by stealing away his camps, deny as many stacks away from him as possible. Finds a kill for himself and actually only gets accelerated.
I'm just gonna very quickly, in case someone out there doesn't know how Nasus works.
Okay.
The reason we keep talking about stacks is Nasus's Q if you kill any minion, anything, you get at least 3 stacks. If you kill a champion, a large minion, or a large monster, you get 12, which is why Jungle Nast is really good, because a lot of large monsters you can kill.
But it specifically has to be with the Q.
Yeah, with the Q, importantly. And so when you then Q subsequently, it deals more damage the more stacks you have, which is why we keep talking about the stacks. And you can see them, 120 stacks right now.
A very famous League of Legends meme, because he is from Season 1.
Yes.
And if you were to look at, I don't know, most other champions' passives, you would see a wall of text.
Yeah.
Whereas when you look at Narcis's passive, it says, Narcis has an additional 12% life steal.
A seven-word passive.
Yeah, that's what passives were back in Season 1. So,
Shaco has a dark and mysterious past. You know, that was our old school lore, guys.
Yes.
I did think you were about to say that he was known as Susan for a bit. But
he was
I mean,
also
I
known
still
as Susan
do
for a
call
while.
him Susan,
Yeah.
yes. Largely because if you spell Narcis backwards, it does in fact spell out the word Susan.
KC got a Drake.
Yes, they did.
Yep.
And now we get a
Busio's
flash.
going to flash in onto LeBron here. LeBron going in with the trample, gets the pulverized, but it's just going to get taken down for it. Busio aggressive on this Poppy. Gets another kill for Kalist, who's 1,000 gold ahead at 6 minutes.
Simply put, Busio is putting on his carry pants here in Game 5. He is hyper-aggressive. He is trying to be very present on the map. And right there, he punishes Lebrov for not having flash, and he gets his AD carry another kill. Now, KC lead the gold, and Kalist at the driver's seat, sitting with a 1.3k gold lead, very accelerated on the Varus.
Also, the fact this is an on-hit Varus means that he will be doing some serious damage as Yehu roams top, but matched by Lebrov here, just in case there was any funny business.
LeBron has a TP from the Unsealed Spellbook, so he can go down towards the bottom side if needed. Broken Blade's going to remount here. We'll look for the bear trap on a rope. Pull Kana back. It's a cat that he's caught, not a bear. Tries to flash away. LeBron still chasing. Charging forward now. Broken Blade underneath the tower. Will tank it, and on Summer from downtown claims the kill. Busio on his way across though, and Broken Blade's just been dismounted from Skull. Yike trying to join in the party as LeBron's still only level 3 on this cow. Yike comes in with the Darkin Blade. Looks for the pull back Infernal. Chains the steadfast presence as well, means that LeBron cannot escape, and Yike on the wings of a world ender will secure the kill. Busio goes in for another and won't find too much more.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. It seemed like the Busio was going for one more, but KC still have to turn it around in that top lane and get one back for themselves.
I mean, both supports doing their best to make stuff happen for their laners. As a remount comes through for Broken Blade, he really needs to connect that bear trap on a rope. The flash comes through from Kana, but with the ultimate available and the reset ready. But meanwhile, at live, Casey's threatening a dive.
And going in, Busio there as well. Stephos was flashed away from, but there's the knockback with the heroic charge. Skull! The remount for Broken Blade just in time. Will be able to walk out, but importantly, he's going to lose some minions to the tower. Skewmon coming across is going to make sure that Kled can stay around.
Really well played by Broken Blade, flashing in to get the auto on Kana. Now Kana will have to get out of here.
Skewmon just needs to get in range for the Wither. Busio going to stay around. Hex flash onto Caps. In fact, he goes instead for Skewmon, but there's the Wither. And I'm afraid, Busio, there's no way out of this one. Siphoning strike again from Skewmon will be enough. I think he just used an auto in the end instead.
I think that might have been a bit of a misclick there from Busio onto Skewmon rather than onto Caps, because that was the target I thought he was going to go for, especially as it would still let him get towards the tower and escape, but not to be in this case.
What is this game? It
Game 5 of Fearless, baby.
It is so chaotic as Lebrov and Busio are just perma-roaming. Lebrov now gets level 4, Busio ahead of him level 5. They are doing everything in their power to try and find plays for their team. Meanwhile, in the bot lane 1 versus 1, Kalista holds a 20 CS lead. In the mid lane matchup, Yehu, because of the roam from Anivia, from Caps' Anivia, has actually been able to equalize the farm in what was a difficult lane before. Meanwhile, Kana's actually ahead in farm because he's been getting plates in the top lane. The junglers are evenly matched because Skewmon sits on 2 kills. The Narcissus has 2 kills. It's been a very back and forth with KC currently sitting with the gold lead.
But the thing is, AD in Italy is only really half a champion, so you got to half any of the gold lead that Khan actually gets, because I'm not going to lie, I have yet to see a useful AD in Italy basically in any professional game.
It's after early game. Like, you can get to 20 minutes and you think, oh, she's split pushing so well.
And then
she's
she does
getting
like
a
an
tower,
auto
she's
and
getting
does
plates.
a ton of damage. You're like, sick.
Oh, huge. The
And then
spear landed, sweet. She can jump in. And then as soon as you get to a team fight, it's like,
yeah.
Good heal.
But that's why
some attack speed to my Varus. Nice.
That's largely why I believe that G2's like scaling is just so much better. You can see the damage, good damage onto Lebrov. He has a kill here, Kana.
He's chasing Labrov down, but
Okay, he doesn't want to overcommit.
Hey, cows may be prey, but this one allowed to walk to pastures new.
Yeah. Kana doesn't want to take the risk. He needs to catch that wave in top, which he will do so right now. And my goodness, we find ourselves in quite an interesting situation. The next dragon now spawning. The lane assignments are a bit odd.
Well, I think it's just they're swapping around now.
Yeah, now the swaps will come
Caps
through.
just TP'd bot, so now it's going to be responded by Yahoo, and Varus will open mid. So, yeah, KC now looking to match G2.
Both those mid laners on their first items as well.
Sorry for cutting you off
No,
there,
it's
Medic.
okay, Ben.
Experimental Hexplate now finished for Kalist just gives KC such a massive advantage for the next dragon fight. G2, I think, would be foolish to try and contest this. I just don't think they quite have the same power that KC do. And I think that, if nothing else, they'd want to stall the objective.
Yeah, I totally agree. As, Chain of Corruption onto Labrov. Doesn't have that Unbreakable Will yet. The trample popped and has to flash away. Has managed to escape KC, but because of that, it's a very easy Drake for Yike to start up. Hans Summer looking for Kana. Charge in. Broken Blade's aim there on the charge. Not the best, but a good binding out of Hans Summer will force the TP to come out of Busio.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It was just the until spellbook. So Busio had to cover. Nothing happens. G2 don't get the play, and it's still Dragon for KC. So still KC kind of covering some of these plays. And second Dragon, not a bad spot to be in for KC.
What a weird game.
Yeah.
What a weird game.
But if you're a KC fan, you should feel pretty good right now. Your AD carry is 40 CS up. He has a 1.3k gold lead. He has a completed first item. And I believe, I always forget this, I think it's like 40 stacks by 40 minutes is good pace.
Yeah, it's like 60 at 20 is kind of okay.
And he is at 20 stacks, and we're at 12 minutes.
Yeah.
That is bad.
It is bad. What we tend to see is when the center gets a little bit more open on the map, he'll just go around on camps with the Nasus and take more. So you do accelerate quite rapidly between 14 and 20 minutes, but it's still not good at all as Busio is caught out here. This is not good for KC either. Busio has to burn the flash to get across the crystalline wall that Caps had put up. A blue wall blocking off a KC player.
Yeah.
Fitting, I guess, as Broken Blade is dismounted, as Yahoo goes in. Sugar and Flip and a long-range ultimate from the center just for a little bit of extra shielding.
Yahoo did commit the ultimate. He did have a kill, but he respects the center ultimate that would provide enough of a shield, but by forcing him back, he'll still secure this play. He may even secure this tower, which would be a nice gold injection for the Akali.
Yeah, so it's kind of KC still keeping up pressure on the map, right? Like Busio's forcing flashes, he's been everywhere in this early game, but I do think it's still like doing what KC want, which is getting their solo laners into positions where they can be strong. Like Yahoo has a small gold lead for himself. If he could have got the tower, would have accelerated a lot more. You're still seeing at least something there for Kana. And I think if you're in that position, you're in an okay spot as KC, as Kalist should be able to contest midway pretty consistently.
Yeah.
And this tankier build means he's less susceptible to some plays there.
I think overall KC will be pretty happy with how this game is going so far, as Broken Blade is looking for Kana up towards the top side. Bear Trap on a rope is going to connect. The bone plating from Kana keeps him topped up, and then he heals himself up.
I just want to draw attention for the viewers at home. If you are interested in keeping track of the stacks, you can see the small number on the bottom left of these champion icons. This indicates the stack count, and Narcissus doing pretty well as Cap's now the focus for Busio.
Yeah. Flash Frost into Frostbite, though, takes about half of Busio's health alongside that Glacial Storm. Cap stepping forward, Yike looking, but he's on vision. Caps knows exactly where he's at.
I always love Caps's...
Ooh, Hans Summer, that's greedy positioning from Hans Summer. The cleanse immediately has to be used from the Chain of Corruption. You can't step to Kalist when he's this far ahead.
Absolutely. Kalist recognizing how much stronger he is in the 1 versus 1, and he is taking full advantage of that. Forces the cleanse out from Hans Summer. He's going to have to go back to base.
He doesn't really have the support he needs, though, to really threaten on towards the mid lane tier. One though, I would have really liked to try and get some of those plates and accelerate himself a little bit more, but unfortunately, because Busio had been pulled into that bottom side, Hans will be able to get back, and there'll be no real damage done. But especially because when you look at the objectives, apart from the Rift Tower that's about to come up in just a moment, like I don't think G2 are really going to fight that, and Hans should be able to get his cleanse back up.
Still massively behind in terms of where he wants to be with the stacks, and a lot of that is the fact that Busio just wasn't in the lane. Like, you can't farm off the support when the support's not there, and you're not beating the Varus in a 1v1, so you can never step to him. Hans Summer a level down. Kalist having a very solid game number 5 here. KC, a few demons on their shoulders after Versus Finals, where they did lose after Silver Scrapes. It's G2 picking up their 18th title here. KC off to a very solid start in Game 5 as Callis does get rooted up with the last embrace. Skumon trying to chase Yike out. A Wither will slow down that Aatrox. LeBron coming in as well. Pops the trample, looking for the CC to start things off. Charge as well from the Kled as he comes behind. Enemy lines onto Yike. Bootio almost falls to the Dawning Shadow. Another auto needed. Skumon gets him with the Spirit Fire. Now the retreat from G2 as Broken Blade is a little bit too deep for the dive onto Yahoo. Locking up with the last embrace and his last breath comes out of his lungs. G2 find 2 as they collapse perfectly around mid lane.
The cane comes down as Skumon finds a double. The Nasus is in such a good position as G2 enters the mid game. They were tired of the passive play. They were eager for a fight, and they find a good one to transition towards the Herald starting off.
Yeah, you can see it here. The Wither means that Yike can do absolutely nothing to escape. It sets up for LeBron to be able to get into position to follow up. But it's as this follows through, it's LeBron with the knock-up onto Bootio. The flank from Broken Blade is perfect. And Bootio dying to the little bit of damage, the tick on the ground from the Nasus. Sets up perfectly. And if you thought that this was obnoxious already, you just got Niceborn Gauntlet picked up as well now for Skumon. He's only going to be even more of a...
She can move, I'm OP. Yeah, we can go, Yeah.
With one of those abilities that is so difficult to deal with.
It's such a short
Up to a 95% slow.
Oh, Yike, he's going for the steal.
Yike goes in for the steal, but Skumon secures it, and now Yike needs that Herald to get out. Punted over the wall, by the way. Into the crystal.
Wait.
What? Where are you going, Herald?
Okay,
Do you need a map?
Okay, all while that's happening, Broken Blade sets his sights on the bot lane tower. Can Casey really cross up anywhere?
It's behind the tower, dude. Like, look at it, it's like that, man.
Hey, it got there. Let the scenic route.
You know? There's a detour, roadworks in the mid lane, apparently.
Okay, so G2, they concede the Herald, but Casey get nothing off the back of it. Great idea from Yike, though. He knows that the gamble on the steal is not really that risky, but it just gets completely denied by LeBron and Caps. Now, Broken Blade, he shouldn't die here. The Nidalee, I don't think has much kill threat. Broken Blade insisting on the fight continuing.
When Skumon's on his way across.
Here comes the cane.
Wither.
There's the Wither. Oh, poor Cat. There's no escape from this. The Huntress has become the hunted, and Skumon is 5-0 on Nasus.
Broken Blade is giggling because I'm assuming Skumon is just screaming, give me the stacks. This Nasus is huge.
We're just gonna... I know that the comms after this is gonna be Skumon yelling about how many stacks he's on. And let's do a quick check-in. 489 on the Nasus right now. He is certainly starting to slap. Let's look back at the replay as the Dragon, Yike, drops the Herald, goes into the pit. He tries to steal it, doesn't quite have the damage, goes into the Herald for safety. It gets punted over the wall, and then as he tries to escape, the wall comes up from Caps to block his escape route. My goodness. I mean, all eyes really are on Callis. He's the only one left on KC with a gold lead. It felt like after the laning phase, things were going so well for KC, but G2 find that fight around the Raptors, and all of the momentum seems to have completely shifted. It's 2 towers to 0. It feels like KC are running out of options as this comp from G2 just continues to scale.
I think it now rests in the hands of, as you say, Callis, but also Bootio. Like, one big keeper's verdict could maybe try and turn a play opening up for Callis, but it's very hard when G2 are collapsing.
Here comes the dog.
A charge again onto Bootio. Steadfast presence into the cleanser, try and get away, but he's punted back. And his life is going to be siphoned away. 537 stacks on Nasus at 19.5 minutes here. Good thing for KC is they do have pressure in the mid lane. That's pushed in. Top side as well. Kana will take a tower, but Broken Blade is diving tier 2s on the bot side. As there's another turret going in to G2's name.
I really would love to know on the G2 side who came up with the Nasus pick. Was it a call from Skumon? Was it prep from the coaching staff? Because this pick has simply worked wonders for G2. Now it's Yike that's called.
Last embrace into the knockback. A keeper's verdict finds no one guilty. More stacks for the Stack God. And more blood for the Blood God as Bootio's caught out under his tower. LeBron walks past him just to punt him back. Broken Blade diving onto the backline, and Kalist, the last carry available for KC, is forced to flash away.
Things are rapidly falling apart for KC. Kill after kill. Skumond goes to 8-0-0, and with the jungler down, that will be a 20-minute Baron. G2 looking to continue their winning ways as they put themselves in commanding position in the final game of Spring.
If you ever ask me, G2 versus KC, 5-game series, how did Skumon carry the last 2 games? Pantheon would be on my list, but an 8-0 Nasus 20 minutes in with a Baron alongside it would be nowhere near the forefront of my mind.
My goodness. It's been 13 years since we last saw Anatus. Labrov sitting in wait in the brush, catches Yike off guard. He gets one shot, and then the chase comes through. They want to lock down Kalist. Caps cuts off his own route to try and lock him down. Busio sacrifices himself to keep his team alive. Kalist has to flash away from Broken Blade, deep diving past the towers. And the smiles on the faces of the coaching staff, they know that this is their game to lose. This is their final to lose.
Yeah, you can see it there. It's over. Being said by Rodrigo as G2 step up on towards this top side. I mean, what the hell are you supposed to do? Like, these towers are melting. The Baron is there. They're trying to make a play on towards the bottom side, but how? G2 could just keep going here.
Yeah, I think Yehu's just looking for a little bit of gold. Busio looking for a flank position. He puts down a control ward. G2 begin to back away. Broken Blade can stand there for a little bit longer. Still has that charge. Busio can't find an avenue in. Caps will catch Yehu blind in the bush. Knew he was in the vicinity, and there's the chase. Yehu goes in. Caps has a level advantage. Well, Flash Frost will stop Yehu in his tracks. A perfect execution does get the egg, but after that, the rest of your team are scrambling to try and defend. Dawning shadows across KC.
I mean, this is what I meant by one of the weaknesses of Akali into Anivia.
Here's the charge.
You find that pick, but like that pick can end up being your own undoing. Yehu trying to navigate his way to safety.
I don't think there is a place. I don't think it exists for him.
The Glacial Storm, Labrov in with the trample as well. Yehu dashing across the wall. And we'll tank one tower shot. He's delaying, but Nasus is doing Drake while this is happening. Yike is here, you're right, Betty. And Yike is now leaving because he realizes maybe I can save my mid laner. He did get the slow with the Infernal Chains. Yehu will get a blast cone out.
The TP.
There's the TP as well. Labrov doesn't have flash, can't flash across the wall. And now Yike's dead to the last embrace. Bear Trap pulls him back. The charge in from Broken Blade a little bit deep. And now Kalist begins to open up. Broken Blade has to flash away.
Skumond.
Skumond is ready to close some gates. He is knocked away by the keeper's verdict. Flash Frost onto Busio. Hans Summer hits the last embrace as well. Labrov healed up with a Protoplasm Harness as Kana is the next on the menu. But Yehu's back, baby! Who let him out? Yehu did! Perfect execution, back up in 2 seconds time. Skumon with the wither onto Kana, but Yehu's diving in. Busio gets the shutdown as KC come back to life. It's all on the big dogs now, and Skumon's bite is much worse than his bark. Yehu comes back in to try and save his cat, but I'm afraid that cat is done for. A charge in from Broken Blade, a double for the Kled as the big dogs show you who's boss.
KC found a moment. They found a window where they were punishing the aggression of G2. This is a very deep play. G2 deep in the side of KC's half of the map. The arrival of Skumon is what Busio was looking for. He knocks him out of the fight, and now G2's way too deep. This is where Kalist can pop off, doing massive damage onto Labrov. Almost finds the kill onto him. Caps goes way too deep, and Yehu then finds that punish. Getting that shutdown opens up the opportunity for KC to come back to life, but then Skumon arrives.
Yeah, Skumon able to make the play happen. Says drop it like it's hot, and just as he goes through everyone here on KC.
What's up, Skumon? Just charges through him. Broken Blade was in base when this whole fight started, and he used his charge at the end. He just walked up through mid lane. In the end, way too
Decane! Decane! No flash! Decane!
Decane is what he's saying there.
Yeah.
Just as,
so is it instead of trick 2G, it's trick G2.
Yes, true. True. Labrov chunked out. Skumond almost at 750 stacks. And for KC, you're left wondering, The cook has gone wrong, but can we find a way to salvage it? Is there a way back into this? Is the TP now used by Caps away from Yehu and from Yike? This will be a tier 2 in the mid lane for G2. Baron up in a minute's 20.
I mean, there's a reason that G2 has 18 titles to their name. They get in positions like this, they don't tend to drop it. And KC, they need to find some sort of miracle to do so.
Yike trying to get away from the last embrace, but Skumon just brings down the cane. The first inhibitor tower in the mid lane, the only inhibitor tower in the mid lane is down. Broken Blade and LeBron stepping deep here as the rest of the team were knocked back. Dawning Shadow for the shield. G2 still pretty healthy if they want to continue to push in. Broken Blade with the TP. G2 have reached all the way back into the history books to pull out this Nasus jungle. So many stories have been written about them across the years as they look for these Nexus towers. KC trying to defend, but Skumon with the fury of the stands will take down the Nexus towers. The Nexus, the next target in the saga of the LEC. G2 are the living definition of a myth. Once again, their story is set, and they are the champions.
What a way to close out this final. To bring out the Nasus in Game 5 and for Skumon to go 12-0-3. What a monster performance from Skumon. G2 claim another title as another 5-game banger against what will now be their longtime rivals of KC.
Broken Blade now ties Mickey for the second most titles of all time as we go over towards the trophy.
It's time for the trophy ceremony presented by Kia. G2 are your Spring Split champions!
An incredibly tense final, similar to what we had in LEC versus G2 and KC at the top of the LEC, fighting to the bitter end. But in this Game 5, G2 simply did cook that much better, and Skumon really showed up today for G2. What a masterclass performance from him, with the Pantheon and the Nasus games back-to-back. A really standout performance from Skumon.
12 kills on the Nasus, 12 kills in the game earlier as well. This man has been absolutely insane today as G2 lift their 19th title here in the LEC.
What a performance by them on the day. KC commiserations, of course, but in the end, just not quite able to get over that finish line. Twice in a row so far this year. We'll see if they can bounce back in summer. Before then, of course, we have MSI. And what an MSI it's like to be. G2, after making finals at first and now get to challenge the best in the main stage of our next international. But for now, they bask in the glory of being European champions. They are the demon on every other team's shoulder. They are the night terror, let's be honest. People wake up, players wake up fearing this squad. Because when it comes to the crunch, when it comes down to it, they are just unbeatable.
Well, congratulations once again to G2. Commiserations to KC. Another final where they came so close. So close to raising that title again. But you know, G2 knows that KC is right on their heels. Both are representatives going to MSI. G2 will take that first seed spot. KC will have to fight their way through the play-ins where tough competition lies in wait. But I'm excited to see what they can do back on the international stage.
Excited to see what KC can do on the international stage, but also for G2 to see what they're going to be able to accomplish. Coming off the back of that first stand, now going forward as the first seed. I mean, with the performances they have had, any team in the world should be terrified of them.
Can't believe they did it with NASA's guys.
12 kills on the
I was kind of waiting for it to come out in playoffs. I feel like I've been seeing it pop up around the world slowly but surely.
Well, as you said, like Griffin has been a big proponent.
But I
of
think
this
it was
NASA's.
even played over in the LPL. I think there was even an LCK game on it, but I'm not entirely too sure on that. And I was just kind of like, EU, like we're kind of the innovators here. Like normally we're quick to pick up this new stuff. But yeah, for it to come out in Game 5, it was a perfect placement. It really lent into this scaling draft that G2 was working towards. And yeah, they ended up clutching it up. And I mean, that is one of G2's strengths, right? Their ability to be super flexible in the draft. They're very deep champion pools. They really took advantage of it here in Game 5, and they were able to get the better of KC.
It's also one of those, like, we talk about it as a scaling draft. They won in 26 minutes.
Yeah, they did.
Like,
Yeah.
they just accelerated.
Like, when G2 won, it was so quick. But we're going to quickly toss it over to Laurie, standing by with Caps.
And that's another one in the trophy shelf for G2. Romain, please don't break Isma, please. Caps, thank you so much for joining me. 17 titles. 17 titles for Caps. That is a legendary performance. Now, I remember that in Spain, after the Versus Finals, you said, this is the most fun I had. This one went to 5 games again. You hit them with the Anivia yet again. How was this finals for you?
No, I mean, it was a lot of fun as well, especially the last game where we're just like, we're praying for our Nessus, you know, we're kind of falling apart, but we're like, just keep getting some stacks on Nessus, and I mean, Skew pulled through in the end, so.
What kept you afloat during the whole series? Because there was a lot of back and forth. I feel like the start was really slow for you guys, and then yet again, the way G2 does it every time, you guys picked it up and clutched it at the last time.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we meant for some optimal plays in Game 1, I think, and I think a lot of the times we ended up throwing, it was usually like kind of in our hands, but we just went for some bad plays, and we realized that if we just go for actual good plays, like we will definitely come out on top, and if we take it a little bit more chill, it's also why we went for like a very like slow Game 5, and it paid out.
I was asking Hans at the beginning of the series, you guys winning so much, I feel like, comes with even more expectations, because winning once is something, but winning 17 times, again, I cannot stress how amazing it is for you, Cap. So after so many titles, what keeps you animated to keep on doing it like this?
I mean, I love the competition, and I really want to go to the Worlds and finally lift it. So we're doing everything we can to get in the best shape. We still have some moves to go, but we will get there.
Absolutely amazing. And now, the next step, of course, is going to be MSI for you guys. And I feel like things are a bit different for you because things have been complicated for Europe for the past few years, but you made finals at first stand. So what can we expect from G2 at MSI?
I mean, we definitely want to give an even stronger performance than at first stand. I think we learned a lot, I guess, at first stand. Like, we came in kind of weak, I would say, but we picked up very fast from our loss against BLG, and then we ended up losing against them again, but we definitely learned a lot on the way. And I think it's the same we're looking for this tournament. We get to scrim against the best teams in the world. We get to go double elimination bracket as well, and we're very quick to learn. So we can come out on top at MSI for sure.
Before I let you go, we saw someone special joining you for the trophy ceremony. So, Perks, if you could join us here, please. That is the most wholesome reunion that I've been seeing in years. Anything you want to say about, well, what you're doing here first and the fact that we see you guys again at G2?
Well, I've been here a bit incognito since week 2 or week 3, just helping, and it's been a great experience to be able to share some of my experience and things I've learned in the past to help the G2 reach new heights.
How have you guys been working together, actually?
I mean, we've been working very well together. Obviously, I've worked with Perks before, so we have a lot of the similar experiences and similar ideas on how we want to play out the game. So I think he has helped a lot, making us a bit more aggressive as well, because at times we are maybe too disciplined to save going. But yeah, it's been good so far.
I was highlighting the fact that 17 titles under his belt. You won a couple together, of course, but is there anything that you want to say about his performance and what he's been able to showcase time and time and time again at G2?
Well, he was a bit sick today, and he showed up really big, so big props to Caps for today's performance.
Definitely, big props to Caps. Thank you so much for joining me first. And once again, give it up for Caps, Berlin, and G2 Euro champions now. we're going to hear for the rest of the team as Shox is standing by with them on stage. Take it away.
Thank you so much. What a lovely, lovely reunion. We've got PGL right now with Broken Blade, Labrov, and Hans Sama, and we've got a whole lot of special guests coming, so you can keep watching, you can stay in the studio, you can listen to us, and first of all, I'm going to congratulate, everybody here. I'll start with you. Broken Blade, how hard was this one comparatively?
This one was definitely difficult. I think we clashed it out in the end. We had a nice speech from Perks. He said after game 2, game 3 is basically free. And it was basically free. Once Nasus got his full clear off, so.
Nice. Labrov, what does it mean to you? What does this one mean to you?
I don't think our level was the best throughout the series. Caps was also sick, and but I'm really happy we managed to pull through. A hard BO.
When you can win even when you're not on your best, those are the most important victories. And Hans, you've now got 9 titles. Remembering back to your first one in 2023 winter, it seems it's not that long ago in years, but it seems like an eternity ago, right? Like, how do you look back on the fact that you're still winning these titles here with G2?
I think we just have like we know what to do in order to be locked in for playoffs. In general, what worked for us in terms of experience. So, even though, my first title was 2023 winter with G2, I think we, like me included, I know what to do. So we have like our chances to win in playoffs. Maybe sometimes not as much in regular season, but happy with the win today. I think I didn't play that good either today.
Everybody, do you all think you suck today or what? No? But Hans, going on to the international plane as well, you've been incredible here in LEC. I think you've been incredible internationally for G2 this year. I think maybe there have been doubters in the past, right? But I think there are none of those left anymore. Do you feel like you've made a change in yourself, and what has allowed you, you feel, to make that step upwards that you can now contend with the best of the best internationally?
Me?
Yes, you.
I think definitely. I think this year we're definitely improving a lot in terms of knowledge of the game. I think compared to last year, we have like way more knowledge. I think at this point it's like about applying them super well, like not forgetting to apply the concepts, the knowledge that we got from international, doing them good, but also have a good shape individually as a player for each of us. And I think we can always become stronger. And looking towards the DCMSI for sure.
You guys have tactics as well?
We always have tactics.
Yeah, apparently it's new for KC.
I mean, we had a nice tactic in the last game. The Nasus, I think they fell short in the draft phase already. I think they lost their minds a little bit there.
Why?
When they put the Nidalee top. I don't know what that was. I think tactic-wise, strategy-wise, it was not the correct approach. Like, they didn't pick to punish the Kled, but punish the Nasus, not me. Like, let me play my game. In the end, Labrov is my MVP because he helped me in this game a lot. Is my true support. He put some roams top lane, and this is wait. The second support who ulted top lane. Respect.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Sick. Say, Labrov, we heard you saying the cane, like harking back to Trick 2G. Did you used to be a subscriber on a stream or what?
No, I mean, I know Skew actually was watching a lot when he was younger, and basically we were practicing a bit Nasus in scrims, and Skew was always like usually having really good games, similar to this. And then he was screaming, decane, and it's our inside joke, basically.
Okay, well, with that being said, it's time to award our Spring Finals MVP, voted on by on-air talent, broadcast partners, journalists, and co-streamers.
absolutely insane performance. Romain, if you would step forwards, please, and give him his medal.
Notre MVP!
Thank you, thank you.
What an absolutely mad performance. Not only you got 12 kills, but you got 12 kills on a champion that hasn't been played in more than a decade. So talk me through the inspiration to pick Nasus in Game 5 like this when we've never seen you play the champion. Of course you've been training it, but tell me about the whole thought process.
Yeah, I mean, basically, as Labrov said earlier, like when I was younger, I saw like a lot of tricks to G, and he's like one of my idols for sure. Like when I was younger, so I obviously took a lot of learnings from him. But jokes aside, I think like the champ is like kind of strong, and I've seen like Griffin play in NA, and whenever I was playing it, I just felt like he was so strong after like 10 minutes of the game. So I saw the champion had some potential, and yeah, I mean, we just saw the angle on this last game, and I'm happy that we took it.
Yeah, tell me about the dopamine, honestly, like bashing people's head like this, especially giving that victory in Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like, this champ is like a lot of dopamine whenever you kill someone with the plus 12. And Labrov set me up pretty well, honestly, this game. I've got like some early kills. He defended like my camps really well. So honestly, like, big props to my support on this one. He was like the, how do you say, the secret carry of this game. That just enabled my champion later on.
It is a team effort in the end that got you guys the victory, but Skumon, we cannot underestimate the impact that you had for this team. Back to back to back. MVP for you. How does that feel? You're always that clutch factor for G2 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm like really happy to have another title like this, and this one counts a lot for me because I really think that today was like pretty hard, and we like after like first end, there was like a lot of expectation for our teams and for myself, and I think I've started like playing a bit worse, like coming to the split, and again we found a way to like just keep ramping up with our team, and in the end we won again. So I'm just really proud for like all the work we've been putting in, and yeah, on to MSI now.
On to MSI now, indeed, and I feel like the last time we saw you on the international stage, you left a pretty big mark in Canyon's head, of course, but in the European and world fan as well. What is the expectation this time around for yourself? What are you looking to prove this MSI?
I mean, just prove that, like, as a team, we are, like, for sure, like, a contender for the title, right? It's not going to be easy. Like, there will be, like, way more teams than in first end. But I do believe that if we keep working out and we just adapt well to the meta, we'll be able to, like, show some good things on this tournament and just keep showing that individually I'm able to match the best junglers in the world.
All eyes on you guys and all eyes on Europe. Of course, do you have a message for the international fans and European fans watching you right now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously really happy for winning another title this time around, and I just hope that for MSI we'll be able to like just make everybody proud. And yeah, I promise you guys that we'll work really hard to make it happen and just bring back hope in Europe.
Looking forward to seeing you compete in Daejeon. Merci beaucoup. Félicitations, congratulations again. Once again, Berlin for your junglers, Kumon.
Your MVP, how is it, Labrov, to play with Skumon in comms?
Hier, Nexus! Nexus, they can!
Are we yourself?
They can!
Sorry, what did you ask me?
How is it to, I was going to ask how is it to play with Skumon in comms, but I feel like you're also a menace.
Yeah, I think Skew can be a really funny guy in real life, and like, yeah, many times he was, this is our inside joke when we were playing scrims with Nasus. He's screaming this when he plays solo queue and stuff, and I think honestly he would be a great streamer. So yeah, you guys should try to make him a stream, you know?
Yeah. Kadril, watch out! No, hopefully he's going to keep playing for a very, very long time. A couple of more questions before I let you go. Labrov, you've had such an incredible journey. I feel like we talked so much in the pre-show about the reaction to you in the first couple of months that you were on G2. People were absolutely not nice. Obviously, it's hard to come into a new team when you have so much pressure on your shoulders, but I'd love to know how you experienced all that and how you all channeled that into what you are now, right? Which is the player that you were always meant to be, that we're so proud of.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, when I joined G2, I was definitely feeling the pressure, and I think it also took me some time to like get used to completely new environment, new teammates, their habits, everything, right, and build synergy. And thanks to Isma and Romain, and also to my teammates, I think they really helped me a lot. And also with time, I guess I just feel like more confident and more myself now.
Mm-hmm. It's a pleasure to see, for sure. And you guys are heading to MSI. So Hans, tell me about heading to MSI again, getting a chance to face the best of the best again.
It's going to be very exciting for our bot lane. As a duo, we always like to face those international bot lane. Definitely like trying really our best to perform, and we're gonna do it there again.
Let's go. Yeah. And Broken Blade, you can say it to me now. It's fine. It was a fluke, right, versus LCK?
It was a fluke?
Was it a fluke?
No, it was not. I mean, your back-to-back 3-0 is not a fluke. It can't be. But I'm going to say it, right? We have to prove it ourselves again. And if you go in there cocky, we will lose and we will get reality checked. So we will go there, very humble. We will do a lot of reviews and a lot of solo queues. We have the nice schedule now. Shout out to Romain. We will have a nice boot camp. So we will give it our all, not only for ourselves, but also for this region.
Yeah. Yeah. Final question, and then I will let you go. Final question is to you, Broken Blade, and it has to do with the fans as well. I know that you, as a pro player, you know how to deal with ups and downs and with wins and losses, but you also feel that when you stand here and you see them and they are sad when you lose, and you feel that they are happy when you win. How do you make sure that you navigate all that? Because the pressure is always on, and sometimes you can see him right there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fans are everything in this esport. For us, I think we really feel the support, and today the chants were definitely on our side. So thank you for that, guys. It's really amazing, and hopefully in the international stage we will be able to hear your voices as well, supporting us. And just know it means really a lot for us. So thank you, guys.
Amazing. With that, we're about to sign off. Once more, congratulations to G2 Esports on winning the championship, but also congratulations to KC for being the 2nd seed going to MSI for Europe. We stand behind you, KC. We stand behind you, G2 Esports. Let's see you at MSI, and let's win that thing! Oops, that was a bit extra, maybe.
I can ult, okay? 1 second. I'm not sure if we get it. I'll go. No, it's good, guys. It's good. He will die. All good.
The side of it. Flash away from Yike. Flash away from Broken Blade, but Kaliz begins to open up. And Hero's entrance becomes only an exit. And he's leaving in a coffin. KC with beautiful team fighting.
Okay, I go deep. Kill him. What? Oh, shit! Nice guy. This is us, guys.
Yeah, we keep it up like this.
Yeah.
Focus on Yahoo, overextended.
Yeah, no. I don't think there's any escape. Summer takes it. Chucks an orb at him. Cat's low on mana. Spirit rushes forward. Foxfire needs an auto. The rocket belts it up. Cat's tanks down across the way towards the bottom side. Didn't use the ultimate or the flash, but he's going to lose away.
Sorry, I know.
He's fine. He's good. Yeah, he's good. It's good. I'm killing everyone. Look, that's a meta, by the way. Let's go! No. Let's go, guys!
I can kill him. Ignite goes down to dance, who's going to step away?
Let's try to step forward, flash away from Al-Sullivan, the full shot from the gym finds enough to take the kill.
I can fight. If you can spill me. Yes, 4 seconds W. Yeah. IV. W. Yeah. Good shit, guys. He's running some minutes. Alright, look out. Surprise! Of course it was. You guys say PvP, I will want to turn. Looks insane! Give me that. Only I said only. Wait. Go mid. Hey, they might Nasus, by the way, just saying. I was thinking about it. Go Yeah, just look at it.
Let's go.
Wait for the shield. Stacks. Yeah, it's fun. That's on flashes. Look for the trade over to Kalisz. Needs to walk away from the piercing arrow. Charging forward now. Broken Blade underneath the tower. Wu-Tang getting on Summer. From downtown claims the kill.
Yeah, it's ready. No flash. DK! I ult. We go. We go. DK! No, DK! Get Nexus. We go!
G2 are your Spring Split champions!